We all do it. Some of us do it more than others, and most of us cherish it. During those heavenly hours when we go into sleep mode, some weird and wonderful things happen to us. Sleep is the final frontier, a place where dreams burst into life, but also a place where strange and sometimes dangerous things happen. As you'll find out today, there's a lot more to sleeping than you think, and it's really only the last few decades that we've begun to understand the importance of having a good slumber. Without further ado, welcome to the Sleep Zone. Number 50. If you go without sleep, it's called sleep deprivation, and you could start to feel cranky and anxious if you go just 24 hours without a dose. Go 48 hours and you become very fatigued. At this point, you might have something called micro-sleeps, which means dropping off without even knowing it just for a second or two. Go 72 hours and it's likely you have difficulty concentrating and might start to get paranoid. Number 49. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 1 in 3 Americans don't get enough sleep. Scientists believe most humans need at least 7 hours of sleep, but many people don't get nearly that much. Number 48. In 1987, a man named Kenneth Parks got in his car and drove around 12 miles to his mother-in-law's house. He then entered the house and bludgeoned his mother-in-law to death with a tire iron. After that, he tried to strangle his father-in-law, but he didn't succeed in killing him. Covered in blood, Parks drove to the police station and told the cops he may have just killed 2 people. He didn't go to prison for his crime, since it was believed he had committed the act while sleepwalking. Number 47. In 2005, a 15-year-old girl in England went for a walk while she was sleepwalking. She actually managed to climb a 130-foot crane. There she remained until a firefighter climbed up the crane and rescued her. The girl was still sleeping when he got to her. Of course, she was very confused, having gone to sleep in her bed and woken up at the top of a crane. Just imagine if that happened to you. Number 46. Lots of studies have been done so we can better understand dreams. One strange thing about dreams is the fact that something like 12% of people report that they only dream in black and white. Why? We don't exactly know. We know a lot more Americans in the past dreamed in black and white. The main reason for that is the TV was black and white. Number 45. According to the National Sleep Foundation, only 1 in 4 married couples in the USA actually share the same bed. The separation isn't always because the couple has fallen out of love or they argue too much. It's more likely to be because they disturb each other's sleep patterns. Number 44. Some people can't just seem to get out of bed in the morning. Some struggle, but others really feel like they just can't make the move. There's a term for this, and it's called dysania. There are a number of reasons that this can happen, and it could simply be that the person is not getting enough quality sleep. It might also be related to anxiety or depression. It's not a medical condition per se, but some people can have chronic dysania, and some sufferers have been known to stay in bed for days on end. Number 43. Some people are born blind, so you might wonder what they dream about since they have not visualized the world. Well, blind people's dreams tend to be more about the other senses, such as taste and smell and sounds. But there is evidence that some blind people can have visual dreams too. Studies have also found that people who are born blind tend to have more nightmares than people who can see. These might be related to the sense of falling or getting lost. Number 42. Some people claim to never dream at all, but that's because they rarely if ever wake up during their REM portion of sleep. This is when the brain is most actively dreaming, and self-professed non-dreamers who were woken up during REM sleep admitted they had been dreaming. Number 41. Do dogs dream? It seems they do, since scientists have looked at dogs' brains' electrical activity while they were sleeping. Some of those scientists said the average-sized dog will start to dream after about 20 minutes of sleep. At this point, you should be able to see rapid eye movement of the dog. So you might now ask, do dogs sleepwalk too? The answer, it seems, is no. Although they might flop about a bit while they're sleeping, it's unlikely that one day you'll find your dog at the top of a crane fast asleep. Number 40. We don't know where the myth originated, but some people hold the belief that if they were to die in their dream, they would die in real life. Simply put, this is hogwash. Many people have reported dying in a dream, and they live to tell the tale. Number 39. Humans are the only animal that deliberately delays their sleep. Number 38. According to the National Sleep Foundation, the body does not adjust to shift work. On its own website, the organization says that people who work shifts and change their sleep pattern a lot are more likely to later develop diseases such as cardiovascular and gastrointestinal diseases. Number 37. Around 90 million Americans snore, and 37 million of those folks do it on a regular basis. Number 36. Some people claim they don't sleep much at all, and some of them are pretty well known. Donald Trump wrote in his book, Think Like a Billionaire, "Don't sleep any more than you have to. I usually sleep about 4 hours per night." Well, at least he paid someone to write that in a book for him. Other reports state he sleeps about 6 hours a night, which would be the same as Elon Musk. In fact, we found lots of reports stating that many CEOs and famous people only sleep between 4 and 6 hours a night. Now let's get strange again. The best is yet to come. There's a guy in the UK by the name of Lee Hadwin. He's been painting in his sleep since he was 4, and as an adult he carried on doing it. He's been dubbed the sleepwalking artist and has made a lot of cash from selling his artwork. He goes to bed, and when he wakes up there's sometimes a drawing or a painting in front of him. He said when he was 15 years old he woke up and found that he'd drawn a really good picture of Marilyn Monroe. The thing was, in his waking life he had no talent whatsoever for drawing. Some of his paintings have been sold for 6 figures, and even Donald Trump has bought one of them. He's made a lot of cash and kinda put no effort into it. Hadwin's skills have baffled scientists, and no one really knows how he manages to create works while he sleeps. Some people have said he's a fraud, although experts at the Edinburgh Sleep Clinic have witnessed him sleepwalking and they said he's the real deal. Number 34. Most people tend to fall asleep after around 7 to 15 minutes of trying, although anyone who has suffered from insomnia or stress will tell you that it might take them hours to find slumberland. Number 33. On the other hand, if you're the kind of person who falls asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow, it's likely you're sleep deprived. Number 32. You can find recent articles in the media that tell you that around 9 million people in the US take a sleep medication. Although the data cited is CDC research, it's now a decade old. Still, we found more stories about Americans' problems of falling asleep. It does indeed seem that millions of adults are taking a medication for sleep or medications to reduce stress and anxiety. The downside to this are some side effects and also dependency on the drug. With some medications, there's something called the rebound effect. So if the person tries to quit, they might experience even worse anxiety, stress, or insomnia. Number 31. The younger you are, the more you sleep. Babies usually sleep 14 to 17 hours a day, and they usually don't have a problem dozing off. 14 to 17-year-olds usually sleep anywhere from 7 to 11 hours a day. According to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, it's important that younger folks get this extra sleep compared to adults who can get by on 7 hours. Parents shouldn't nag if their teenager likes to spend, say, 10 hours asleep. Still, according to the CDC, 2/3 of high school students aren't getting enough sleep, especially on school nights. Number 30. 20% of American adults hit the booze before bedtime, and if you've ever done that, you'll know it can help you fall asleep. But is it good for you? In the sense of sleep, not what it does to your organs. The experts tell us that a drunk sleep might not be the best sleep, because the alcohol can prevent you from having those good REM sleeps. You might also wake up in the middle of the night and not be able to get back to sleep again. A bucket of beer might also lead to many trips to the bathroom throughout the night, and as some of you know, drunk sleepers tend to snore. That's because the booze has relaxed their throat muscles, and also because drunk sleepers tend to sleep on their backs. Number 29. New research has shown that more people are now texting in their sleep, especially people who have grown up with a mobile phone. That's a very modern parasomnia, which means sleep disorder. Still, it's a good excuse if you texted something you regret in the morning. If your partner finds out you texted an old flame, now you know to say, "My love, it was merely a sleep text, totally out of my control." Now for something really wacky. Number 28. We imagine that just a few of you guys watching this video have woken up in the middle of the night with a raging hunger. You've gone down to the kitchen, raided the fridge, and left a trail of destruction behind you. But how many of you have done this while still sleeping? You might have experienced something called nocturnal eating syndrome, but as a sleep-related eating disorder. Its full name is nocturnal sleep-related eating disorder. People who have suffered from this have sometimes raided the kitchen several times in just one night, but they didn't remember a thing the next day. It sounds funny, but NES can be dangerous as eating while asleep could lead to choking or having an accident. In extreme cases, people might have been known to put on lots of weight, while some people have fired up the stove and made a complex meal. Others have eaten things such as salt sandwiches, raw meat, frozen food, and, would you believe it, buttered cigarettes. Yikes! Number 27. Arguably better than that is something called exploding head syndrome. These people might be on the cusp of sleep when suddenly they hear a loud explosion, or hear the sound of bullets or great claps of thunder. It freaks them out, to say the least, especially if the noise is accompanied by flashes of light. The good news is it's not dangerous. No one really knows why it happens. It might be related to problems with the ear, nerve dysfunction, a minor seizure, or just your regular stress. Number 26. Driving while feeling drowsy can lead to accidents, with the CDC saying in the US alone in recent years thousands of fatal crashes happened because someone nodded off behind the wheel or was very close to it. The statistics differ depending on what source you're reading, but everyone agrees that driving while very fatigued is a bad idea. In one poll, 37% of people admitted they had fallen asleep while driving at least once in their life. Number 25. Is napping good for you? NASA wanted to know this because they wanted to see if napping improved the performance of their pilots. The agency concluded that the ideal nap should be 26 minutes. It can improve alertness and reduce stress. With this in mind, if you ever find yourself in a position where you have to drive a long distance or you have to do something that's very important, if you feel tired, you should find a suitable place to take a nap. This might improve your performance and keep you concentrated. Number 24. According to some studies, it's a myth that you can catch up on sleep. Some people might think, if I sleep only a few hours on Monday and Tuesday, I'll catch up those missing hours later in the week. Harvard Medical School said this is not the case. Its study revealed that people who often have nights of little sleep will always suffer in the end. Number 23. Exercise helps you fall asleep easier and also helps you sleep better throughout the night. Why, though, you might ask? Well, scientists tell us that exercise releases endorphins in our brains, and this can reduce stress and depression. In fact, studies have shown that when people suffering from insomnia did 4 months of exercise, they slept better and were less anxious in general. The thing was, though, the good sleep didn't come immediately. Participants had to put some effort in. Number 22. Almost half of Americans sleep rolled up in the fetal position, so it seems we have a fondness for how we kicked it back in our mother's womb. Back sleeping is the second most common, and after that, stomach sleeping. Then there are people that combine different sleeping positions. Some research tells us that sleeping on your back is the best position to promote good health, although it might depend on if you have certain health issues. Number 21. We generally dream 4 to 6 times throughout the night, and as you'll soon find out, this can be a problem. Number 20. Some of you will know that one of the scariest things that can happen to you during sleep is dreaming that you're awake. Such a false awakening might mean you get up, go downstairs, have a drink of orange juice, then suddenly realize something isn't right. Then you might wake up for real, often with your heart pounding. Even worse is the fact that some people have woken up with a shock and then seen someone standing over them. This is a dream within a dream again, and the person might wake up for real. These are called multiple false awakenings, which has been described as a Russian doll of dreaming. That's scary. Number 19. Some people can dream, and while they don't wake up, they're aware they're dreaming. These are called lucid dreams. You might even be able to give yourself superpowers in these dreams, such as the guy who says when he's being chased in a nightmare, sometimes he just has to decide to run backwards and he shoots off like a rocket. So why do we lucid dream? It's likely because a part of the brain called the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is partly switched on during sleep when it usually isn't. This is the part of the brain that deals with planning, reasoning, working memory, and thinking about multiple concepts. In a lucid dream, the person then becomes conscious enough to know they're dreaming, but not conscious enough that they wake up. That's one theory anyway. Number 18. So which country's citizens get the best sleep? We found some data and it seems that folks from New Zealand on average sleep the most hours. The Netherlands, Finland, Britain, and Australia weren't far behind, and the US was somewhere in the middle. The worst sleeping nation was Japan, followed by South Korea and then Saudi Arabia. Number 17. According to the National Sleep Foundation, only 8% of Americans sleep totally naked, while a whopping 1/3 of British folks sleep in the buff. Number 16. There's no proof that eating cheese can give you nightmares, but if you do go to bed on a full stomach, it might affect your sleeping pattern. It can make you restless as your body digests the food, and therefore you might wake up more during REM sleep. Number 15. Around 1.4% of people sleep with their eyes open, a condition known as nocturnal lagophthalmos. It simply means they cannot close their eyelids during sleep, with some folks sleeping with their eyes fully open and others just partially open. They have no idea they're doing it since they're asleep, but it looks pretty freaky to other people. There are other reasons why someone might sleep with their eyes open, relating mostly to disease, trauma, and autoimmune conditions. Number 14. In 2010, a man named Gregory Macon said he was kicked off a US Airways flight because he was caught sleeping with his eyes open. He'd fallen asleep before the plane had even taken off, but when one of the cabin crew saw him sleeping with his eyes open, she thought he was ill and asked if anyone on board could help. There was actually a nurse on the plane, but she had no idea why someone would sleep with their eyes open. She had not heard of nocturnal lagophthalmos, and while Macon explained that he'd often slept this way, in the end, the crew decided he wasn't fit to fly. He wasn't very happy about this at all. Okay, coming up to the top 13. Now we have some really strange things to tell you. Number 13. You cannot sneeze while you're sleeping. Number 12. Studies have shown that people have a worse night's sleep when there's a full moon. Why that happens is confusing, but the obvious answer might be because of the light of the moon. That doesn't seem to be the case though, because when scientists in Switzerland watched people as they slept during a full moon, the subjects were literally kept in the dark. They were figuratively kept in the dark too, since they had no idea what the experiment was about. The scientists found that when the moon was full, on average the people spent 30% less time in deep sleep and slept less time overall. It also took them longer to fall asleep. Some scientists believe that humans are naturally attuned to the moon's cycle, and that's why its fullness affects our sleep. More studies have been undertaken with mixed results. One study showed kids slept longer during a full moon, but another revealed again that adults slept less. Number 11. Back when the British were leading the Industrial Revolution, a new job came onto the scene so that people could get to the factories on time. This job was called a knocker-upper. For a few pennies a week, some guy would come around to workers' houses and knock on their doors or windows, or use a pea shooter to hit the higher-level windows. In the 19th century, the author Charles Dickens wrote about the occupation, but knocker-uppers were still around in the 1970s. The first personal alarm clock was invented in 1787, but we guess not everyone in Britain's industrial cities had one. Number 10. Things can turn ugly if you wake someone up who's experiencing something called sleep terrors or night terrors. These are very intense nightmares. Fortunately, only around 1% of adults suffer from regular night terrors. And while someone might thrash around a bit or scream out, the person next to them will usually not be harmed. That's not always the case though, and we found instances where people had attacked their partner during a night terror. During the frenzy, the dreamer might also hurt themselves. This is how one woman described how her husband would sometimes act during sleep. He seemed to have the strength of 10 men and shoot straight up from the bed onto his feet in one motion. He's landed clear across the room on many occasions and has pulled down curtains, upset lamps, and so forth. He's grabbed me and pulled on me, hurting my arms. There are many reasons why someone might have night terrors, from substance abuse to childhood trauma to PTSD to a family history of parasomnia. Number 9. According to the National Sleep Foundation, you should wash that pillow of yours at least once every 6 months, and you should replace it after a year or 2. The reason is dust mites. These little fellas can impair breathing and worsen allergies. Number 8. Babies are another thing that really get in the way of a good night's sleep. It's reported that a new person in the house will result in 400 to 750 hours of lost sleep for parents. Number 7. Major global events can make many people have a bad night's sleep. A big event might have the effect for many months, as many people have experienced during the coronavirus pandemic. Other major sleep disturbers have been 9/11, the Challenger space shuttle disaster, and the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. While it's good to know about current events, we can certainly consume too much news. Sometimes you have to tune out and just be in the moment. Number 6. When your stress levels are high, the hormone corticosteroid can negatively impact the effects of the immune system. A vicious cycle that can happen is a person is stressed and sleeps less, and the next day the lack of sleep means that they deal with stress worse. They might then sit in front of the TV watching news media that sounds apocalyptic, and this creates more stress, which creates sleeplessness and a repeating cyclical pattern. Number 5. Some people dread going to bed and falling asleep, a condition called somnophobia. One sufferer in the UK explained it like this: I'd stay up listening to my mom snoring just to make sure she was alive. I was petrified that if I slept, something bad might happen, and I wouldn't be awake to help. Some of these people might fear the loss of control they have during sleep, or they might worry about what could happen while they're unconscious. Some sufferers have said the fear comes from having had night terrors or bouts of sleepwalking, while for others a traumatic event in the past has caused the dread of the bed. Okay, we're getting to the end now, but there's still so much more to tell you about sleep. Number 4. 5 to 7 million kids in the US wet the bed, although by the time kids reach the age of 10, only about 2 to 3% of them wet the bed. One study we found said that 1 in 50 teenagers in the US wets the bed. Okay, so why do some folks wet the bed in the first place? It could be a number of things, such as the child having a smaller than average bladder or the fact that both his parents were bedwetters. It might also be the fact that they have lower than average levels of hormone vasopressin, or simply the fact that their sleep is just too deep. Stress and infections can also be a reason. Number 3. According to the experts, counting sheep as a strategy to fall asleep is useless. Number 2. Some studies have shown that if you regularly sleep well, you might deal with pain better. In those studies, the scientists allowed participants to sleep a certain number of hours. When they were later tested to see how they dealt with pain, the people who had slept more seemed to feel less. So much so, it was as if they had taken codeine. Number 1. Lastly, we'll tell you about the horror of something called fatal insomnia. This is a rare disease, thank God, which affects the brain. It happens because of a tiny genetic mutation in the brain, but that mutation in time will mean that the sufferer will find it very hard to sleep. The insomnia will get worse, and this will lead to hallucinations, delirium, and finally death. It might take many years for the person to show the symptoms, but once they do, there's no going back. Over a period of months, the person will suffer from panic attacks, which will lead to paranoia, and then the hallucinations will occur. Next will come weight loss, and finally, when the patient hasn't slept for a long time, they'll become unresponsive. It could happen when the person is as young as 18, or it might not happen until they're in their 60s. There's no cure for this nasty disease, and even the strongest sleeping pills or other sedatives don't seem to help. It's just one long, agonizing nightmare, so we can be glad that only around 40 families have been known to carry this gene. Here are 50 insane facts about pain that will make you cringe and want to curl up in the fetal position. Number 50. Your extremities are the most sensitive to pain compared to the rest of your body. These places are your fingertips, forehead, shins, the arch of your foot, and your knees. Number 49. This is why it hurts so much when you step on a Lego brick. You have 200,000 sensory receptors in your feet, and most of them get fired up when you make that fateful step. These receptors tell you so much information about how you're walking, standing, or how hot and cold the floor is. Number 48. There are some people in the world who don't feel any pain. They suffer from something called congenital analgesia. Number 47. Pain might actually shrink the brain, the chronic kind anyway. One study showed that people's brains with chronic backache were 11% smaller on average than the general population's. Number 46. If you think you feel more pain than the average person, you might not be 100% wrong. Pain is everywhere. About 75 million people in the USA live with chronic pain. Ouch! Number 45. There was a man. He was a hardy kind of fella, but in 1995 when he was at work on his construction site, a building site in his native England, something reduced him to howls and tears. He jumped right onto a long nail that went straight through his boot. The young man yelped in agony. He even kept screaming while the doctors filled his veins with the best opiates available to mankind. The pain he managed to get out was excruciating. After the drugs started to take effect, the doctors managed to see the damage. The nail went through the middle of the man's toes. There were 0 injuries to his body. And that's not even the strangest case of pain on this list. Number 44. There's a scientific explanation for the man's case. Researchers have pointed out that, like in many other cases, the man's senses believed that that nail had gone through his foot. As one of them put it, thoughts, beliefs, and emotions, including panic and fear, set off a cascade of biological and neurochemical processes. His brain, synthesizing the sum total of this information, decided that he was in danger, so it made pain to protect him. He believed there was pain, so he felt pain. As weird as that might sound to you, as you'll see later in the show, maybe we can help ourselves when it comes to pain. This story is equally strange. Number 43. Surprisingly enough, we are returning to another construction site. This guy was using a rather powerful nail gun when it accidentally fired. He felt something in his face, but he didn't worry too much about it and just got on with the job. Life went on. Then 6 days later, he was at the dentist. He still felt fine. The dentist, though, had some bad news for him. An x-ray showed there was a large nail in his head. The nail had dangerously hit his brain's cerebral cortex. Of course, he needed medical help after that. In this case, because the man's senses told him everything was okay, he ended up feeling no pain. Now for something a bit more ordinary, but it's something you ought to know. Number 42. Some of you would likely vote for having a pain-free life, but if you felt no pain, you'd be in trouble. You feel pain because the nerves in your body are telling your brain there is something wrong. You can then fix whatever is wrong. So pain, just like a good cop, is trying its best to keep you alive. Number 41. Only a few hundred folks in the world can't feel pain, and we can tell you that they wish things were different. Feeling no pain is a huge downer. Take the case of Stefan Betz, who, when he was interviewed by the BBC back in 2017, was a 21-year-old university student in Germany. The BBC said this guy could put his hand in a bowl of boiling water and not feel a thing. Pain for him was totally absent from his life. He really hated the fact that this was his reality. Imagine being him during childhood, when he was always having accidents and he didn't even know he was injured. He broke a foot and didn't feel anything. One time he even bit off some of his tongue and only knew about it because of the blood. Number 40. Pain can have its positives though, as a scientist named Dr. Brock Bastian discovered. He did a series of tests where he put people through pain. In groups, participants did things such as eat hot chili peppers and immerse their hands for a long time in ice water. They didn't know what this experiment was about, of course. What the doctor found out was that this control group and other pain groups later worked really well together on certain challenges, better than the groups who had not earlier suffered together. The pain, it seems, brought them together. Number 39. It's often said the worst insect sting comes from the bullet ant, called that because its sting feels like being shot. A well-known entomologist named Justin O. Schmidt actually developed a pain index of all pain-inducing critters, and he put the bullet ant in first place. This is what he said about the sting. It's like walking over flaming charcoal with a 3-inch nail embedded in your heel. It's also been described as causing waves of burning, throbbing, all-consuming pain that continues unabated for up to 24 hours. You might not believe it, but some people will willingly put themselves through pain. Number 38. The Sathare Mawe tribe of Brazil have an initiation ceremony for boys who are ready to become warriors. It involves putting your hands into a glove full of bullet ants and some sadist blowing smoke into the glove to enrage the ants. Some of the kids apparently shake for a day and can't use their hands at all. The pain must be unimaginable. They need to go through about 20 of these ceremonies before they're accepted as grown men capable of doing a bit of warrioring. Number 37. The stonefish is another baddie of the animal world that can make your day much worse. They look like a stone, as the name suggests, so they get stepped on from time to time. As that happens, the pain is immense, and it could be lethal if not treated with antivenom. A sting has been described as causing irregular heartbeat, temporary paralysis, shock, extreme pain, and possibly death. Stay away from stones on the beach, guys, but we really should be telling Australians more than most people. Number 36. You probably want to know what people say is the worst pain in the world. We won't tell you that just yet, but we will tell you that cluster headaches are up there. Here's how some people have described them. I will never forget the sheer and sudden agony which woke me up in the early hours of the morning. Someone jabbed a white-hot poker into your eye socket and is holding it there for 45 minutes to an hour and a half. Number 35. The brain doesn't actually feel pain. It's the nerves that send the signals back to the brain so the brain can react. Number 34. But also, the brain itself doesn't have nerves. It's surrounded by nerves, but there are none inside it. That's why a surgeon could wield a scalpel in there and the patient wouldn't feel any pain at all. Number 33. It seems women feel more pain than men in general. One scientist said, on average, women report the same stimuli to be more painful than men. He added, the burden of pain is substantially greater for women than men, and that led pain researchers like myself to wonder if the pain perception system is different in women than in men. But why? Number 32. That is the billion-dollar question. Because how can you actually measure pain? You can't, but you can measure people's response to it. Researchers don't really know why women seem to feel more pain. Some of them think it could be about hormones or perhaps a woman's increased susceptibility to things like depression and sadness. Now for something we all face, and most of you know about it. Number 31. Some of you know there are toothaches, and then there are toothaches. If you've ever had a severe toothache where the tooth gets infected, you'll know that it's one of the most horrible things in the world. You literally feel like pulling out your own tooth. Well, during lockdown, some people couldn't get to a dentist, so they decided to do the dentistry themselves. One man who successfully went through this process said, the pain was excruciating, but the main thing was the whole left-hand side of my face was swelling up. Every half hour it was getting bigger. I looked like the Elephant Man. With the help of his 12-year-old son and some household tools, they managed to get the tooth out in about an hour and a half. He said the relief was instantaneous, although such ad hoc dentistry is not advisable. Okay, some quick-fire facts now. Number 30. 25 million Americans experience those terrible things called migraines. Number 29. 1 in every 6 Americans suffers from arthritis. Number 28. This is good news for companies that sell medications for pain relief. The global pain relief market is said to be around $50 billion. Number 27. You might have heard something about the opioid crisis in the USA. One of the main reasons that happened is because a company called Purdue managed to pass one of their drugs, OxyContin, as not being addictive. It was, and still is, and it's basically heroin. Good heroin. Number 26. Scientists, though, still don't understand pain very well. This is why it's hard to just stop someone's pain. As one expert said, pain is complex and defies our ability to establish a clear definition. Pain is far more than neural transmission and sensory transduction. Pain is a complex mixture of emotions, culture, experience, spirit, and sensation. Number 25. That's because a drug like Tylenol blocks an enzyme that produces a chemical compound called prostaglandins. These are things that cause inflammation and swelling. That's the theory, anyway. It's still up for debate. There's no buzz, so it's not as abused. That doesn't mean it's not dangerous. In some cases, it can cause liver damage, usually when it's taken over the amount prescribed or after a lot of daily use. In the US, there are about 500 deaths a year as a result of Tylenol and acetaminophen, as well as 56,000 visits to the ER. Number 24. Cancer is a terrible disease to have. But did you know that a lot of time it comes without any pain? Many people have gotten a diagnosis and soon after die. This is why. Number 23. The tumor itself doesn't have nerves. It's only when the nerves nearby get compressed by the tumor that the person might feel something. According to cancer experts, only 38% of those who suffer from cancer have moderate to severe pain. Number 22. It can be the same with liver disease. For instance, some people might eat badly or drink way too much booze, and their liver could start to scar, and the scarring could get so bad that the person gets end-stage liver disease. Once they've been told that, sometimes they don't have long left. But during all those years of scarring, even when the liver was like leather, they might not have felt any pain. That's why the liver is called the silent organ. You'd think we'd have been designed better because in the vast majority of cases, the early scarring is completely reversible. Number 21. You might have wondered in your life if it hurts when you get shot. Well, it all depends on where you get shot. The pain can be mild enough so some folks don't even know they've been hit. The pain can also be severe. Thankfully, we have some survivor statements. Here's what some of them said. I heard the gunshot and felt a tight pressure in my arm. I looked and saw the wound and how much blood I was losing, and the next thing I know, I'm in the hospital. I was shot with an AK-47 to the leg. Felt like a baseball bat hit me, but no pain. This was followed by a buzzing feeling for 5 to 10 seconds, then the severe achy pain set in. As you'll now see, drowning can be painful too, but not for everyone. Number 20. One person said about drowning, "I actually realized that I was going to drown, so I breathed the water in on purpose just to get it over with. It only hurt when I was coughing it up." Yet another person said after they let go and allowed the water in, "My lungs had more or less given out and there was no pain, just comfort." Another person said when she swallowed the water, it burnt like hell. So drowning seems to be a mixed bag. As you'll now see, sometimes it can take some time for pain to come. Number 19. In 2008, ABC News reported about a Utah photojournalist who'd been photographing a javelin event when he was hit in the leg. It went right through to the other side. He later said it wasn't really painful. Doctors told ABC that in many traumatic injuries, the person might not feel the immediate impact of the pain. Some of you might have a broken leg only to get right up, but then not long after collapse again when the pain finally kicks in. One of the doctors interviewed explained, when a severe injury happens, the body's adrenal glands secrete epinephrine, a hormone that then increases blood pressure and heart rate, which helps the person suffering the injury run away or stay alive. Again, your body is looking out for you. Number 18. As for the dreaded root canal, they don't hurt, even though they scare a lot of people. It's what comes before the root canal that hurts. Now for one of your biggest nightmares. Number 17. Can you imagine waking up in the middle of surgery? That shouldn't happen because if it looks like you're waking up a bit, you'll just be given extra sedation. But there is something called anesthesia awareness where the sedation doesn't work. Luckily, it's rare and it only happens to about 1 or 2 in 1,000 people. Usually, the worst part of the awareness is seeing what's going on, which in some cases could lead to post-traumatic stress disorder. Still, worse things have happened. Number 16. This happened to a Canadian woman named Donna Penner when she woke up during her abdominal surgery. She told the BBC, "I panicked, I thought this cannot be happening. So I waited for a few seconds, but then I felt him make the first incision. I don't have words to describe the pain. It was horrific. I could not open my eyes. The first thing that I tried to do was sit up, but I couldn't move." She said she could feel the surgeon moving something around in her organs, which, as you can imagine, caused her a lot of stress. She survived, and the surgeon later went on to her room and said there'd been some problems. She thought, "No kidding." And I told him, "I was awake. I felt you cutting me." She said his eyes filled with tears and he said, "I'm so sorry." We imagine you hated that story just as much as you liked it, but let's stick with the horror for now. Number 15. You've all seen those movies depicting old times when someone has a leg amputated, and of course there's no anesthetic. There's just the Hollywood trope of putting a stick in the mouth and a glug of whiskey. How real is that? Amputation goes back a long way, to the famous Arab Andalusian surgeon and father of modern surgery, Al-Zahrawi. When he was around over 1,000 years ago, he wrote, "Sometimes the extremities become gangrenous. You must cut off that limb as far as the disease has spread so that the patient may escape death or greater affliction, greater than the loss of the limb." Number 14. But people were having limbs amputated a long time before that. It's written that Queen Vishpla, a warrior queen mentioned in the Hindu ancient texts, was wounded in battle sometime around 1200 BC. She then had an iron prosthetic leg fitted. The question is, did it hurt? Number 13. Yes, it did, and a lot. Captain James Cook wrote in 1685 that a man on his ship had to have his leg amputated. Cook wrote, "Dismembering is a dreadful operation, yet necessary that the dead part may not injure the living, nor procure death." He went on to describe the procedure, adding that the patient was given some alcohol before a knife was used to cut around the gangrene. The next step was using a saw to cut away the bone. This part had to be done perfectly and fast, so there would always be another saw on standby in case the first one broke. The British Medical Journal, where we found the story, said many early accounts state that speed was the only pain relief. It added, yet however fast the amputation, the devastating intensity of the agony remained. Number 12. Not surprisingly, people in those days would sometimes pass out during such an operation, something the doctors didn't want to happen because they thought alertness made the process more successful. The reason you faint when you experience sudden massive pain is because something called the vasovagal syncope triggers, and that leads to a sudden drop in blood pressure and heart rate. With less blood flow to the brain, you pass out. Number 11. A question you're all dying for us to answer is it possible to block out pain? Some of you might have seen a famous photograph of a Buddhist monk in the street on fire, and it looks as though he's okay with it. In fact, someone who saw it remarked as he burned he never moved a muscle, never uttered a sound. His face seemed to remain fairly calm until it was so blackened by the flames that you couldn't make it out anymore. Could you do that? Possibly when you have one of those terrible toothaches. Number 10. Probably not, because you can't reach a state of deep meditation. Some people have written that if you can get to such a stage, you might be able to suffer tremendous physical pain without flinching. Now for some good news. Number 9. Studies have shown that with the help of meditation, even if you're a novice, you can at least reduce pain. We know that because neuroscientists measured people's brains using imaging scans. One of those scientists concluded a little over an hour of meditation training can dramatically reduce both experience of pain and pain-related brain activation. This next one is just as amazing. Number 8. A Nobel Prize-winning scientist named Daniel Kahneman was very interested in pain, so he conducted a pain experiment. He took a bunch of participants and asked them to put their hand in a bucket of icy water. One time the temperature was 14 degrees Celsius and the time in the water was 60 seconds. In the other trial, the water and the temperature were the same, but then he warmed the water to 15 degrees Celsius and added another 30 seconds. After being put through both trials, 70% of the people said they would prefer the second option, stating that it was way less painful. The reason they actually chose the worst trial is because people generally remember the last thing that's happened to them more clearly. Okay, now let's talk about execution. Number 7. There was a German executioner named Franz Schmidt who wrote a diary about his executions, which were turned into a book. He executed 361 people until he retired in 1617. The form of killing was either hanging, beheading, or the worst, being broken on the wheel. The least painful, he said, was beheading. He'd often give the person some alcohol, but not so much they couldn't stay straight for his axe. He'd also said that if the crowd really hated a person, a killer perhaps, when he broke them on the wheel, he'd start at the feet and work his way up. If the crowd wanted mercy, he'd start with the head. Number 6. Over in China, sometimes the condemned could bribe the executioner to ensure the process went smoothly. In that country, flaying was sometimes the form of execution, which was incredibly painful. In some cases, just the face would be flayed, which might not have killed someone immediately, but death was likely around the corner. There are a number of reasons for death in flaying, with one being shock and loss of blood, both of which might kill someone fairly fast. Even if they survive the initial punishment, they'd likely die soon enough from an infection or even hypothermia. We can't really imagine anything more brutal, although, as you know, we've tried. Number 5. Now we need to talk about ghosts. There is something you might not have heard of called phantom pain. It can be seriously painful. The strange thing is, the pain is coming from a part of the body that isn't there. So a person might have lost an arm, but every day they feel excruciating pain where the arm was. In the past, doctors thought the pain was purely psychological, but now they believe phantom pain is the result of nervous system signals getting mixed up. Number 4. Let's now talk about pain relief through the ages. In the 1600s in Europe, the use of opium became very popular for pain management. In the 1800s, they discovered that chloroform was a good anesthetic. The ancient Greeks might have used certain herbs as well as opium for various kinds of pain, but we like something the ancient Egyptians used to do from time to time. That was to collect electric eels out of the Nile and lay them on people for the reason that the electric discharge could relieve pain from inflammation. The ancient Greek physician, the great Hippocrates, would sometimes use torpedo fish to relieve folks of their headache or gout. These fish are a kind of electric ray. The Roman physician Scribonius Largus also prescribed a few shocks with one of those fish to cure chronic headaches. So we have to ask, can pain actually feel good? Number 3. We know some of you enjoy pulling off scabs even though it hurts a little bit, or perhaps some savages out there are partial to ripping your nasal hairs out. It can feel kind of nice in a bad way. Some scientists have said that when pain is not as bad as we expected it to be, we can actually enjoy the pain. But many people put themselves through pain all the time, whether it involves extreme exercise or someone whipping them across their leather-clad face. In these circumstances, we can produce our very own brand of narcotics, what scientists call endorphins, which not only block pain, but in some cases give us a post-pain rush similar to the high of morphine or heroin. But sometimes pain is some plain old pain, such as when it's the worst pain in the world. Number 2. It's called trigeminal neuralgia and is frequently called the worst pain humans can face. It's actually described as feeling like an electric shock going through the face that can last seconds or up to 2 minutes. These can come out of the blue and can happen to anyone. Although science is still trying to figure them out, it's almost certain they occur due to something called the trigeminal nerve. This is part of the nervous system that sends messages from the face to the brain. For some reason not yet fully understood, something goes wrong and pain happens. Intense pain, described by some sufferers as fireworks in your face or red-hot needles being poked in the face. One man said, "I wanted to rip my head open to get out whatever was in there." It can ruin your life, as those who experience this frequently are unable to perform basic tasks such as eating or speaking. So with that in mind, as you sit comfortably in your chair watching this show, just take a second to realize that things aren't so bad. Number 1. Now we must ask, does a broken heart actually hurt? The answer is yes, it can. There is something called broken heart syndrome, and it can happen after a person's been through a lot of stress, sometimes emotional stress. This can cause the heart muscles to weaken, cause chest pain that could lead to heart failure. It's unlikely, but extreme mental pain could cause you a lot of physical pain. It's one of the only certainties in life. From the moment we're born, we're counting down to the moment we die. Death is an absolute for almost every living thing, but there are many things we still don't know about it. Buckle up for 50 insane facts about death and dying. Number 50. Death at first sight. When someone expires, especially if they haven't been conscious for a while, it can be hard to tell that they're really gone. But there is one way to check. The eyes have it. One of the first signs of death is that a person's eyes cloud over, as the body functions cease and oxygen stops flowing to the eyeballs. If a person's eyes are open, this can happen as quickly as 10 minutes after the time of death. It's not the body's only weird effect after death. Number 49. Growth in death? It's been one of the strangest things people have noticed after their loved ones pass away. They swear that their nails and hair keep growing even after death. Is it possible that these keratin-based body parts are still active even after all life function have ceased? In a word, no. What actually happens is that the body starts drying out. This causes the skin to retract and tighten, which pulls away from the hair and nails, making them look longer. And there are many dramatic changes in the body right after death. Number 48. Unlucky stiff. It's one of the most famous parts of death, rigor mortis. The whole body seems to tighten up and become stiff and hard. This makes the body hard to move, but it's only a temporary condition that begins a few hours after death. Within a day to 5 days, the body will loosen up, which makes prepping it for a funeral much easier. This is a benefit to having funerals a while after death, but some effects are much creepier. Number 47. A ghostly noise. Imagine you're a morgue worker and you're handling the latest bodies that came in. Then, suddenly, from the closed room where you're the only person working, comes a ghostly moan. Time to call the exorcist? Maybe not. As gases left in a body start to filter out through orifices, this causes the vocal cords to vibrate. This can make the sound like a corpse is moaning or groaning. A terrifying effect, but a totally normal one. But absent intervention, the body will take care of itself after death. Number 46. Eating at you. Did you know that we technically have more foreign creatures living in us than our own cells? We're full of bacterial cells at all times, but our body's defense mechanisms keep them at bay. As soon as we die and our body systems cease to function, it's buffet time for all those normally helpful bacteria. They'll start eating at the body, and that lets them multiply much faster and start the process of decomposition in earnest. And decomposition happens in a lot of different ways. Number 45. Wax on, wax off. Grave wax might sound like a product cemetery owners use to keep everything in good shape, but it's actually a natural product. Clinically known as adipocere, it's a waxy product caused by decomposition of body fat that forms on the skin and can often leave the body looking something like a wax figure. This only happens when a body is under wet conditions with minimal oxygen, and bodies that decompose this way are a rarity found in museums. Decomposition varies based on conditions. Number 44. A grave timeline. How long does it take a body to decompose? That depends on the conditions. When buried under normal conditions without the body being preserved, it will generally take about a year for the body to be reduced to nothing more than a skeleton. But experiments showed that when a body was kept in consistent 50-degree weather, it will be nothing but bones in only 4 months. But under certain conditions, decomposition might not happen at all. Number 43. The bog bodies. European peat bogs are one of the most unique places in the world because they're cold, low in oxygen, and highly acidic. That means that the bodies there don't decompose like normal. When pulled out of the bog, they can look perfectly preserved for years, or even thousands of years. When the Tullund Man, an Iron Age specimen, was found in a Danish bog, his discoverers assumed they had found the body of a missing person. And in the harshest of conditions, bodies can become landmarks. Number 42. A frozen warning. Mount Everest is one of the most hostile climates on Earth, with the mountain above a certain point being known as the death zone. So it's not a surprise that a lot of people die there. And because on the higher part of the mountain it never gets below freezing, most of them stay there. It's too dangerous and expensive to bring most bodies down, and they don't decompose when frozen solid. So corpses like the famous green boots become markers that new climbers see, lying there like they were sleeping as they climb the mountain. But now, there are easier ways to keep people from decomposing. Number 41. Pickling a person. If you've chosen the full funeral package for your loved ones, One of the choices you'll likely have to make is about embalming. This practice uses a collection of chemicals to preserve the corpse, making it more resistant to decomposition. While it won't slow down decomposition indefinitely, it's a common choice for those who want to have an open casket funeral, so everyone can stand around talking about how natural the deceased looks. That's enough about the body after death. How do we get there? Number 40. Running out the clock. So, how long can humans actually live? While the average lifespan in the US is in the 70s, that's driven down by those who die young. Those who make it to the 70s usually live longer, and a small percentage make it past 100 and beyond. This tiny group of centenarians and supercentenarians have an honorary queen in Jeanne Calment, a French woman who is the documented oldest person to ever live, making it to a shocking 122 years old. So, how many people have ever died? Number 39. It's crowded down there. The world is more crowded than it's ever been, but we're still only a tiny fraction of the population of the world that's already passed on. There are currently more than 7 billion people on planet Earth, but the total population of the planet over all of history is more than 108 billion. That means that 100 billion people have already died, which is probably not a good sign for the living if the zombie wars ever come to pass. But what actually puts people underground? Number 38. Common cause. The United States has kept track of the most common causes of death for a long time, and it's mostly steady. The most common cause of all? Heart disease, which not surprisingly takes out many of the elderly. Cancer isn't far behind, but number 3 is accidental injury, which is the most common cause of death for all age groups between 1 year and 44. Once you get older, it's your own body that's more likely to get you. But one cause of death isn't a cause of death at all. Number 37. No exit. You hear about it so often. An old person dies of old age. Well, people may say it, but you'll never see it on a death certificate. That's because no one has ever died of old age. What actually happens is that people reach old age, immune systems weaken. It becomes easier for them to catch illnesses, and their body can't repair the damage as quickly. So while old age won't kill them, it becomes a game of attrition for what illness will finish the job. But can you die from water? Number 36. Too much of a good thing. Sure, you can die from water. Drowning kills many people, and scalding water can cause fatal burns. But simply drinking too much water can kill you as well. A woman who drank 6 liters of water in 3 hours to win a contest died of hyponatremia, or water overdose. But unlike other overdoses, this isn't poisoning. What actually happens is that you drink too much water for your body to process, which causes the sodium levels in the blood to dilute fatally. And speaking of water, number 35. A wet reveal. If you wanted to kill someone, getting rid of the body in the water would seem to be smart. After all, everyone would just assume they drowned, right? Not if forensic scientists are on the case, because the body stops functioning after death. Detectives can figure out if someone was dead before they hit the water by looking at their lungs. If someone drowned, their lungs will have filled up with water, while a corpse dumped in the water would still have lungs full of air. But not all methods of solving murder have held up with time. Number 34. The eyes have it. When someone was murdered in the 19th century, investigators did something unusual. They would remove the victim's eyes and dissect them. This is because they believed that the eyes were like cameras, capturing images, and their killer's image was the last thing they ever saw. Not surprisingly though, they never seemed to find where that image was stored, and this became one of the many weird scientific ideas that didn't survive the march of progress. Some causes of death are a lot rarer than you might think. Number 33. Not so scary. When someone paddles into the water, they're no doubt keeping an eye out for any hungry finned predators. But dying of a shark attack is incredibly rare, and more people die of selfie-related incidents per year. Likewise, skydiving seems like a terrifying and dangerous activity, but the technology is surprisingly safe. More people die per year in dance parties and nightclubs than die by falling from an airplane. But 3 days of the year might be deadlier than any other. Number 32. Nothing like the holidays. What days are likeliest to end in death? Well, if we're talking about natural causes, they shoot up on Christmas, the next day, and New Year's Day. While murders and suicides actually decrease during the holidays, many people who might be feeling sick will put off treatment because they don't want to check into the hospital on a holiday, and by then it might be too late. Add in many top doctors taking the holiday off, and it could be a deadly combo. But one cause of death might outstrip all the others. Number 31. The ultimate plague. What is the deadliest disease of all time? No, it's not COVID-19, the Spanish flu, or even the Black Death. Instead, it's a common disease that has been ravaging the world for centuries: malaria. It's so deadly because it's spread by mosquitoes, and as anyone who's ever tried to have a barbecue outside in the summer knows, those things are everywhere. It kills more than 500,000 people in most years, and likely killed far more in the past when medical treatment wasn't as advanced. For many, death comes quickly, but what happens when it's slower? Number 30. The last go. When people die due to illness, organ failure, or cancer, they can often convalesce in the hospital or hospice facilities for an extended period, being kept comfortable with medicine. When they reach the final stage and their death is imminent, their senses will begin failing them, although they're often too sedated to react. But one sense is the last to go: hearing, which allows their loved ones to keep talking to them up until the very end. Some deaths are a lot less peaceful than that, though. Number 29. Execute this. The death penalty became a lot less common in the 20th century, with many nations, including all of Western Europe, abolishing it due to human rights concerns. But 53 nations around the world still execute their worst criminals, and they use a variety of methods. While the United States' favored method is lethal injection, you'll find states and other countries that use the electric chair, the gas chamber, firing squad, hanging, and even beheading. But which country executes the most people? Number 28. The final countdown. The United States only executed 22 people in 2019, mostly due to the lengthy appeals process and the fact that many states no longer have the death penalty. It's believed that the country with the most executions is China, executing over 1,000 people in that same year, but they don't release execution data, classifying it as a state secret. That makes the official champion Iran, which executed 251 people in 2019. But one method of execution has fallen out of favor. Number 27. The chopping block. It's one of the most infamous inventions of all time: the guillotine, a sharp blade attached to a machine that will cleave a head from the neck in a second. But it was first conceived of by Dr. Joseph-Ignace Guillotin, a French physician, as a humanitarian invention. He believed it would be a painless and humane way to carry out executions, despite opposing the death penalty himself. He would then watch as it was used to carry out countless political executions during the Reign of Terror. But the guillotine had another disturbing edge to it. Number 26. Don't blink. The guillotine was believed to be an instantaneous execution method, killing people in a quick slip of the blade. But after many executions, people noticed something disturbing. The severed heads didn't quite seem dead just yet. People claimed to notice eyes moving or mouths opening. An involuntary reaction of the muscles? Maybe. But scientists now believe a severed head can remain conscious for up to 20 seconds, long enough for it to be hoisted up before the crowd. That's enough of that. Let's get to the body in the ground. Number 25. 6 feet deep. It seems to be the standard at every cemetery, but why are graves dug 6 feet deep? It's a lot of work and a health hazard for anyone who might trip into it. Turns out that the root of the tradition comes to the Black Plague, the deadly plague that ravaged Europe. In the year 1665, London was suffering an outbreak, and the mayor decreed that all bodies should be buried 6 feet underground to try to stem the spread of the disease from the corpses. But the traditional burial might be falling out of fashion. Number 24. Burning up. Cremation, where the body is burned in a powerful oven and the remnants are returned to the loved ones, is becoming a popular alternative to burials. In fact, it's actually surpassed the popularity of burial in the United States, and it's estimated that by 2040, as many as 80% of people may choose cremation. This is because burial plots are becoming increasingly costly, and cremation offers lower costs and increased flexibility. But there's one common misconception. Number 23. Where's the ash? We've all met someone who had grandma's ashes on her mantelpiece, or did they? One of the most common misconceptions about cremation is that there are ashes involved. But what is actually returned to the family isn't ash at all, it's a fine powder, usually known as bone ash. But what it actually contains is the minerals in the bones. The powerful ovens burn away everything else, clean, and the mineral content is all that's left. Still, keep the cat away from the urn. But ashes don't need to stay on the mantle. Number 22. Going out in style. Cremation ashes are sterile, non-toxic, and odorless, which means they can be incorporated into just about anything safely. So if you want a more permanent memento of a loved one, they can be compressed into gemstones. If you want to celebrate their interest, their ashes can be mixed into paint or used in ink for sheet music. And if you really want to send them out with a bang, companies can mix the remains with gunpowder and design a custom batch of fireworks, the perfect way to send off that rowdy uncle. But one use for cremation remains may last far longer than the person. Number 21. Growing after death. For the environmentally minded, there's a way to leave a positive impact on the world after death. A person is cremated and the remains are placed in a biodegradable urn alongside tree seed. That urn is buried in a suitable place. The urn degrades and opens in the soil, and soon a tree grows from the person's remains. After a few years, the tree becomes a perfect place for the loved ones to gather under the shade their departed family member provided. But around the world, burial rites take on some very unique forms. Number 20. Make it loud. Funerals are usually solemn occasions, but in New Orleans, you might mistake it for a party. With elements taken from African, French, and Black American traditions, these Big Easy funeral processions are led by a big jazz band blowing horns. They play traditional funeral music at first, but after the burial, the tone shifts and everyone cuts loose. They'll play upbeat dance marches, the mourners will dance in the streets, and send their loved one off in style. But not all the fun is saved for those who are buried. Number 19. Smoke and mirrors. On the island of Bali, cremation can be dramatic, all-day affairs. The locals believe that cremation releases the soul and sends it off to its next destination, so it's common for elaborate cremations and burnings to be held publicly. But none was more dramatic than the cremation of the head of their royal family in 2008. His body was placed inside a massive wooden bowl and burned in the presence of a giant dragon statue in a mass funeral along with 68 other dead. But some traditions are a lot more modern. Number 18. Fantasy funeral. Have you seen any footage of Ghanaian funerals? Those guys like to live it up. Not only do they have some great dances, they're known for a unique coffin industry called fantasy coffins. These are like those race car beds you had as a kid, only forever. People are buried in decorated coffins that look like the thing they loved most in life, ranging from a Mercedes-Benz for a rich man to a giant Bible for a particularly devout churchgoer. In some cultures, the traditions don't end with burial. Number 17. Turn, turn, turn. In Madagascar, you might be surprised to see people digging up a grave. These aren't grave robbers or witch doctors, they're the loved ones of the person in the grave. The Malagasy people have a unique tradition where every 7 years they exhume bodies, wrap them in cloth, perform a ritual dance, and tell stories of the dead. If you think this probably smells terrible, you're right, which is why they start by spraying the bones with wine. This next tradition is not for the faint of heart. Number 16. Burial in the sky. Buddhists believe the body is not important after death because the soul has migrated to a new being as part of reincarnation. Thus, they pay tribute to the dead and cut them up into pieces. Rather than burying it where it's of no use to anyone but the worms, they place the body on a mountaintop and let the vultures pick the bones clean. While it's an ancient tradition, it's still practiced regularly in Tibet today. But few places have more unique burial traditions than the Philippines. Number 15. Smoke 'em up. The Philippines have many ethnic groups, and many have their own traditions. The Tinguan people have a strange tradition where they give their dead a makeover, dressing them in the best clothes available, and then sit them on a chair at the memorial service. They then place a lit cigarette in their mouth. Hey, at least the dead look relaxed. Another group has a very different tradition. Number 14. Hollow ground. The Caviteno people live near the city of Manila, but their tradition is definitely not a city one. They bury their dead not in the ground but in hollow tree trunks. But not just any tree. When a person knows they're nearing death due to old age or illness, they go and pick out their own burial tree. It's even common for the person to live in a little hut by their death tree while their family works to hollow it out. But whatever the culture, death is the end of the road, right? Number 13. What comes next? The belief in the afterlife is common across the world, with almost every religion having some concept of life after death. Some believe in reincarnation, as each soul becomes a totally new person or other being after death. Others believe in ascending to a higher plane of existence or becoming part of some cosmic being. Others believe that the first thing you see after death is a judge to determine if you've lived well enough to enter the afterlife. But there's no proof of any of this, right? Number 12. Back from the dead? Surprisingly, there are a lot of people who claim to have seen what comes after death. These are usually people who nearly died due to their heart stopping and were revived, be it due to a heart attack or surgical mishap. They often report seeing a white light or hearing voices. One boy, Colton Burpo, even reported seeing heaven and meeting people who were dead before he was born, and wrote a book about it with his father. But are these afterlife encounters proof of anything, or just the brain's tricks? Number 11. Closer to Earth. Neuroscientists who have studied the brain at the moment of death report that it releases an increased amount of hormones that cause positive feelings at the moment of death. This means that near-death experiences could be caused by these hormones, making people feel at peace and safe during their moment of greatest distress. But how does this explain children knowing things they have no way of knowing? Well, skeptics point at an old-fashioned solution. Dad may be coaching his son. Harder to explain is one woman who floated out of her body and saw a pair of sneakers on the hospital roof, only to have a nurse fetch them after she woke up. But has anyone seen the other place? Number 10. Oh hell. People reporting seeing the bad ending in the afterlife is much rarer, but those who did come back deeply disturbed. They report darkness, anguish, and distress, and a few have gotten much more detailed. When a man was shot in the head and spent an extended period in a coma, he awoke reporting that he spent time being tortured in a terrible realm of fire and hopelessness. While he had a religious awakening and wrote a book, most doctors believe this was the product of the brain trauma he endured. But what do those who came the closest to death have to say? Number 9. Back from beyond. When Velma Thomas had a heart attack in 2008, she took a turn for the worse and was soon pronounced dead. Doctors tried to induce hypothermia to lower her body temperature, but it seemed to be no use, and she was without brain activity for 17 hours, as her family was called in to say goodbye. But when she was taken off life support, she suddenly started waking up. The 59-year-old woman eventually recovered and came home, but when asked about what she remembered from her time in the great beyond, the answer was nothing. Death is universal, but a full life means something very different for different beings. Number 8. The blink of an eye. The average human lifespan is in the 70s, solidly on the upper range of animals, but some animals live a full life in a much shorter time. Panther chameleons only live about a year, which means the previous generation is almost entirely gone before the next generation hatches from their eggs. Drone ants only live 3 weeks, dying soon after mating with females. But nothing tops the mayfly, which is born with one purpose: to reproduce. They spend most of their time as nymphs and only have a total lifespan of 24 hours. But some animals can put humans to shame. Number 7. The heavy hitters. Elephants are one of the few land mammals with a similar lifespan to humans. If you can't stand the thought of losing another pet, you might want to consider a macaw. These colorful birds can live for up to 80 years. Bowhead whales are the longest living mammal with lifespans of over 200 years. One was even found with harpoon fragments from the 1800s still in it. But no large animal tops the Greenland shark, whose slow growth cycle means they can live up to 500 years. But for the longest lived organism of all, you have to leave the animal kingdom. Number 6. Standing tall. What is the longest any living organism on Earth has escaped death? That would be found in California's White Mountains, a mighty bristlecone pine tree named Methuselah, for the notoriously long-lived biblical figure. How old is this tree? Almost 5,000 years old, which means it's been standing tall on the North American continent before the Great Pyramid of Giza was even on the drawing board. But is death truly an inevitability for everyone and everything? Number 5. A tight squeeze. You might have heard the rumor that lobsters are immortal. Well, that's obviously not true. They wouldn't wind up on dinner plates if they were. But these sea crustaceans do not die of old age. They shed their shells and grow a new one, essentially renewing their body periodically. The problem is eventually they get too big to escape their shell and wind up getting stuck in an old one and dying that way. Not even the lobster can escape. But one creature might have figured out the secret to immortality. Number 4. The immortal jellyfish. One species seems to have a process for avoiding death indefinitely. Turritopsis dohrnii, a tiny jellyfish found in the oceans around the world. They have a full life cycle until they reach their dying Medusa stage, at which point they avoid death by turning back into a tiny ball of cells that begins the life cycle anew. So they renew their life indefinitely. But are they truly the same being or an identical clone? For a simple jellyfish, there's no real difference, but for a human with a mind and personality, it's a much bigger question. But will humans eventually figure out the way to conquer death? Number 3. The deep freeze. Some people are already working on it. A cottage industry has emerged of people being cryogenically frozen in the hopes that they can eventually be revived in the future. The law dictates that cryogenic freezing can only happen after the person is pronounced dead, and it's most commonly practiced by those who die of incurable diseases. At least 250 people are frozen in the United States, and 1,500 more have signed up. But contrary to rumors, Walt Disney is not one of them. But some people have talked about another form of life after death. Number 2. Living in the cloud. The development of the digital world has led some people to wonder, could we live forever as digital thought forms? The idea is that a process would be developed to read the brain patterns of a person and upload them into the digital world, allowing the person's mind to continue to exist after death. It sounds great, except that the technology doesn't exist. While research is ongoing, it's more of a topic for science fiction stories right now. But while humans try to escape death, death just keeps on coming. Number 1. Keep on reaping. The good news for humanity is that the global birth rate continues to outpace the global death rate, and the population keeps growing no matter what the diseases are out there. The bad news is a lot of people are dying from all sorts of causes. It's estimated that the global death rate is about 7.7 per 1,000 people, a little under 1% of the population every year, which means a lot of people looking over their shoulder for the Grim Reaper. A real-life two-headed Frankenstein dog. A Pepsi-Cola Navy comes out of the Soviet Union. How one man saved us from nuclear war. And an island full of cannibals. Today we have it all, but first let's talk about death. Number 50. 1 in every 4 Russian men will die before the age of 55. A statistic in any other country that would have some politicians shouting from the rooftops, "State of emergency, dagnabbit." In the UK, only 7% of men die before 55. In the US, it's closer to 10%. Life expectancy for men in the UK, which has gone down a bit recently, is around 79. For men in the US, according to recent data from the National Center for Health Statistics, it has also just gone down from 76.3 to 75.1. But for Russian guys, it's a staggering 64 years, a worrying figure for such a developed country. As you'll now see, there's a reason for this, something you might say is one of Russia's most indomitable foes. Number 49. The answer is vodka. Sure, we all know booze is bad for the liver and other organs when taken in large quantities, but when vodka starts being drunk like water, there's a problem. According to a study undertaken at Oxford University, the average Russian drinks about 20 liters of vodka a year. But that's taking into account all the non-drinkers and sensible drinkers. Those that booze do so with enthusiasm. And that's why some studies say vodka will end up being the cause of death for close to 40% of all Russian working men. When an expert was asked to explain why Russian men are killing themselves in ridiculous numbers after a life of mainlining vodka, he said, "It's not considered out of order to drink until you can't function in Russia. It just seems to be part of being a guy in Russia that you're expected to drink heavily." Okay, now for something even more shocking. Number 48. You all know how hard the Russian people and other parts of the Soviet Union had it in the Second World War. It's thought that around 27 million Soviet soldiers and civilians died in total, although that number can change depending on what study you're reading. Still, when you consider that all US deaths related to the war total to about 400,000, you can really understand how bad the folks in the Soviet Union had it. Now you'll see the one reason why people had no choice but to fight. Number 47. Refusing to fight in the Soviet Union or deserting as a soldier was often a literal death sentence. It's thought 212,400 people were executed after being accused of desertion, but a lot more soldiers were court-martialed after being accused of doing something that wasn't in line with the Soviet war effort. One study says a total of 994,300 people were court-martialed, with the outcome usually being a bullet to the head or the horror of the Gulag. The historian Max Hastings put the number of deaths by execution at around 300,000. That's some number given the total British military deaths during the war totaled to 383,700. And then there was famine, and that led to a catastrophe like no other. Number 46. It's thought that wartime famine killed around 4 million Soviet people during the Second World War. If you want to explore the pinnacle of this suffering, you only have to look at the Siege of Leningrad, arguably one of the most awful events that happened during that appalling war. The siege lasted 872 days and took about 1.2 million civilian lives. But again, remember, when we're talking about the casualties of war, various research shows different numbers. The number of casualties in this scenario range between 700,000 and 1.5 million. The stories of what happened inside that city will make the hairs on your back stand on end. Number 45. The starved people of the city were so desperate that some of them took down wallpaper, boiled the paste, and ate it. At times you could see folks walking around chewing on shoe leather. Then, when people started to get scurvy, pine needles were used to extract vitamin C. Elena Martila, who was 18 at the time, wrote in a letter, "Things are getting very bad here. I don't expect to survive this." She actually went around the city drawing sketches of the horrors that faced her daily. She talked about the starvation of people robbed of all hope, describing them as the walking dead. But what's amazing is that some people kept on working. For instance, even with no power in bitterly cold winter, the Zoological Institute stayed open. A guy named Axel Reichardt was working on his most brilliant book, The Fauna of the Soviet Union, when one day he was found slumped over in a chair, dead from starvation. The musical comedy theater stayed open, but the actors were so tired they could hardly move. One of them died on the stage while playing a part in The Three Musketeers. Elena Skrajbina said bodies lay everywhere in the streets. She added those half-dead people who are still around don't even pay attention to them. And then there was the cannibalism. Number 44. While the party officials of the Soviet Union were enjoying their stockpiles of food, some desperate people in Leningrad had turned to eating each other. One man wrote on a wall, "Citizens, down with the regime that lets us die of starvation. We are being robbed by scoundrels who deceive us, who stockpile food and leave us to go hungry." A 50-year factory worker was arrested after that and was executed by a firing squad. Dying slowly and seemingly abandoned by the people that had thrust them into the war, the public resorted to some unsavory tactics to ensure their survival. One January alone, an official report said there had been 42 cases of cannibalism. The bodies were found with chunks of flesh missing from around the legs and breasts. Now, the weakest people were being hunted, not just for their valuables but for their meat. On February 4th, a man visited the militia office, and what he witnessed were 12 women, all accused of cannibalism. None of them denied it. That man wrote in his diary, one woman, utterly worn out and desperate, said that when her husband fainted through exhaustion and lack of food, she hacked off a part of his leg to feed herself and her children. Okay, let's change the subject for now. Number 43. You just heard about wealth on an unimaginable scale, but did you know that right now the city of Moscow has more billionaires per capita than any other city in the world? According to Forbes in 2021, Beijing and New York have more billionaires, but they have more people living there. Hong Kong is also on the list, but it's a city and also a special administrative region of China. There are other cities with a higher concentration of millionaires though, including Geneva, San Francisco, and Stockholm. Number 42. This next one sounds like fake news, but we actually found a large number of resources saying it was a real thing. In school, in Russia, kids are sometimes told not to smile, or at least they're told only to smile when there's a good reason for it. Russians don't tend to smile just to try and be polite. A smile must be genuine, and when you think about it, that's not such a bad idea. We bet none of you knew the answer to this next one. Number 41. If we asked you what the distance between Russia and the USA is, we're sure, like everyone else, you'd be thinking in the thousands of miles. Actually, it's 2.4 miles. That's because of two islands named Diomede and Big Diomede. The big one belongs to Russia and the small one belongs to the US. Right now, the big one has no permanent population, but there's a weather station there and you might find some border guards there too. In 1987, an American woman named Lynn Cox swam from the American island to the Russian island. The Russian leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, said, "Last summer it took one brave American by the name of Lynn Cox just 2 hours to swim from one of our countries to the other. We saw on television how sincere and friendly the meeting was between our people and the Americans when she stepped onto the Soviet shore." Okay, let's talk about space. Number 40. We're going to talk later about how incredibly talented Russian scientists have been through the years. But one thing we imagine you all know is that the first man in space was Russian. His name was Yuri Gagarin and he was a cosmonaut. But what's the difference between a cosmonaut and an astronaut? The answer is there really isn't one. It's just cosmonauts are trained at the Russian Space Agency and astronauts are trained at NASA or other countries' space agencies. We guess we should also discuss the most important matter in space, something the Russians have been quite open about. Number 39. In the year 2000, you might have read a story about cosmic couplings, a project between Russia and the US involving people having sex in space to figure out how zero-gravity sex would work and if it was sustainable if more humans went to space. That story was apparently a hoax. But let's face it, humans are humans, and a long stint in space might be hard when you have to bottle up your sexual feelings and impulses. US astronauts have always been a bit coy when talking about sex in space or even secretly beating the beaver. But you can trust a Russian cosmonaut to tell you how it is. The cosmonaut Valery Polyakov kept a diary, and in it he bared the truth about how he felt up there. He wrote psychological support service and does some nice, colorful movies which help to recover our will to act like a normal adult male. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Number 38. And that's the thing about many Russians, they can be brutally honest, even when someone might get upset. We went to a web forum where Russians discussed this, and indeed, they said they're in general more brutally honest than most other cultures. You say it how it is, unlike, say, a Brit who might be nice as pie to your face, and then when you walk away, he says, "I really can't with that dude." Another Russian guy even put it partly down to the weather, saying, "Getting straight to the point is considered a vital survival skill when you want to keep out of the cold. Simple as that." Talking about cold, this next one is insane. Number 37. You can imagine that people don't have much time for small talk when they live in the coldest city in the world. That's a place in Siberia called Yakutsk. In July, the temperature might get up to around 25 degrees Celsius, but for many months in the fall, winter, and spring, the place is freezing, with the temperature often somewhere around minus 40 degrees Celsius. The record low there was negative 65 degrees Celsius. But life goes on. Construction workers don't take days off unless the temperature is especially unforgivable, and kids still go to school unless the temperature gets down below negative 55 degrees Celsius. To combat the cold, people wear lots of furs, which is something many people all over the world have decreed. When a Yakutsk resident was asked what she thought about her being criticized for her choice of clothes, she said, "They should all come live in Siberia for a couple of months and see if they're still so worried about the animals. You need to wear fur here to survive. Nothing else keeps you warm." And what if you didn't have furs? Number 36. During Joseph Stalin's time as a leader, he had many people sent to the gulags. This paranoid man didn't think twice about getting rid of the slightest political threat to his power. It's said that during his Great Purge, around 700,000 people were killed, although that number could be much higher. At least 116,000 people died in the gulags, and the winter being responsible for many of those deaths. Number 35. When Stalin was a revolutionary, he himself was sent to Siberian exile a total of 7 times. He escaped 6 times, although once he almost froze to death doing so. This next one is arguably the most insane story when it comes to those horrifying prisons. Number 34. In the 1930s, over 6,000 people were removed from their homes and sent to a special settlement in one of the most remote parts of Siberia. This was called Nazino Island. Any people that tried to escape were shot. When the people got there, there was little flour to eat and hardly any tools to farm with. They were left on a cold, desolate island with virtually nothing. Within 13 weeks, 4,000 of them were dead. Some of the dead were eaten, and some people killed the weak for their flesh. Here's one account of one instance of depravity. On the island, there was a guard named Kostya Venikov, a young fellow. He fell in love with a girl who'd been sent there and was courting her. He protected her. One day, he had to be away for a while, and he told one of his comrades, "Take care of her." They didn't. They tied her to a tree and proceeded to cut off chunks of her flesh. When the guy got back, she was still breathing, but many parts of her were gone. Hence, this place got the name Cannibal Island. Soviets managed to keep the story secret for many years, but it got out in the end. After that, we think we'll do a quick fire round about some really positive things that have happened in Russia. Number 33. In 1869, a Russian chemist named Dmitry Mendeleev published what would be the first periodic table of elements. Number 32. We all love trams, and we have a Russian named Fyodor Pirotsky to thank for building the first electric tramway. Number 31. Method actors are sometimes a bit of a handful for other actors, but you can't argue that people such as Daniel Day-Lewis take acting to another level. We have a Russian man to thank for that. His name was Konstantin Stanislavski. He put the science into acting by developing a complex system that should, if followed, help an actor get right to the heart of a character. Number 30. Russians, or some Russians, believe in superstitions. That's why you might see in Russia that you'll rarely see empty bottles on tables. It's supposed to bring hardship in the future if you leave them out. It might not be true, but some people say it's because when Russians were in France during the Napoleonic Wars, the waiters only charged for the empty bottles they counted, so naturally the Russian soldiers hid them under the table. We bet none of you knew the answer to this next one. Number 29. If you took a quiz in school and were asked which country in the world had the most trees, we imagine many of you would start thinking about tropical rainforests and sprawling jungles. But it is Russia that actually has the most trees in the world. If you ever spent days on end on the Siberian Express, you might have guessed that. In case you were curious, number 2 for the most trees is Canada, 3 is Brazil, and 4 is the USA. Number 28. Counting trees is a pain in the backside, but the estimate is that Russia has a total of 643 billion trees, covering about 45% of the country's land area. Number 27. Another natural record that Russia holds is the fact that it has the largest freshwater lake in the world. That lake is Lake Baikal, and it holds 23,615.39 cubed kilometers of water. It goes down to a depth of 1,642 meters. This means that it holds about 22% of the world's fresh surface water. Number 26. We'll be back with some wacky and weird stuff in a second, but first, you ought to know that the Russian Ministry of Science and Higher Education says there are 270 languages and dialects in the country. Number 25. As you know, the Soviet Union was home to some of the world's best scientists. Those scientists were sometimes hired to work on certain secret military initiatives, and that didn't always end well. One of them we now call the biological Chernobyl, but its more formal name is the Sverdlovsk anthrax leak. In short, biological weapons were being tested at a Soviet military research facility, but on one very dark day in 1979, some anthrax escaped through the vents. That got into people's nostrils in the factory, and the wind blew it to villages nearby. Soon, people started feeling really ill. Some even had blue hands. But the people in charge said it was just a really bad case of food poisoning. It's thought that 66 people died, but of course the authorities tried to play the matter down. In fact, even when American spies started saying it looked like a lab leak, the Russians just kept talking about tainted meat. This went on for years, and anyone who knew the truth was told they'd be in big trouble if they talked. When a Wall Street Journal correspondent went there in 1991 to look at records and chat with people, he came back saying what he found were stories that were riddled with inconsistencies, half-truths, and plain falsehoods. Now for something else that the Russians didn't want anyone to know about, although hiding it was impossible. Number 24. When 2 Russian passenger planes crashed together in the sky in 1979, the first thought of the bigwigs was to try to suppress the news. It wasn't a good look. It made Russian aviation look bad. But it really was a rookie mistake by controllers that led two Tu-134 planes to smack into each other, killing 178 people. But the news was hard to suppress because 17 of the families were part of a professional Uzbek soccer team called the Pakhtakor Football Club. Number 23. Even with all the horrors committed by Stalin back in the day, and we're talking mass torture, millions living in fear, and countless deaths, polls still show that right now he's actually pretty popular. The Moscow Times recently asked how this could be, citing a 2021 poll that said 56% of Russians think Stalin was a great leader. These numbers have been going up for years now. Even though Stalin atrocities happened not that long ago, at least to the majority, the experts say one reason is that the population don't read real history books about Russia and Stalin. According to the Moscow Times, most of these writings show a literal rewriting of history. This means many people are not too educated about the purges, massacres, and Stalin's deadly paranoia. Also, if you watch the YouTube channel Bald and Bankrupt, where a Brit uses his fluent Russian to travel to the nether regions of Russia and parts of the former Soviet Union, many people are stranded in poverty that looks like it belongs in another century. Some of the older people talk about their fondness of days gone by when communism gave them stuff more than they had now. The BBC talked to an expert who added this, saying much of the new love for Stalin is from people who live in harsh conditions while watching the elites live in utter luxury. Okay, one more Stalin story, which you have to admit is kind of funny. Number 22. In Robert Service's Stalin biography, he paints a pretty bad picture of Stalin, even though he does mention that Stalin was very well read and no doubt showed a lot of determination throughout his life. He writes that Stalin often used to throw parties for his officials, but at times these weren't fun at all. They were to check people out, to see how much they drank or didn't drink, or if they blurted stuff out while loaded. Meanwhile, Stalin would take notes, and sometimes after the party a person could be whisked off to a gulag or just fired. This kind of paranoia was exposed recently in a British satirical movie called Death of Stalin. Russia's culture ministry called it despicable, boring, repugnant, and insulting, and banned it. Still, many Russians absolutely loved it. Number 21. The longest railway line in the world is in Russia. It's the Trans-Siberian that we've just talked about, and it's a massive 5,753 miles long. You can get on in Moscow and travel all the way to Vladivostok. It should take 6 or 7 days, and there'll be over 70 stops in some of the most remote places you've ever seen. Now, back to the weird. Number 20. In 1698, Emperor Peter I of Russia went on a trip around Europe and came back thinking that many people in other countries looked pretty stylish compared to the Russians. Russia, he thought, just had too many beards. So he introduced a law stating that anyone who wants a beard must pay a tax, and those who don't pay the tax will be taken to a public place and have their beard forcibly shaved off. Not that much cash was generated, and later in the 18th century, Catherine the Great repealed the law. Okay, we can't get through an entire Russian top 50 without talking about Russian serial killers and the Russian mafia. The country has had some standout criminals. Number 19. With American serial killers hoarding all the Hollywood limelight, we rarely hear about Russian ones. But trust us, this country has some of the scariest, meanest killers in the world, and arguably the worst women serial killers. Olga Konstantinova Briskorn is right up there as one of the most prolific serial killers of all time. When you see her dressed in fine clothes and jewelry, you don't automatically think, that woman beat peasant kids to death. In fact, she killed an estimated 128 people. She was evil, pure evil. She might have built churches, but that was always just a facade for all her sadism. This next woman takes the biscuit when it comes to evil. Number 18. Again, the serial killer in question was a woman of nobility who tortured and killed possibly as many as 147 peasants. Her name was Darya Nikolaevna Saltykova. In the 1700s, she was known all over Moscow for her sadism. After the death of her husband, she started taking her anger out on anyone nearby who was poor. The authorities turned a blind eye to it at the start because, hey, she was a noble, and the victims were mere serfs. But there was justice in the end. Enough people complained, and she ended up being convicted of her crimes. Before she was sent to prison where she would later die, she had to stand at a busy place in Moscow with a sign around her neck that read, "This woman has tortured and murdered." Number 17. As for general crime in Russia these days, the country has been doing something right. There was a peak around 2007, but since then the crime rate has seen a huge decline. The homicide rate has fallen massively from 30.5 homicides per 100,000 people in 2001 to 6 homicides per 100,000 in 2017. While some TV shows depict Russia as dangerous and sometimes hostile, many people who really know what they're talking about say it's one of the most friendly and welcoming places on the planet, and not really dangerous at all provided you don't act silly. People may not smile all the time, but after sharing a few words with the locals, don't be surprised if you get invited into someone's home where you'll be treated very warmly. Still, stay away from the gangs. Number 16. We're sure you've all heard of the Russian Mafia. This is a serious organization that is structured similarly to the Italian Mafia, and when it comes to crime, they have fingers in just about all the crime pies. It's said that throughout the world, the Russian Mafia has 100,000 members and about 18,000 leaders. But who's the boss? Number 15. That's hard to say, but a name that often comes up is Semyon Mogilevich. His vast criminal enterprises, according to the FBI, make him the most dangerous mobster in the world. Much of his work is done with men in suits and could be said to be white-collar crime, although the experts say he also has a lot of blood on his hands. As a former anti-organized crime expert in the US once said, "I can tell you that Semyon Mogilevich is a serious and organized criminal as I've ever encountered, and I am confident that he is responsible for contract killings. But he looks so harmless, especially compared to those tattooed guys." Number 14. What the Russian gang tattoos mean is complicated. For example, the Madonna and child might just be a sign that the wearer of the tattoo has been in prison since childhood, or it might mean loyalty to a gang. A cross down the chest usually signifies that the person embraces the thieves-in-law traditions and does not betray the rules of that tradition. Various other tattoos will show you what kind of criminal you are, how many successes you've had, maybe the people you've killed, or how long you've been behind bars. But if you have these tattoos and you're lying about the actions behind them, you could either die or, according to one expert, be forced to take them off with a knife, sandpaper, a shard of glass, or a lump of brick. But we guess you all want to know what those stars mean, the ones that sometimes appear on the arms, chest, or on the knees. An 8-pointed star near the shoulders could mean this person has a lot of authority, and if on the knees, that can mean this person kneels to no one. Some interesting ones are a snake around the neck designating a drug addiction. One guy had eyes just above his waist, which was said to have meant that he was homosexual. Skulls sometimes mean the person has murdered, and the strange one of a girl catching her dress with a fishing line means the prisoner has committed a serious crime against a woman. As for a picture of a dagger going through the neck, that means this guy's killed someone in prison and will do it again if he's paid. Spiders are also interesting, since a spider moving upwards means someone is still active in a life of crime, but if the spider is going down, the person has given up the criminal life. Now for a Russian that went to prison and came out fighting. Number 13. We can't do a show on insane facts about Russia without talking about one of the many amazing writers that came from this country. Fyodor Dostoevsky is the man we'll choose because his story was insane. When he was 13, his mother died. When he was 18, his father, who was said to have been a terribly cruel man, was murdered. It was that time that Dostoevsky started having epileptic seizures. He later put pen to paper and everyone told him his stories were terrible. He was now broke too. So young, he got on the wrong side of the authorities and was sentenced to death. He was sure his death was imminent when he was waiting in the firing line to be shot. Then there was a last-minute letter which stated that he was merely being sent to prison in Siberia. There he was shackled the entire time, both arms and legs, but he felt like he'd been given a new life. He described his cell like this: intolerable closeness, unendurable cold. All the floors were rotten, filth on the floors an inch thick. One could slip and fall. We were packed like herrings in a barrel. There was no room to turn around. From dusk till dawn, it was impossible not to behave like pigs. Fleas, lice, and black beetles by the bushel. He spent 4 years in that hell and then a further 6 years in military exile. He lost a wife, a brother, and a child. Boy, did this guy have a tough life. But he just kept on writing positive things. One of them was, "The darker the night, the brighter the stars. The deeper the grief, the closer is God." This next one is both cute and wonderful. Number 12. Not long ago, it was reported that there was something like 35,000 stray dogs living around the massive Moscow subway complex, but a handful of them, maybe 20, knew which trains would take them to their destinations. They knew the right trains and the right stops. They also seemed to know which humans would be nice to them and who it's best not to approach. It's possible they used smells and lighting to know where they were, but it's hard to understand how they knew how long to stay on a certain train to get off at the correct stop. A Russian scientist summed it up, telling US media, "In Moscow, there are all sorts of stray dogs, but there are no stupid dogs." Number 11. We're sure you've heard of the game Tetris because it's one of the best-selling games of all time. But did you know it was invented by a Russian guy back in 1984? His name was Alexei Pajitnov. He started making some hard cash from his invention over a decade later when he formed the Tetris company. This next one should make you quake in your crocs if you've given it enough thought. Number 10. In 1908, in a remote part of Siberia, was the biggest impact ever recorded in human history. A meteor airburst destroyed around 80 million trees over a massive area of around 830 square miles. Maybe 3 people died, but that's only because this was one of the most remote areas that a rock from space could hit. The thing was probably around 160 to 200 feet wide and traveling at 60,000 miles per hour, but it disintegrated just before impact. Still, it caused tremendous damage. And we are sorry to inform you that asteroids don't choose remote places to hit out of the goodness of their hearts. It was just lucky that it hit where it did. It's estimated that the power of this thing was 1,000 times greater than the atomic bomb that hit Hiroshima. So if something like that hit a big city today, well, we're talking devastation on a massive scale. And why not? Given enough time, any city could win the asteroid lottery. That's why NASA keeps an eye on space and is working on ways to blow up large pieces of space rock before they get too close. Again, we bet you didn't know this next one. Number 9. We imagine you must have thought that the name Red Square had something to do with communism, but it doesn't. The name is actually derived from the word krasny, which means beautiful. Number 8. Russia didn't just put the first man in space, it also put the first dog in space, and its name was Laika. At age 2 in 1957, she went up on the satellite Sputnik 2. Before that, she was one of a number of stray dogs that were taken off the streets and joined the Soviet spaceflight program. They only chose female dogs because it was considered that girl pooches deal better with small spaces. She trained as a cosmonaut, being spun around in a centrifuge and practicing eating jellified food. The Soviets reported that she lasted close to 7 days in space and then was purposefully poisoned. But many years later, the truth came out. Laika actually only survived a few hours. Apparently, the exertion of going up and the subsequent weightlessness was too much for her. And this next story is even crazier. Number 7. You might not have heard of the name Vladimir Demikov. He was a pioneer when it came to organ transplantation, and later he inspired many others in the same field. So when we tell you he's often talked about only in relation to making a two-headed dog, just bear in mind that his work inspired surgeons all over the world. But yes, you heard that right. He made a two-headed dog. In the name of medical science, he did it many times. One of his creations appeared in Life magazine, a story about an experiment with a stray German shepherd named Brodyaga and a much smaller dog named Shavka. Once the transplant was done, both heads could see and smell and even swallow. But they only lasted 4 days. His best two-headed dog lived for a grand total of 29 days. Number 6. Back in the days of the Cold War, both the US and Russia made propaganda films. The US was often depicted as the out-of-control, decadent, capitalist country, and the US made Russia look mean and evil. Unfortunately, a lot of people believed in the hype. Things have changed, but Russia is still pretty strict when it comes to censoring media. The BBC reported in 2014 that President Vladimir Putin had signed off on a ban on curse words in movies, TV shows, theater productions, and other media. That was if they wanted a distribution certificate. But if someone sold DVDs containing swear words, they had to give it the label saying contains obscene language. Putin doesn't like swear words and thinks they're bad for the culture. But many Russians said F you to that law. Number 5. The word vodka actually comes from the word voda, which means water. Number 4. The Moscow subway is actually one of the most beautiful subways in the world, sometimes looking quite majestic. It's one reason why many folks online have talked about how great it is compared to the New York subway system, which looks as though it's part of a dystopian sci-fi movie, perhaps Escape from New York. This next one is just unbelievable, and we're not sure it's legal. Number 3. Reports surfaced that not long ago, some of the more wealthy folks in Moscow didn't take the subway. They liked to drive their luxury cars instead. But when traffic was really bad, they hired fake ambulances to rush through the traffic. Reports say these special taxis cost $200 an hour. Okay, now for something that'll blow your mind. Number 2. It was the 1980s and Russia wanted some of that delicious, obesity-causing drink Pepsi-Cola. Russian money wasn't accepted, so instead Pepsi agreed to exchange vodka for the drink. A lot of vodka. Then the Russians said, okay, how about instead we give you 17 submarines, a cruiser, a frigate, and a destroyer. In return, they got $3 billion worth of Pepsi. You might have heard that this made PepsiCo the 6th biggest navy in the world. And while in sheer numbers that wasn't far from the truth, the ships weren't useful and mostly went to scrapyards. The deal was more about business relations between the two nations at a time when communism was coming to an end. As Foreign Policy wrote, PepsiCo was more a middleman than a maritime power. This last one, we all would do well to never forget. Number 1. Little do many people know that one Russian might have saved the world from a disastrous war that could have killed many, many people. It sounds crazy, but on September 26, 1983, Stanislav Petrov did indeed save the world. On that day, he got the shock of his life when he looked at the nuclear early warning radar system at his command center, and it showed that the US had launched an intercontinental ballistic missile. Soon, the system said another 4 were on the way. Was this war? Had the Americans really gone full out this time? This was, after all, a time when relations weren't good between the countries, and the KGB did think the Americans might launch such an attack. As one expert later said, the Soviet Union right then was geared to expect an attack and retaliate very quickly to it. Petrov had to think on his feet. Should he tell his superiors and therefore likely be implicated in starting a deadly nuclear war? That was a big weight on his mind, so he decided to wait for a minute or two. As an expert later said, if he had told the higher-ups, Soviet nuclear doctrine called for a full nuclear retaliation. There would be no time to double-check the warning system, much less sneak negotiations in with the US. But he waited and tried to figure out why the US would send only 5 missiles over. The country had in its arsenal 23,305 nuclear warheads, compared to the Soviets' 35,804. Launching just 5 didn't make sense, so Petrov decided not to do anything. If Russia had retaliated, we're talking hundreds of millions dead. As for Petrov, if he'd been wrong, he would have been convicted of treason and executed. But he was right. The machine was faulty. There were no US missiles in the air. Petrov later said in an interview, "I was just at the right place in the right time." Yeah, it's a good job a steady head like his was at the controls. So we're going to go out on a limb and say that this Russian man was one of the great people of the century and is the happiest ending to this list. This video is sponsored by KiwiCo. Seriously fun and enriching science and art projects delivered directly to you. As the father of a 3-year-old, I couldn't have been happier than when I discovered KiwiCo. Their monthly boxes are full of hands-on projects and toys that are designed to expose kids to the concepts in STEAM. Their approach to teaching kids skills that allow them to be innovative and creative in order to become problem solvers who will one day change the world is something that I too feel extremely passionate about. I love putting these things together with my son, and he's always excited when a new box full of fun projects and toys arrives at our door. Each box contains everything you need, so no last-minute trips to the store for extra supplies. And the instructions are both detailed and kid-friendly. We just got the koala crate and put together our very own piece of stained glass art, which was just one of several projects in the crate. This one is specially designed for kids aged 2 to 4, and I don't need to tell you that we ended up with an absolute masterpiece. There's crates for all ages though, from age 0 to 104, so no matter how old the creative innovator in your life is, KiwiCo has something amazing for them. And now is the perfect time to try out KiwiCo for yourself. Infographic Show viewers get a special offer of 50% off their first month of any crate by going to kiwico.com/infographics. Get started with your own super fun project today. In 2021, on the International Space Station, thrusters suddenly fired as the result of a software glitch. It flipped backward about 540 degrees. A NASA flight director did something he never done before. He declared a spacecraft emergency. We'll come back to how things went down, but first, number 50. We'll give you some hard facts before we get into the stranger things about the International Space Station, which from now on we'll call by its abbreviated name, ISS. The first bit launched on November 20th, 1998. That was the Russian module called Zarya. Then came the US module Unity. The space station is made up of several different modules, all serving a purpose that we'll get into today. All you need to know is that it's kind of like a high-tech space Lego, with different countries all doing their part to build it, take care of it, and use it. Those countries are Russia, the US, Canada, Japan, and various countries involved that belong to the European Space Agency. In 2011, NASA said it was completed. It became the first truly international space station. Number 49. All these parts make the ISS 357 feet in length, about 108 meters. It's about the size of a football field. American football, that is, although a soccer pitch is a similar size. Number 48. That great heap of a thing is currently orbiting around the Earth, around 250 miles away. It's moving pretty fast too, at around 17,500 miles per hour. At that speed, it can orbit the Earth every 90 minutes. Okay, but can you see it from down here? Number 47. Yes, you can, as long as you have clear skies. There are thousands of places on Earth from where you can easily spot the ISS. It's the third brightest object in the sky, and it's no big deal to get a glimpse. If you want to know where to look and when, NASA has a website called Spot the Station. NASA says it looks like a bright, fast-moving plane. Don't get too excited. No sooner than you see it, it's gone. Number 46. Folks didn't live in the ISS at the start. Astronauts first were sent there on November 2nd, 2000. They were 2 Russian dudes, Yuri Gidzenko and Sergei Kirkolev, and 1 American dude, Bill Shepard. After they laid down the home sweet home doormat, the ISS had people on it ever since. As for what they did first, it involved a lot of unpacking and assembling of critical things. They spent about 4 months in total unpacking and assembling, which could probably have earned them a fortune if they had their own unboxing YouTube channel. Let's now talk about life on the ISS, which is not always a bed of roses. Number 45. The last thing anyone needs up in space is everyone getting sick. Doesn't happen often for various reasons. Before astronauts go up there, they have to quarantine down here on Earth. That's sometimes called the Crew Health Stabilization Program. It can suck for the astronauts because they're in a kind of comfortable jail for 2 weeks. NASA said this before the last flight to the ISS. All of our crew must stay in quarantine for 2 weeks before they launch. This ensures that they aren't sick or incubating an illness when they get to the space station, and is called health stabilization. In quarantine, astronauts generally read a lot, exercise, and spend time using devices to have video chats with their families and friends. If they do come into contact with anyone, those people have to go get the green light from NASA flight surgeons. And that's all good, but has anyone been sick on the ISS? Number 44. Yes, they have. Astronauts have been known to get colds, respiratory infections, skin infections, and sometimes urinary tract infections. But how to deal with that up in space? Number 43. There might not be a doctor on the ISS, but all the astronauts will have had some basic medical training, and there are also basic medical supplies. Infections are generally just treated with antibiotics, so they aren't usually a problem. The bad news is bacterial infections are more deadly in space because of microgravity. Antibiotics don't work as well up there either. The good news is NASA has a bunch of medical experts down below who often talk to the astronauts about bruises, cuts, and if need be, a burning sensation when peeing. Also, there might be a crew surgeon up there. One former surgeon was asked what would happen if someone got a urinary tract infection on the ISS. He said a crew member with a UTI would be isolated in their sleep quarter while symptomatic and wear a mask for containment, have cultures done to identify the organism for appropriate treatment. We guess you now want to know where all the pee and poop go. Number 42. First of all, you need to understand something about zero gravity. If an astronaut were to leak in space as they do down here, the stuff would get everywhere. As for dropping the kids off at the pool, it could get messy. You don't want droplets getting into equipment or astronauts' mouths. Yuck. The original toilet on the ISS wasn't very convenient at all. Excuse the pun. Women had to pee standing up, and doing a number 2 meant getting strapped to the perimeter of the toilet and ensuring nothing could get out. According to reports, this was not ideal. In 2018, NASA spent a cool $23 million on a new kind of toilet. Astronauts now use a hose for peeing, and for pooping they drop the kids off into a vacuum. It's still tricky business, but there are all kinds of handrails, so astronauts don't slip and fire a jet of loose poop somewhere it's not meant to go. The toilet still looks like a toilet, with a seat and a bowl, but now with strong suctioning force, everything comes out of the orifices and into the hole without any problems. But where does it all go? Number 41. Water is heavy, right? You also need a lot of it for a bunch of astronauts over a period of months. And that's why pee gets recycled up there. There's a saying on the ISS which goes, today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee. Poop is a different beast, of course. Some of the poop might go back down to Earth to be tested, but seeing as the average astronaut will produce about 180 pounds in 1 year, you just can't bring all that poop home. Most of it goes into waste canisters, and when cargo ships are coming back, they let the canisters go. They're burned up during re-entry. If you had a telescope, you maybe could see this in action. Although we doubt anyone has ever seen a poopierite. Number 40. There are 2 bathrooms on the ISS. In 2009, one of them broke down and a queue formed. Everyone had to pee over in the Russian module after that. Number 39. There's also 1 gym and 6 places for sleeping astronauts. The ISS is designed to hold 6 people, although more people have stayed on it. When astronauts are not working, they spend at least 2 hours exercising. Remember that with zero gravity, they're not using their muscles much. Over time, that could be bad for the astronaut, so they have to be strict about their exercise routine. Now you might want to know, how do they do that? Number 38. They need machines, of course. Right now, astronauts use a bicycle, a treadmill, and a specially designed weightlifting machine known as the ARED, aka the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device. All 3 of these machines are designed to give a person a full-body workout. They don't skip leg days. Obviously, lifting weights in zero gravity wouldn't be very hard at all, but the ARED machine is designed so that astronauts can do things like squats, deadlifts, and bench presses, and it'll work out the muscles just like the same exercises in the real world. As for the treadmill, cords strap them to it. They ride the bicycle in a similar way by being held to it. Number 37. The longest time in space by a US astronaut is 342 consecutive days by Scott Kelly. The Russian astronaut Valery Polyakov spent 438 consecutive days back in the day on the Russian Mir space station. Number 36. From 2019, NASA's astronauts will be ferried to the ISS by the SpaceX Crew Dragon and Boeing CST-100 spacecraft instead of aboard the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Number 35. In total, 244 astronauts, cosmonauts, and space tourists have been on the ISS. Number 34. There isn't really any difference between an astronaut and a cosmonaut. The former word comes from the Greek star sailor and the latter from the Greek universe sailor. Cosmonauts are trained in Russia and astronauts elsewhere. Number 33. In 2001, U.S. entrepreneur Dennis Tito became the first space tourist on the ISS. He spent almost 8 days up there for the cost of around $20 million. When asked about the experience, he said, "The pencils started floating in the air, and I could see the blackness of space and the curvature of the Earth. I was euphoric. I mean, it was the greatest moment of my life to achieve a life objective, and I knew then that nothing could ever beat this." Number 32. The space station weighs in the region of 420,000 kilograms. That's about the weight of 320 cars or 70 large African elephants. Number 31. U.S. astronaut Peggy Whitson holds the U.S. record for most days in space, although not consecutive days. In 2017, that record was 665 days. The top 8 places all go to Russians, with Gennady Badalka coming in top with 878 days under his space belt. Number 30. The outside of the ISS needs to be fixed and added to and upgraded. That's why there have been 241 spacewalks in total. Number 29. They can be dangerous, but so far no one has ever died. Still, listen to this next story. Number 28. An Italian astronaut named Luca Parmitano almost drowned in space when he went on a spacewalk in 2013. His helmet went kaput. The ventilation system failed, and so water started filling the inside. This is how he explained it. "It completely covered my eyes and nose. It was really hard to see. I couldn't hear anything. It was really hard to communicate. I couldn't breathe through my nose. I felt isolated, and when I tried to tell ground that I was having trouble finding my way, they couldn't hear me, and I couldn't hear them either." He then got back to the craft and was okay in the end. Number 27. On spacewalks, there are some zones that astronauts have to stay away from. Remember that they're outside a totally enclosed environment. A rip in their suit would cause a rather bad day. So the dangerous zones are the places where their suit could get torn. But what's the very worst thing that could happen? Number 26. The answer, of course, is just floating off into space. Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield said he doesn't expect this to happen, but it is his worst fear. It likely won't ever happen to anyone since astronauts are attached to an 85-foot braided steel tethering rope when they go on a spacewalk. But what if that somehow snapped? Number 25. They would likely still be okay. That's because they can press a button that will release a small joystick. This controls the jetpack that all spacewalkers wear. In the 1970s, there were no jetpacks. Back then, when 2 astronauts named Pete Conrad and Joe Kerwin were outside the Skylab space station, they came loose. Luckily for them, they could be pulled back in by the tether. Okay, but if the very worst thing happened. Number 24. If an astronaut's jetpack malfunctioned and the rope somehow snapped, well, nothing's gonna save that person. He or she would just float off, likely tumbling about a bit. The good news is there would be about 7.5 hours of air to breathe, and with any luck, the tumbling bit might calm down. The astronaut could just relax, sip on some cool water, and drift off. Then they'd choke to death. That's all a bit dark. Now let's talk about something nice. Number 23. Food. Glorious food. On the ISS menu, there are close to 200 items, although they're not always available all the time. Since they have to stay fit up there, astronauts don't survive on Doritos and alien-looking cheese dip. They usually eat at least 2,500 calories a day, and the food is nutritionally diverse. When they open a bag of dried food, they scan a barcode. This keeps track of what they eat. Number 22. Tortillas are a mainstay up there because they're easy to manipulate and they don't cause many crumbs. Crumbs on the ISS are a bit of a nightmare to clean up. According to NASA, crew members use them to make breakfast burritos, hamburgers, and even peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. That sounds okay, but remember there aren't any freezers or refrigerators for foodstuffs, so things are generally freeze-dried or thermostabilized so they don't go off. As for fruits and veg, because they spoil quickly, the crew eats them first. They then wait for a ship to come and hand over supplies. Number 21. In 2017, the ISS had its very first pizza party. We're now again going to explore something that again might seem a little childish, but as you'll see, it's serious business. Number 20. The question is, do astronauts ever get in a cosmic punch-up? Months together in a very tight space can't be easy. Let's imagine one day a Russian cosmonaut tells an American astronaut that Rocky IV was nothing but a vacuous exercise and anti-Russian propaganda designed to separate the ostensible goodies from the baddies and prolong the false narrative that the US is the world's unblemished protector. We couldn't find any instances of out-and-out punch-ups in space, but you only need to look at some diary entries from Russians to know astronauts are human, and yes, they can get annoyed with other astronauts. Cosmonaut Valery Rumin wrote in 1980, "All the necessary conditions to perpetrate a murder are met by locking 2 men in a cabin of 18 by 20 feet for 2 months." Another cosmonaut wrote, "Today was difficult. I don't think we, He and another guy understand what's going on with us. We silently pass each other, feeling offended. We have to find some way to make things better. Do astronauts on the ISS get peeved at each other? We guess they do, but there are no stories of serious altercations up there. NASA actually has a training program to deal with cabin fever to stop that from happening. Still, as you'll see now, astronauts will suffer psychologically while in space for a few months. Number 19. A psychiatrist in the US who studies how being in space affects the mind said months in space will take its toll on most astronauts. He said there are breakdowns, I think, in people's ability to tolerate psychosocial stresses after the first couple months. What's fascinating is what he says about what he learned from Russian space diaries. He said after those first 2 months, issues will pop up. Astronauts might feel bugged about personal space. They might have a disagreement that leads to them ignoring each other. The psychiatrist said these issues could become progressively worse over time unless they're dealt with and recognized. In fact, in the past, Russians and Americans have expressed they felt isolated when the language mostly used wasn't theirs. Still, one space psychologist wrote, "The selection of astronauts tends to favor people who don't have major characterological issues or neurotic issues. They're screened out." A NASA psychologist, though, said the difficult environment will always lead to some psychological stress. He used the term ICE, which stands for an isolated and confined environment. To practice this, astronauts spend time in cabins together in the remotest parts of Canada. He said up in space, people tend to get on, but at times, they'll get a little bored of each other. He said there are more issues and tension when astronauts from various countries have to work together. His conclusion, expecting the astronauts to be perfect individuals and never have any tensions and never have any conflict, never have any negative feelings, is completely unrealistic. So yeah, while the videos we see back home show an environment that looks like the Walton family, astronauts no doubt fall out from time to time. Number 18. To get a good view of everything, astronauts can head to a module that has 6 windows. It's called the Cupola Observational Module. The very thick windows all have metal shutters in case micrometeorites or other debris come knocking. What would happen if the space station was hit by something? Number 17. Larger things in space are tracked by the Department of Defense. The department can't pick up smaller stuff, so there's always some concern about getting whacked. But when we say small, we mean something really small can cause quite a bit of damage. The European Space Agency explained that one chip in the window of the cupola was caused by possibly a paint flake or smaller metal fragment no bigger than a few thousandths of a millimeter across. Number 16. All the cables that connect the electrics on the ISS measure around 8 miles. Number 15. There are over 350,000 sensors up there, all to make sure the ISS and the crew remain safe. Number 14. Scott Kelly was asked what he did when he had free time on his hands. He said he used Twitter and occasionally watched Netflix. His 2 favorite shows were Better Call Saul and Game of Thrones. Number 13. Astronauts don't have direct internet. Instead, their connection is linked to NASA's communication system. If there was a punch-up after the Russian crowd all started shouting support for Rocky, it wouldn't be live-streamed on Facebook. Number 12. US astronauts also have a bunch of movies they can pick up from a library. Some of them include The Matrix, Moon, Blade Runner, Terminator 2, Armageddon, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Alien, Aliens, Alien Resurrection, and Rocky IV is not on the list. Now, you need to hear how they wash their clothes up there. Number 11. As you know, water is very precious on the ISS. There isn't enough to wash clothes, so astronauts have to wear the same clothes for quite a few days. Maybe that would put you off going into space, but former British astronaut Tim Peake explained why it's not all that bad. He said, "We live in temperature-controlled environments, so clothes don't get as dirty as they might on Earth. Some of the items, like socks or our exercise gear, sometimes have antibacterial materials in them too. Underwear is usually changed every 2 to 3 days, socks and t-shirts every week, but trousers and shorts will usually be worn for an entire month before they get ditched." As you'll now see, this isn't the worst part about living in space. Number 10. In a Q&A, Peake was asked, "What's the grossest thing about living in space?" He replied, "By far the grossest thing about living in space is watching the soles of your feet disintegrate during the first couple months in space. The reason is astronauts aren't using their feet up there, so the soles get very, very soft. The skin drops off, which is something astronauts have to be really careful about." He said you can become quite unpopular if you take off a sock quickly and let all the flakes of skin loose. Gross is fine, but what about something more dangerous? Number 9. A former NASA astronaut named Clayton Anderson said the 3 biggest dangers on the space station are number 1, fire, number 2, depressurization, and number 3, a toxic spill. Number 8. As for fire, the US module has CO2 fire extinguishers and the Russian side has soapy water ones. From what we can see, there hasn't been an accidental fire up there, although astronauts have done experiments with fires. Depressurization will also be a huge downer. If it ever happened, it would likely be the result of an impact with some space junk or a rock. If it were to happen, the astronauts would all group together, usually at the Russian service module. There, they would discuss a plan of action. Anderson explained, by dividing the space station in half, we can quickly deduce which half is leaking, the Russian side or the US side. Once that's known, we continue methodically closing hatches but not locking until the leaking module is isolated. As for a toxic spill, as soon as someone smells something weird and fears one, they'll press the alarm. All astronauts will subsequently put on oxygen masks. Number 7. Nothing that crazy has happened up there. At the start, we mentioned a thruster going off due to a software glitch. It did cause a spin, but inside the space station, the astronauts didn't feel a thing. Still, tipping like that was certainly something to be concerned about. Number 6. NASA actually released a lengthy report by an ISS safety task force. We'll be honest with you, some of what we read was a little above our pay scale as non-rocket scientists. Here's what the report said are the main dangers: micrometeoroid and orbital debris penetration of the ISS pressure wall or other critical hardware, a catastrophic collision with the ISS by a visiting vehicle or robotic arm, an onboard fire that results in loss of crew life or the ISS vehicle, a toxic spill in the crew habitable volume, a catastrophic system failure. There was absolutely no mention of an alien facehugger bursting through a guy's stomach during mealtime. It seems NASA does not take an alien invasion of the ISS seriously at all. 119 pages and nothing about aliens. This next part is interesting though. Number 5. Imagine one of the astronauts received a command from ground control and they thought, that sounds a bit sketchy. NASA called this an errant command. For that reason, any command that could potentially lead to the loss of life has 2 stages. They are arm and fire. In fact, there are lots of safety protocols when it comes to commands. The ISS receives about 100,000 commands every year, and 99.95% of them have been accurate. Still, there has to be a backup for that very slight chance that a command is telling the crew to do the wrong thing. Number 4. We're really bugged that there was no talk about aliens in that report, but we did manage to find some alien chatter involving the ISS. In 2017, a report stated that Russia may have found extraterrestrial bacteria clinging to the ISS. A cosmonaut said at the time that the bacteria came from outer space and settled along the external surface. They're being studied so far, and it seems that they pose no danger. Years have now passed, and it seems the alien talk was just a storm in a teacup. The next question: do astronauts dream of electric sheep? Number 3. It seems they don't, but they often dream of weightlessness when they're on the ISS. According to NASA, they also suffer from space-related nightmares. Scott Kelly said for him, sleeping on the ISS was a figurative nightmare. Astronauts have to be inside a sleeping bag, and it's not easy to change position. There are no morning and no night, so they don't appreciate the end of the day as we do. There's also a constant humming noise, so it's like sleeping in a box of mechanical bees. Kelly said he always had a bad night's sleep, adding, "My dreams are sometimes space dreams and sometimes Earth dreams, and they are crazy." Now you'll see the lengths astronauts are prepared to go just to be clean. Number 2. One important thing you need to know before you endeavor to go into space is astronauts don't spit. They swallow when it comes to brushing their teeth. First, astronauts put some water in a bag. That bag can't just be let go, it has to be hooked onto the wall, otherwise it'll float off. Then they squeeze a tiny bit of water onto the brush's bristles by holding the brush above the bag. Next, they apply the paste. That paste goes back into the bag and is hooked to the wall. Brushing has to be done with the mouth closed as much as possible, otherwise the mess can go everywhere, including all over the person's face. When they're done, they swallow. Just so you know, the toothpaste is edible. As for washing, they usually use a wet towel with soap on it. After they've applied that, they can use another wet towel without soap to finish up. This is how they wash their entire body. As for their hair, they use a waterless shampoo. Number 1. This last one is short and sweet, but it's also the best way we can think to end the show. We imagine you've never asked yourself, what does space smell like? Turns out space does have a unique smell. Scott Kelly said it smells of burning metal. Chris Hadfield said a burnt steak and gunpowder. Don Pettit described the smell as being a rather pleasant, sweet metallic, a little bit like welding fumes. Space sounds awful, come to think of it. Prison, the final frontier for some folks, and a very bad gap year for others. What happens inside those prison walls often stays within those walls, but the horrors and harsh facts do creep out from time to time. We sent our intrepid team of researchers to find out the craziest things that have happened and are happening inside prisons, and what they came back with blew our minds. Welcome to the insane world of the penitentiary. Number 50. It's a fact that anyone who goes to prison has a higher chance of dying than people on the outside. A 50% higher chance. And think about it for a second, aren't there more ways to die on the outside? Maybe, but prisoners in some lockups face mistreatment by guards and the wrath of other inmates on a daily basis. There are also the issues of poor nutrition, not great healthcare packages, stress, and depression. 49. It's well known that the USA locks up more people per capita than any other country. But did you know that in 2019, a staggering 2.3 million Americans were doing time? Over a fifth of the entire world's prison population is in the USA. 48. Some other countries also seem to enjoy putting a lot of people in prison. After the US, next on the list for most prisoners per 100,000 is El Salvador. After that country comes Turkmenistan. 47. An investigation in 2014 found that the portions of food were so small at Gordon County Jail in Calhoun, Georgia, that some prisoners resorted to eating toothpaste. 46. He's a sadist to some and a savior to others. But one thing's for sure, and that's the fact that Sheriff Joe Arpaio is proud of how little to eat he gives his prisoners in Arizona. He gleefully wrote in his biography that his 15 to 40 cent prisoner meals were the cheapest meals in America. 45. We can tell you that this one blew us away, and that's the fact that there are more jails in the US than there are colleges. 44. In 2013 in California, around 10,000 people were released early, but not for good behavior. They were let out because prisons in the state were overcrowded. But here's the punchline. Some people doing time for violent offenses came out when folks convicted of non-violent drug offenses went in. 43. Those people serving time for non-violent drug offenses make up about half of the US's federal prison population. Those offenses are the reason the prison population has quadrupled since the early 1980s. 42. Brazilian prisons were getting so full, the country said, enough's enough. Let's come up with a way to reduce the number of people doing time. The government introduced the Redemption Through Reading program, which meant that prisoners could get up to 48 days off their sentence if they read a book. We know what you're thinking, that lots of prisoners could just cheat and skim the book. Well, that wasn't possible because each prisoner had to write a comprehensive book report. This initiative worked in two ways, because the books were giving the prisoners an education as well as an early release date. 41. An American guy named Richard Lee McNair escaped prison a whopping 3 times, and he got pretty creative about how he did it. In 2006, he actually got into a crate and mailed himself out of prison. It didn't end well for this guy since he's now doing time in the maximum security facility ADX Florence. 40. The Aryan Brotherhood gang in the US is bloodthirsty, to say the least. At one point, they were responsible for something like 18 to 25% of homicides that took place inside federal prisons. This gang was founded back in 1964 by a bunch of Irish-American bikers, and right now there are about 20,000 of them serving time in prisons. 39. In 1971, a guy named Joel Kaplan was sitting in cell 10 of the Santa Maria Acatitla prison in Mexico City when a helicopter noisily landed in the prison yard. The guards thought some dignitary from the government had come to visit, but Joel knew better. Some guys came out of the helicopter, collected Joel, and then flew him out of the prison. The story gets much weirder since after Joel made his way back to the USA, he claimed that what he had done was entirely legal. He said no one got hurt and even the helicopter was paid for and met FAA standards. The Mexican authorities might have disagreed with that, but they never asked for extradition. 38. Oklahoma can be proud of being the prison capital of the world. In this state, there are 1,079 prisoners for every 100,000 people. That might not mean much to you, so consider the fact that in the country of Germany, there are 78 people locked up in every 100,000. 37. Here's the very sad story about a man named Jonathan Magby. When he was just 4 years old, he was hit by a car, and after that he was paralyzed from the neck down. Since he couldn't use his body, a nurse had to care for him, and she basically was at his side each and every day. But get this, Jonathan smoked weed now and again because that helped with his condition. The cops didn't much like that, and when Jonathan was 27, he was jailed for 10 days for marijuana possession. If that's not bad enough, his carers told officials that this guy needed constant care, and he needed a ventilator, which he didn't get while he was behind bars. The awful end of the story is that Jonathan died on his 4th day in jail. By serving and protecting him, they killed him. Yeah, we're guessing that you think we haven't found more insane stories than that. Well, you'd be wrong. It's gonna get worse. 36. There's a woman in Thailand who holds the record for being sentenced to the most time for a female criminal. Her name is Chamoy Tipiaso, and after being found guilty of ripping off thousands of Thais in a pyramid scheme, she was handed down 141,078 years. You might wonder, is there any chance this woman could do the time? Well, it turns out that she only ended up serving 8 of those years. 35. Here at the Infographic Show, we'd like nothing more than to tell you stories about the infamous Alcatraz prison, The Rock, as it was fondly known. Back in the day, when the Rock was the home of the likes of Al Capone and other criminals the US didn't want to escape, the prison had a policy to give every prisoner the availability of hot showers. Wow, you might be thinking, how humanitarian of the authorities. Well, a bleeding heart is not the reason those prisoners got hot, steamy showers. The reasoning was that if they enjoyed the hot water showers, they'd more easily freeze to death if they tried to escape and swam in the cold waters of San Francisco Bay. 34. There once was a man named Troy Leon Gregg, and he committed the heinous crime of murdering 2 people. He was eventually arrested for that and told that he was going to get the death penalty. Fast forward to 1980 in death row at Georgia State Prison. On a warm July night, Troy and some other guys made American history when they escaped from death row. The thing is, Troy's freedom didn't last long. One of the things he did on his first night was to go to a bar, but there he got into a fight with a biker and was beaten to death. As for those other escapees, they were all eventually caught and sent back to prison. 33. In 2019, the Netherlands was having a problem that the US hadn't experienced for a long time. That was the fact that the crime rate was so low, it had to start closing down lots of its prisons. 32. In 1992, there was a riot at Carandiru Penitentiary in Brazil after a fight in a soccer game got out of hand. The military police were called because the 15 guards had no chance of controlling the more than 2,000 prisoners. What happened next has simply been called a massacre, and that's because those cops just started shooting anyone they saw, even if the prisoners were surrendering. This resulted in the death of 111 prisoners, and not even one injury to a cop. In 2013, for their actions that day, 23 of those cops were sentenced to a total of 156 years. 31. This is the story about an esteemed cancer doctor named Chester Milton Southam. Much of Chester's life was concerned with finding a cure for this terrible disease, but you could say this man might have skipped some of his ethics classes. That's because old Chester injected cancer cells into prisoners at Ohio Penitentiary. Did he get the prisoners' consent before he did this, you might wonder? Well, the short answer is, like hell he did. Don't worry, his ethics or lack thereof were later criticized. 30. We'll stick with this Ohio prison and tell you that in 1930, a terrible fire raged through the building, and you can only imagine the terror of that happening when you're locked in a cell. The guards didn't even unlock the doors. Those guys were so fearful of what might happen to them. There's both a happy and a sad ending to this story, because even though 322 inmates died in the fire, many more escaped after some inmates overpowered the guards and started running around opening doors. 29. We just know you're gonna think we're making things up now, but we can assure you that this is 100% the truth. In Canada, they have a polar bear jail. Yeah, you heard that right. When those great beasts start causing trouble up in Churchill, Manitoba, they get sent to the polar bear holding facility. The bears do anything from 2 to 30 days behind bars and then get relocated to the wild. If you're thinking that no bears actually serve time, then think again, because lately, the 20-cell facility had to add on another 8 cells. The polar bear crime rate has skyrocketed of late because of what you might call poverty in their natural environment. 28. The Louisiana State Penitentiary has sometimes been called the Alcatraz of the South, and even worse, the bloodiest prison in America. Back in the day, it was a hellhole, and that's no exaggeration. At one point, 1 in every 10 prisoners had a stab wound, and if a knife didn't get them, the harsh work would. Things got so bad in the 1950s that 31 inmates completely slashed their Achilles tendons just to bring some attention to the injustices they were suffering. We'd like to tell you that things got better, although just recently the place has been in headlines for its corrupt guards. 27. When Hurricane Katrina happened, you'd think that prisoners in New Orleans would have been taken from their cells. That's what should have happened. But in actuality, hundreds of prisoners were left up to their necks in water in their cells without food or water. The inmates were eventually evacuated after a few days, but they let it be known that when things got bad, the correctional officers just left the facility. 26. In the 1980s, a British drug smuggler, David Macmillan, almost escaped from Melbourne's high-security Pentridge prison by helicopter. But that plan didn't exactly work out for him. You just can't hold a bad man down. And years later, Macmillan would find himself locked up in Thailand's notorious Klong Prim Central Prison. Things were looking bad for the smuggler, and he knew he had to get out. But how do you do that when not one person has ever escaped from that place? Well, this guy had one thing on his side, and that's the fact that he was very smart. He became the first man ever to escape that prison. And you know what he credits for his successful escape? An umbrella. That's right, he said later he walked off with an umbrella simply for the fact that escapees don't carry umbrellas. 25. There's a place sometimes called the most notorious medieval prison in the world, and that was the Clink. This English prison was opened in 1144, and you might say doing time there wasn't a walk in the park. Some prisoners got 24 hours a day solitary confinement and a diet that consisted of bread and water. Quite a few of them experienced that and then could look forward to being burned at the stake. 24. If you think you've seen some bad overcrowding in prisons, then you have to see the leaked security footage that came from a jail in Thailand in 2019. We can't tell you exactly how many guys are in there in that cell, but it could be something like 80 or even 100. The only way you could get more people in that cell would be if you started piling the bodies on top of each other. 23. In the 1800s, a British man was sent to Australia on a transport ship to serve time on a penal colony. There he got the name of Moondyne Joe. He turned to crime again, committing robberies and then hiding out in the bush. And for that, the authorities hated him. His luck ran out when he was caught, and this time the authorities made sure he wasn't going to escape. He had to serve his sentence in a nice pair of leg irons, but Moondyne Joe still managed to escape. His plan now was to walk through that bushland and virtually cross Australia, but the cops once again got their man. Okay, so they had him, and this time he definitely wasn't going to escape because the warden had built a cell especially for Joe. It was basically a concrete box. So how could Joe get out of that? The local governor even said to him, "If you get out again, I'll forgive you." Guess what? He got out. Joe made a hole in one of the walls and off he went into the sunset. After that, he tried not to commit any more crimes, but after a few years, he started robbing again. He was captured again, of course, but the governor was true to his word and had Joe removed from prison. 22. You could say that no one on this planet has been as adept at escaping from prison as Moondyne Joe, but that's when a Japanese man named Yoshi Shiratori steps up and says, "Hold my beer." Shiratori is famous for 4 successful prison escapes. 21. Back in the 1960s, one guy whose name you saw a lot was Timothy Leary, and that's because he became kind of a guru in the hippie counterculture. Leary believed that psychedelic drugs held powers that could help mankind, and he wanted to prove it. He got his chance when he took part in something called the Concord Prison Experiment. This involved Leary giving consenting prisoners doses of psilocybin, aka magic mushrooms. The question was, would those guys who did the mushrooms quit crime when they got out of prison? The answer was that 20% of the guys who took part in the project went back to crime after prison, while 60% of the other American criminals at the time did the same. 20. When you're doing time in Iceland's Kvíabreya prison, you can enjoy rooms with exceptional views and even get out now and again to do some shopping in the market. The rooms all have internet and the guys, not the guards, have the keys to those rooms. You might also be surprised to hear that it's a diverse kind of joint with women, men, the old and the young all mixed together and helping each other do their time. 19. In the USA, around 75% of prisoners will end up back in prison within 5 years after their release. 18. In Norway, only around 20% of released criminals will end up back in prison. 17. Not so many people know this, but Senator John McCain actually did time behind bars. The senator was flying a plane in the Vietnam War, and that plane was shot down. He ejected out of the thing, but doing so, he broke both arms and a leg. McCain was captured and then sent to Ho Lo Prison, aka the Hanoi Hilton. He was beaten, and you can imagine how that felt when he already had some bad injuries. He did eventually get some treatment, but after a few weeks, the poor guy had lost 50 pounds. If that wasn't bad enough, he later did a 2-year stretch in solitary confinement. Could it possibly get any worse, you might wonder? The answer is a resounding yes. He was interrogated a few times a week, and during those sessions, he was bound and savagely beaten. The man spent 5.5 years as a prisoner of war, and because of his injuries until the day he died, he still couldn't lift his arms above his head. 16. Perhaps the worst kind of prison might be one with no doors. Yes, you heard that right. A prison you're just left to die in. This is a form of punishment called immurement, and it basically involves having a cell built around you. This happened to a Moroccan serial killer in 1906. He was walled up and screamed for days on end. Since he had no water to drink, those screams didn't last long. 15. If you've ever visited the city of Phnom Penh in Cambodia, you might have walked down a quiet back street and found a former prison. It's now called the Tuol Sleng Genocide Museum. Before this place was a prison used by the communist Khmer Rouge during their bloody takeover of the country, it was just a school. When the soldiers of the uprising got hold of the place, they turned it into a torture and execution center and called it Security Prison 21 or S21. Walking from room to room, you see numerous torture devices and photos of all the families that were killed there. Another room is filled with their skulls. Tuol Sleng was a prison where people were sent to be tortured and killed. Women, children, and of course men. They'd been accused of, well, not being on the right side of politics. They were just your average student, teacher, doctor, engineer, soldier, sailor. We won't talk about the horrific devices they used to torture and ultimately kill them, but needless to say, imprisonment there was worse than you can imagine. Our researchers at the infographic show have been to this place, and we can assure a visit is absolutely heartbreaking. 14. When Alcatraz was up and running as a prison, there was a rumor that the waters around the island were full of man-eating sharks. That's not exactly the truth, but it probably prevented a few men from trying to escape. A great white has been spotted there in the past, but that was very unusual. Certain kinds of sharks might swim in that water, but not the kind that will munch down on a man. We're getting close to the top 10 now, so expect to see something special. 13. Japanese prisons are well known for being really strict. An American man who was sent there in the 90s said he got 10 days in solitary just because he looked up before eating. That was a big no-no, of course. 12. What you're about to hear is possibly one of the most outrageous prison stories ever. In 2017, at an Ohio prison, an investigation revealed that some very clever inmates had made 2 computers and hid them in the ceiling. A computer by itself wasn't very useful, but the guys connected the devices to the state's Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections network. The only reason those guys got caught was because the prison realized that daily internet usage was exceeding the threshold. The good news is that those men had obviously learned a lot in their prison electronics class. 11. What's called the most violent prison riot in American history happened in 1980 at the New Mexico State Penitentiary. In short, the prison was taken over by the prisoners, and guards and inmates were taken hostage. None of the guards were killed, but we can't say that for the captured inmates. What happened is some of the gangs that were leading the riot took over the prison. They rampaged through the cell blocks, and if they couldn't get through a door, they used a blowtorch to get through it. On the other side, there were guys who were in protective custody, and some of those people ended up being tortured, hanged, dismembered, and killed in other terrible ways. We hate to tell you this, but that blowtorch that they had was used on the faces of men deemed snitches. 33 people in the end were killed. 10. There was a special dungeon in the Tower of London called Little Ease, and the thing was, when you got sent there, you got Little Ease. That's because it was so small a person couldn't lie down. It was a tiny little box and must have driven prisoners mad. 9. In every prison, you have a guy that makes hooch. Well, you have a lot of guys that do that, and they make the alcohol drink from juice, bread, and bits of fruit, but might throw in all kinds of things. We found one guy who considered himself a hooch master when he was doing time, but one thing he got wrong one time was when he didn't burp the bottle enough. That means letting out some gas. He didn't do that, and things blew up in his face. If you ever decide to become a hooch master, then we suggest you get down with burping your brew. 8. After a study that was conducted about a giant Los Angeles jail, it was found that 800 people did 200 days in that jail before they were found innocent or guilty. 7. You might think that there's just no way you'd ever end up in jail, but listen how some people got there. Okay, so not paying a parking ticket can land you in jail, but it gets much worse than that. A few years ago, a 19-year-old man in Michigan did 3 days behind bars because he had not paid a fine for catching a fish. What? You're thinking? Well, we should tell you that he wasn't supposed to catch that kind of fish at that time of year. His crime was out-of-season fishing. We found an 82-year-old in Maryland whose beloved chihuahuas kept getting out of the house. How's an old woman supposed to keep those little things under control? She got fined, couldn't pay, and went straight to jail. She served 2 days. So don't think that you could never end up in jail. 6. In 2011, death row inmates in Texas no longer had the option to have a last meal before their execution. You might wonder why. The answer is because a senator in the state got quite upset when one prisoner ordered a massive meal and then ate none of it. The guy ordered 2 chicken fried steaks, some fried okra, about a pound of barbecue, 3 fajitas, a triple meat bacon cheeseburger, a meat lover's pizza, a cheese omelet with ground beef, tomatoes, onions, and bell and jalapeno peppers, and lastly, a pint of ice cream and a slab of peanut butter fudge with crushed peanuts. All of that came, and the prisoner said he no longer felt hungry. That was enough to make some officials angry, and last meals became a thing of the past. 5. In 2007, a lady named Lucille Keppen was released from a U.S. prison, and it made the news. That's because she was the oldest female in the country before her release. The 93-year-old had served 5 years for shooting her neighbor. 4. In 1926, an Australian man named Bill Wallace shot a guy because that guy started smoking near Wallace. Smoking indoors was all the norm back then, but Bill didn't really like the smell. He went to prison and never came out again. But guess how old he was when he finally passed away within those walls? The answer is 107 and 11 months. He did a total of 63 years. 3. In 2019, at a prison in Arkansas, the officers were a bit embarrassed when a prisoner just seemed to disappear. Where is the guy, they wondered. 1 minute he was there, and the next just gone. A manhunt was soon underway, and those red-faced officers took dogs into a nearby rural area, knowing the guy couldn't have gotten far. They found him in the end, but not outside of the prison. He was found hiding on the roof. 2. You won't be surprised to hear that life ain't easy for some folks on death row. They sit in solitary confinement and just wait and wait until it's time to lay down on that gurney and take that toxic potion into their veins. The waiting can cause something called death row syndrome, which basically means they go mad. One guy who said death row was like living in a submarine or a cave had his execution delayed because he was in no fit state to die. Others might start talking to themselves or even have psychotic delusions. You can sure get low on death row. And number 1. It's a rough estimate, but it's thought that 46,000 to 230,000 people in U.S. prisons are actually innocent. Since 1992, 20 people in the U.S. have been exonerated from death row because of DNA evidence. The records show that there have been 2,551 exonerations in America, and those guys in total did 22,540 years behind bars for something they didn't do. Now that might be the most insane fact we have for you. The most iconic ship of all time, the RMS Titanic is also the most tragic vessel ever launched. Lauded as unsinkable by her designer and captain, it took just one disastrous encounter with a stray iceberg to prove the folly of man. You are probably familiar with the story of the Titanic, but how much do you really know about this iconic vessel and its disastrous voyage? Hello and welcome to another episode of the Infographic Show. Today we're taking a look at 50 incredible facts about the Titanic. 50. The RMS Titanic was the largest movable man-made object of her day, 882 feet and 9 inches long, 92 feet wide, and 175 feet high. She could move at 23 knots, making her fast for her size. 49. The Titanic had 840 cabins for passengers, 416 in first class, 162 in second class, and 262 in third class. She could carry up to 900 tons worth of freight and baggage. 48. She was powered by 29 triple-furnace coal-fired boilers, burning 825 tons of coal per day, with a storage capacity of 6,611 tons of coal, just enough for a round trip across the Atlantic. 47. The Titanic was hardly an environmentally friendly ship, however, dumping 100 tons of ash into the sea each day. 46. The Titanic had 4 giant funnels reaching up 81.5 feet above the deck, the purpose of which were to ensure the passengers weren't covered in the soot that she ejected. 45. The 4th funnel was only added for aesthetic reasons to make the ship look powerful and majestic, and used for ventilation. 44. The Titanic had 10 decks total, and strung along these decks were 10,000 light bulbs. 43. 2 engines powered the 3 propellers. 2 were at her rear and weighed 38 tons combined, and 1 was at her center and weighed 22 tons. 42. The Titanic was originally the SS Titanic, SS meaning screw steamer, as in driven by propellers or screws, and also standing for steamship. She only became the RMS Titanic after carrying British Royal Mail, thus becoming Royal Mail Steamer Titanic. 41. 2 anchors, each weighing 15 tons, were used to hold the mighty ship in place when she docked. 20 horses were used to transport a single anchor during her construction. 40. In 1955, Walter Lord published A Night to Remember, a non-fiction account of the Titanic tragedy, which was soon released as a movie in 1958. The story regenerated public interest in the tragedy after waning substantially over the years, and is likely the only reason we still talk about her today. 39. The Titanic took 2 years to construct and cost an equivalent of $166 million in today's money. That's $34 million less than the cost of the 1997 movie Titanic, which was $200 million. 38. A 228-foot tall gantry was built over the Titanic to construct her, the largest ever built at the time, from which up to 15,000 men would work during her construction. 37. 3 million rivets were used to join together the pieces of her hull. However, unlike many other ships built at the time, in order to cut costs, the Titanic's rivets were a mix of iron and steel. Even weaker iron rivets were used on the bow of the ship, which would be the section that later struck the iceberg. 36. 8 construction workers were killed during the construction of the Titanic, and 246 were injured. An unwritten expectation from back in her time was 1 death per 1 million pounds spent, which put her death total of 8 well under budget and was considered a great success. 35. The Titanic carried 75,000 pounds of fresh meat, 40,000 eggs, 6,000 pounds of butter, 15,000 bottles of beer, 1,000 bottles of wine, 850 bottles of liquor, and 8,000 cigars. 34. Her crew and passengers drank 14,000 gallons of water a day. 33. For her last dinner on the night of April 14, 1912, passengers in first class enjoyed oysters, salmon, filet mignon, sauté of chicken lyonnaise, lamb and mint sauce, roast duckling, chocolate and vanilla eclairs, and French ice cream. Passengers in third class had the option of gruel, cabin biscuits, and cheese. Luckily for both first and third class, fresh fish would be pretty immediately available completely for free just a few hours later. 32. The Titanic was capable of carrying 64 lifeboats, well over her maximum capacity of 3,547 people, yet only planned to carry 48. That number was eventually reduced to just 20 for cosmetic reasons, as it made the decks look less cluttered. 31. Despite being far too few for the total number of passengers, the Titanic's 20 lifeboats was technically legal, as law at the time was based on the gross registered tonnage of a ship, not her passenger capacity. 30. The Titanic carried 2 wooden cutters with a capacity of 40 people each, 14 30-foot wooden lifeboats with a capacity of 65 each, and 4 collapsible lifeboats with a capacity of 47 each. This meant that only 33% of Titanic's passengers and crews could fit on the lifeboats. 29. Because it took 2.5 hours for the Titanic to sink, had there been enough lifeboats, every single person aboard could have been saved. 28. Of the 20 lifeboats aboard, only 18 were successfully launched. 2 collapsible lifeboats simply floated away. 27. Only 9 people were rescued from the water after the lifeboats launched, 3 of which died shortly after to hypothermia. 26. 30 people managed to survive by sitting, standing, or kneeling atop the upturned hull of a collapsible lifeboat B after they failed to right it. 25. The Titanic had 3,500 life jackets aboard, but the water was so cold that they would have been useless, as people simply froze to death within minutes of entering the frigid water. 24. Despite having a capacity of 65, the first lifeboat launched with just 28 people. This was due to people being reluctant to leave the ship, as they did not consider themselves to be in imminent danger. 23. A total of 472 seats aboard the lifeboats went unused. 22. Another lifeboat with a capacity of 65 carried only 12 people, 5 first-class passengers and 7 crew members. The press nicknamed it the Millionaire's Boat, who accused the occupants of ignoring the cries for help from people in the water. Some things never change. 21. Sir Cosmo Duff Gordon, a member of the Millionaire's Boat, paid each of the 7 crew members in his lifeboat £5 each, the equivalent of $510 in today's dollars. He was later heavily criticized for paying the men, but claimed that he was simply compensating them for the loss of their kit. We're sure it had absolutely nothing to do with launching the boat early and keeping it away from drowning victims desperately calling for help. 20. Jack B. Thayer, a survivor, said of the Millionaire's Boat, "The partly filled lifeboat standing about 100 yards away never came back. Why on earth they never came back is a mystery. How could any human being fail to heed those cries? We think it's because money clearly doesn't buy you humanity." 19. One lifeboat returned to try and save others after launching, despite fears of being overwhelmed by desperate victims or being dragged under downward by suction that caused the Titanic sinking. We're guessing there were probably no rich people aboard that particular boat. 18. Lifeboats floated for 1 hour and 10 minutes in open water before the rescue ship Carpathia arrived on the scene. Luckily, the seas were relatively gentle. Had they been rough, it's likely all would have perished. 17. The Carpathia secured 13 of the Titanic's lifeboats, but left 7 to float adrift. Days later, the Canadian ship Mackay Bennett tried to bring 1 boat on board but failed. There's a chance at least one of the Titanic's lifeboats could still be bobbing around somewhere in the Atlantic. 16. Souvenir hunters removed the plates from the lifeboats containing the name Titanic, as well as the lifeboat numbers. Able seaman Tom Jones pried off number 8 from lifeboat 8 and sent it to Lucy Noel Martha, the Countess of Roths. 15. It's thought the rest of the surviving lifeboats were put to use by the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic. 14. 6 life jackets from the Titanic remain in existence in museums or private collections around the world. 13. On the 25th of June 2008, 1 blood-stained life jacket was sold at auction in New York for £34,692. 12. Prior to the Titanic's sinking, American author Morgan Robertson wrote the novel Futility, in which an ocean liner named Titan strikes an iceberg on her maiden voyage. 11. Before her collision, the Titanic received 6 ice warnings from passing ships. 10. Despite fog and unsafe waters, the Titanic steamed along at 22.5 knots, or just half a knot below her top speed of 23 knots. From the moment lookout Frederick Fleet spotted an iceberg dead ahead, it took only 30 seconds for the ship to crash into it. 9. 4 forward compartments could have flooded without the Titanic sinking. but 6 were ruptured in the collision. The iron rivets used in her construction have been universally blamed for her sinking. 8. The iceberg caused a 220 to 245 foot long gash under her waterline, causing an opening 12 cubic feet along a fourth of the ship. 7. Flooding at a rate of 400 tons per minute, it took the Titanic 160 minutes to sink. 6. Approximately 38,000 tons of water filled the bow of the Titanic, causing the ship's stern to lift up out of the water and split the ship in half just in front of the third funnel. 5. It took the 2 sections of the Titanic between 5 and 10 minutes to reach the sea bottom. 4. The water temperature at the time was 28 degrees, 4 degrees below freezing. The Titanic's second officer, Charles Lightoller, described hitting the water as 1,000 knives being driven into one's body. 3. A photograph taken by the liner Prince Adelbert, just a few miles south of the Titanic's sinking, may be of the iceberg responsible for her sinking. 2. The Titanic iceberg was thought to originally have been 1 mile long when first born off the coast of Greenland, but it was estimated to be between 200 and 400 feet at the time of the sinking. 1. Approximately 300 icebergs reached the North Atlantic shipping lanes in April 1912, the highest number for 50 years. The Titanic's captain, Edward Smith, was quoted as saying, "I cannot imagine any condition which would cause the ship to founder. I cannot conceive of any vital disaster happening to this vessel. Modern shipbuilding has gone beyond that." While in command of the Adriatic, had the Titanic not cut corners by using weaker rivets, it's well possible that the good captain may have been proven right. This video is brought to you by Skillshare. As you're about to learn, the universe is a big and wonderful place. And if you're interested in learning more about it or perhaps weaving some space themes into your personal art, Skillshare's got your back. With classes in nightscape astrophotography, you can learn how to capture stunning images of the Milky Way. And with plenty of Photoshop classes to teach you how to make your own custom digital space assets, you'll learn how to make your own universe in no time. Premium membership will give you unlimited access to topics that will improve your skills and in the process your life. The first 1,000 people to sign up by visiting the link in the description will receive 2 months of Skillshare absolutely free. Join Skillshare and start learning today. As has been famously said, space is the final frontier, the greatest of unknowns. Space is far more vast than we can comprehend and filled with phenomena we barely understand. While we've been watching the heavens in awe for millennia, space exploration and discovery only began in earnest in the mid-20th century. Yet even what are no doubt our primitive findings still point at a universe more incredible than we ever thought. Hello and welcome to another episode of the Infographics Show. Today we're taking a look at 50 incredible facts about space. 50. Until 1923, scientists thought that the entire universe was just our Milky Way, until astronomer Edwin Hubble discovered that the astronomical feature known as Andromeda, a fuzzy spot in the night sky, was actually an entire other galaxy. Overnight, the size of the universe was effectively doubled. 49. Hubble made his discovery from the Hooker telescope, built atop a mountain in California. It was the first mountaintop telescope in the world and at the time, an incredible feat of engineering. 48. To measure the distance between galaxies in space, astronomers use Cepheids, or stars that periodically dim and brighten. Henrietta Leavitt discovered that by monitoring the time it took these stars to dim and brighten, you could calculate how far away they were. 47. Leavitt's discovery of how to calculate the distance based on the cycling of Cepheid stars allowed Hubble to prove that Andromeda was located outside the Milky Way and was thus its own galaxy. 46. Hubble scanned Andromeda for nights on end looking for Cepheid stars until finally discovering one in October 1923. After monitoring it for a week, he used Leavitt's formula and discovered it was indeed located outside the Milky Way. 45. In 2011, the Hubble Space Telescope captured a picture of that star, called the Variable Number 1 or V1. It has been called the most important star in the history of cosmology. 44. Of all the planets in our solar system, only Mercury and Venus don't have moons. 43. The hottest planet in our solar system is not Mercury, as most would assume, but Venus. Due to runaway global warming, Venus's temperature is an incredible 863 degrees Fahrenheit. 42. Not only is Venus's atmosphere blazing hot, but it also has an atmospheric pressure 92 times greater than Earth's. That would crush you flat as a soda can if you walked on its surface. 41. In 1966, the Soviet Union's Venera 3 was the first man-made craft to land on Venus. Unfortunately, its communication systems had failed long before reaching Venus, and it was unable to relay back any data. 40. Although it crash-landed and didn't send any data back home, Venera 3 is the first human-made object to impact another planet's surface. 39. On the 18th of October 1967, Venera 4 became the first spacecraft to measure the atmosphere of another planet. The Soviets initially claimed the craft reached the surface intact, but when the American Mariner 5 spacecraft flew by Venus the very next day, it measured a surface pressure of 75 to 100 atmospheres, well out of the range of Venera 4's 25 atmosphere hull strength. The claim by the Soviet Union was quickly redacted. 38. Venus's atmosphere is so dense that parachutes are only necessary to slow down. The Soviet Union's Venera 9 released its parachutes at an atmospheric height of 31 miles and landed at a speed of only 15 miles per hour. It was also the first spacecraft to transmit photos from another planet. 37. Our solar system is about 4.6 billion years old, and scientists believe it will last another 5 billion years before our sun turns into a red giant. 36. The tallest mountain known to man is Olympus Mons, an extinct volcano on Mars, with a peak 15 miles high. It's nearly 3 times larger than Mount Everest. 35. A light year is the distance light travels in 1 year, or 5.88 trillion miles. 34. The width of our Milky Way galaxy, according to NASA, is about 1 quintillion kilometers, or 621 quadrillion 371 trillion 192 billion 237 million 333,888 miles, or in astronomical terms, 100,000 light-years. 33. Because most stars are so far away, when you look up into the night sky, you're not seeing them as they currently are, but as they were thousands of years ago. That's how long their light takes to reach us. 32. Our sun is 300,000 times larger than the Earth, but in the universe, it's a lightweight. 31. The largest star in the known universe is VY Canis Majoris. It's 1,400 times larger than our own sun. If you stuck it in our solar system, it would extend all the way past Jupiter. 30. Red giants are really old stars that form when stars 10 times the mass of our sun runs out of hydrogen in its core. As it collapses, the hydrogen in the outer shells begin the process of fusion, and the entire star begins fusing hydrogen all at once. They will burn through all of their fuel in just a few million years, unlike the billions it takes our sun, and shine 100,000 times brighter than our own sun. 29. These stars often explode as a supernova, the most powerful explosion in the universe. 28. The original universe consisted solely of hydrogen and helium. Every other element on the periodic table and every single thing you see around you today was formed in the heart of exploding stars. 27. That's because when a star goes supernova, it releases huge amounts of energy and neutrons, which produces heavier elements. The carbon in your body and the gold in the jewelry you wear were all made from exploding stars. 26. Only hydrogen and helium were formed in the Big Bang. The next time you suck down helium from a party balloon, you are sucking down a gas that probably formed just 3 minutes after the Big Bang. 25. Red giant Betelgeuse, 1,000 times larger than our sun, is a cosmic neighbor and expected to go supernova in the next 1,000 years. 24. Some scientists theorize that life is only possible in the outer edges of a galaxy, where large stars are rare and thus supernovas don't routinely sterilize worlds of life. 23. We ourselves are between 2 arms of the Milky Way and in a relatively rural part of the galaxy. 22. Extending well past the orbit of Pluto is a massive sphere of icy objects known as the Oort cloud. These are remnants from the formation of the solar system, held in place by the weak gravity of the very distant sun. 21. Every few million years as we orbit the center of the Milky Way, we enter a region of space full of cosmic debris. Some scientists theorize that this debris may disturb the fragile orbits of the objects in the Oort cloud and send them hurtling into the solar system. The timing of our entry into this region of the Milky Way coincides with several mass extinction events here on Earth. 20. Panspermia is the theory that life is transmitted like a virus from planet to planet by asteroid and comet impacts. 19. A meteorite discovered in Antarctica was found to originate from Mars, and after careful examination, some scientists believe it shows fossilized evidence of microscopic organisms, giving serious credibility to the panspermia theory. We might all actually be Martians. 18. It's thought that this meteorite was launched into space from Mars when a massive asteroid struck the planet, sending debris hurtling out of the atmosphere. In time, its orbit intersected with the Earth and may have brought its Martian hitchhikers with it. 17. In 2008, an ESA mission sent tardigrades, tiny microscopic organisms, into space. After 10 days of exposure to the vacuum of space, ultraviolet radiation from the sun, and cosmic rays, they were returned to Earth still alive. 16. Before the tardigrades, only some lichen and bacteria were known to survive exposure to space, meaning panspermia may be a valid theory for the origin of life on Earth. 15. Because there's no atmosphere on the moon, the footprints and tire prints left on the moon by American astronauts will never disappear unless an asteroid impact wipes them out. 14. Not only does Jupiter have the most moons in our solar system, with 79, but as of right now it has the most moons of any known planet in our galaxy. 13. Many scientists think that without Jupiter, life on Earth would be impossible. That's because the giant of our solar system exerts such a strong gravity that it pulls in many comets and asteroids that might have impacted Earth. Jupiter is like our personal bodyguard. 12. Once thought rare outside of the Earth, water has been found practically everywhere in the solar system, even on Mercury, where scientists never dreamed it would be possible. In 2011, NASA's MESSENGER probe discovered water ice in craters on Mercury's North Pole. That's despite a surface temperature of 800 degrees Fahrenheit on the day side. 11. Not only does Earth rotate as it orbits the Sun, but the Sun itself also rotates at a rate of once every 25 to 35 days. 10. Earth is the only solar system planet not named after a god. 9. Pluto is smaller in diameter than the United States. 8. The first theory positing the existence of black holes was from an English clergyman named John Mitchell in November 1784. He even correctly noted that these features would not be visible to the naked eye, but that they could be detected by their gravitational effects on other bodies. 7. Despite proving through general relativity that black holes could form, Einstein himself did not believe they could form in the natural world. It wouldn't be until 1972 that Cygnus X1 became the first observed black hole, taking them from the realm of theory to the realm of reality. 6. In 2002, astronomers presented evidence that a supermassive black hole lurks at the center of our own Milky Way. 5. In 2012, Suvi Jazari and his team published the first visual evidence of a black hole. Using the Pan-STARRS 1 telescope in Hawaii, they photographed the supermassive black hole 2.7 million light-years away, swallowing a red giant. 4. In 2015, gravity waves from the merging of a pair of black holes into one were detected. The violence of their merging created a ripple through space-time that was detectable here on Earth millions of light-years away. 3. Not only did general relativity predict that black holes were possible, but it also predicted that white holes could also be possible. The polar opposite of a black hole, a white hole is a region of spacetime where matter cannot enter. 2. A growing theory suggests that white holes are the opposite ends of black holes, and that our own Big Bang was a supermassive white hole that existed for fractions of a second. 1. Afraid that returning astronauts might be carrying unknown and deadly lunar germs, the Apollo astronauts were quarantined immediately after their arrival on Earth. You've probably already seen our first episode, 50 Insane Facts About North Korea. Did you think we were done? Not even remotely. This is, after all, the #1 mass producer of crazy in the world we're talking about. There's always something new and most likely insane to learn about the Hermit Kingdom. And with Dear Leader Kim and President Twitterfingers potentially at each other's throats again, we might as well learn as much as we can about North Korea before the nukes get us all. Hello and welcome to another episode of The Infographic Show. Today we're taking a look at 50 even more insane facts about North Korea. 50. North Korea is the world's only necrocracy, a nation that is still governed by the rules of a former leader, now dead leader. Not to be confused with necromancy. That's when you bring dead dinosaurs back to life with science to open up a theme park for children. 49. North Korea has conducted 5 nuclear tests since 2006, despite Western intelligence agencies doubting they would be able to achieve a nuclear breakthrough for another decade. 48. Their last test in 2017 was of a device thought to be 100 kilotons and collapsed the mountain under which it was tested. 47. North Korea's nuclear tests have caused fear of radiation leaks being carried by the wind to Chinese border cities and towns, which lie as close as just 60 miles from the North Korea test site. 46. Further underground tests are feared to cause a volcanic eruption at Mount Paektu, which could be devastating for the North Korean and Chinese countryside. 45. The largest stadium in the world is in Pyongyang. The Rungrado First of May Stadium occupies an area of 51 acres and can seat 114,000 people, though has held as many as 150,000 in the past. It's also known as the Mayday Stadium. 44. In the late 1990s, several North Korean generals implicated in a plot to assassinate Kim Jong-il were executed in the stadium by burning to death. 43. In 1995, the Japanese New Japan Pro Wrestling and American World Championship Wrestling Leagues held the Collision in Korea pay-per-view event in the Mayday Stadium, though its official title was the Pyongyang International Sports and Culture Festival for Peace. 42. When not executing traitorous generals or hosting beefcakes fighting each other in their underwear, the Mayday Stadium is best known for the annual Arirang Festival, or as it's known in North Korea, the Grand Mass Gymnastics and Artistic Performance Arirang, because North Korea loves being extremely specific about everything. 41. Taking place annually between 2002 and 2013, with the exception of 2006, the Games were cancelled in 2014, but returned in 2018 under the name The Glorious Country. Not enough adjectives if you ask us. 40. North Koreans are handpicked to be part of the Arirang as young as 5 years old and expected to serve in this fashion until retirement age. 39. In August 2007, the Arirang Mass Games were recognized by Guinness World Records as the largest gymnastic display, with 100,090 gymnasts performing at once. 38. Besides not starving to death, other popular sports in North Korea include football, soccer for American viewers, basketball, speed skating, hockey, and of course gymnastics. North Korea even has a small domestic football league that plays all its games in the Kim Jong-il Stadium. 37. June 25th is the start of North Korea's struggle against U.S. imperialism month. We bet you can't guess what the central theme is. 36. North Korean propaganda routinely features fictional scenes from the Korean War of Americans committing atrocities. The Sinchon Museum of American War Atrocities commemorates the deaths of more than 35,000 people North Korea claims Americans slaughtered at the start of the Korean War. A completely fabricated event or fake news, it's unknown if the death toll of 35,000 is greater than the U.S.'s Bowling Green Massacre. 35. In 2014, Kim Jong-un described Americans as cannibals and homicides seeking pleasure in slaughter. 34. In 2017, U.S. President Trump took to the most hallowed of international diplomatic tools known as Twitter and called Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man and alluded that he was short and fat. In response, Kim called President Trump a mentally deranged U.S. dotard on a televised broadcast. And that's how the world works now. 33. Despite this exchange of nuclear insults, Kim invited President Trump to a face-to-face meeting and removed a great deal of anti-American propaganda from their prominent displays all over Pyongyang. 32. After an initial bromance for the ages, things however seem to have cooled down considerably, and Kim Jong-un is widely reported to be secretly resuming his nuclear program while lying about his intentions. Foreign policy experts around the world were in shock at the revelation that a murderous dictator who maintains his grip on power through fear and violence was not being honest about his intentions. 31. A key feature of North Korean propaganda is the on-the-spot guidance, a tool meant to further the image of a caring, omniscient, and great leader offering benevolent guidance to ordinary workers and citizens. Typically, these take the form of highly choreographed visits to factories and farms around the nation and serve to further build a cult of personality built around the Kim family. 30. Every year, state-owned publishing houses release several cartoons called Giram Chake, which mostly feature scheming capitalists from the US or Japan creating dilemmas for naive North Korean characters. 29. In 2004 and 2005, North Korea aired a television program entitled Let's Trim Our Hair in Accordance with the Socialist Lifestyle. The show featured acceptable and proper hairstyles and claimed that hair can affect human intelligence because it deprives the rest of the body of nutrients as it grows. 28. Another television program featured a hidden camera in Pyongyang, which would catch citizens with improper hairstyles. Those caught would be interviewed by the presenter and asked to explain themselves. Their name, address, and workplace would then be announced to deter others. 27. The North Korean village of Kijongdong is situated along the Korean DMZ, and North Korea claims it houses 200 families who work collective farms in the area. However, closer inspection with telescopic devices has shown that the brightly colored buildings are empty and don't have window glass or even an interior. 26. The village, also known as Propaganda Village, is meant to entice South Korean defectors. To date, only a few dozen have tried to defect to North Korea, while many thousands have fled to South Korea. 25. In 2013, 6 men and 1 woman defected to North Korea after one of them posted a series of pro-North Korean messages online, which were shared by the country's main newspaper. Thinking he would be welcome into the country, he and 6 others made the trek into the north. 24. Upon entering the country, all 7 defectors were thrown into prison for up to 45 months. One man claimed he was kept in solitary confinement the entire time, and another of the men strangled his wife and then tried to kill himself in a suicide pact. North Korean officials claimed the woman died because of a quarrel with her husband. 23. After being returned to South Korea, the survivors faced up to 10 years imprisonment for their attempt to defect to the north. 22. North Korea maintains a secret network of informants that spy on their fellow citizens and report criminal or subversive behavior, such as listening to non-state radio or TV broadcasts or watching foreign films. 21. North Korea's most popular tourist attraction is visiting Kim Jong-il's preserved body. 20. It is a widely known fact in North Korea that Kim Jong-un learned how to drive at the age of 3 and is a skilled composer and musician. 19. Kim Jong-il's birth was prophesied by a swallow and signaled by a double rainbow over Mount Paektu and the appearance of a new star in the sky. 18. Kim Jong-il started walking at 3 weeks old and began speaking at 8 weeks. 17. While attending Kim Il-sung University, Kim Jong-il authored 1,500 books in 3 years and composed 6 full operas. The operas are naturally widely recognized as the greatest in the history of music, both past, present, and future. 16. Kim Jong-il also invented completely on his own a delicacy called gogiggyeopbang, which is described as double bread with meat. In the rest of the world, it's called a hamburger. 15. It's well documented that Kim Jong-il could control the weather with his mood, and that he had magical abilities that helped him control the weather. 14. Kim Jong-il holds the record for the best round in the history of the game of golf, having shot 38 under par, 25 shots better than the world record, and scoring 11 holes in one. 13. Imperialist capitalist psychologists around the world claim that Kim Jong-il actually suffered from the Big Six group of personality disorders, making him paranoid, antisocial, narcissistic, sadistic, schizoid, and schizotypal. It's believed Hitler, Hussein, and Stalin also suffered from these disorders. 12. Kim Jong-il was completely obsessed with his rice. He made female staff inspect each grain individually to ensure they had the right length, weight, and color, and insisted it only be cooked over a fire made with wood taken from trees that only grew on a particular Chinese mountain. 11. Recuperating from injuries after falling off his horse, Kim became so terrified of becoming addicted to painkillers that he forced others around him to take the same dosage he did, so he wouldn't get hooked alone. 10. In 2016, North Korea claimed to have produced a miracle drug made of rare earth elements which could cure AIDS, most cancers, and destroy the Ebola virus. Unfortunately for us, North Korean scientists declined to share details about the ingredients or how to manufacture the drug. 9. For years, North Korean propaganda claimed that the dear leaders didn't poop. The poopless image of the current dear leader, Kim Jong-un, was shattered, however, when it was revealed that he had a mobile toilet built into one of the vehicles of his personal convoy for when he traveled around the country. 8. Any other North Korean official found using the dear toilet would face severe punishment, to include death. 7. In 2012, the Korean Central News Agency informed the world that North Korean researchers from the Academy of Social Sciences had discovered a unicorn lair. The lair must not have been particularly difficult to spot, as it was only 200 meters away from a temple and featured a rectangular rock with the words "Unicorn Lair" written on it. 6. Just days before the unicorn story hit the international news, China's Communist Party newspaper ran a story hailing a report by The Onion, naming Kim Jong-un as the sexiest man alive, not realizing it was satire. This is really why you need a free and independent press, guys. 5. North Korea claims it has no citizens with disabilities, but defectors claim that officials kill babies with disabilities, and that men with dwarfism are castrated and forced to live in an isolated village. 4. When Kim Jong-il passed away, the Korean Central News Agency reported that ice formed over a holy lake cracked, lights lit up the top of a sacred mountain, and snowstorms hit parts of the country at the moment he died. They also reported that flocks of magpies grieved in front of a statue of Kim Jong-il and his father Kim Il-sung. 3. In 2016, North Korea invented a new type of beer that wouldn't lead to hangovers despite an alcohol content of 40%. Sadly, for the frat bros around the world, North Korea to date hasn't shared the recipe with the world or given any hint that it actually exists. 2. In 2010, articles in North Korea claimed that Kim Jong-il had set a global fashion trend with his modest gray suits, which, quote, leave a deep impression on people's minds in the world, unquote. 1. A total of 4 U.S. soldiers defected to North Korea during or after the Korean War, the most famous of which was James Joseph Dresnok. He became a national celebrity, portraying American villages in various anti-American feature films and television shows. He died in November 2016 of a stroke and told his sons to remain loyal to Kim Jong-un and that they would destroy the U.S. if it launched an attack against North Korea. The female body is full of mysteries. From having a self-cleaning reproductive system to using more of the brain when making decisions, women have men beat in a number of unique ways. You're about to learn things that will amaze you, shock you, and gross you out. Number 50. On average, men might be stronger than women, but female muscles are definitely more resilient. Research has shown that muscles in the female body not only stay stronger for longer compared to men, but they can also recover from damage more rapidly. Women also don't tire quite as fast as men, meaning that they can go harder for longer. Basically, the female body evolved to be a high-endurance machine capable of doing incredible things. Number 49. Not only do women's muscles last longer than males, but they tend to live longer as well. This is because their bodies are built to withstand extreme trauma from childbirth and protecting their young. On average, women live between 5 to 6 years longer than men. Some scientists think this is because they take better care of their bodies and typically choose healthier lifestyles. However, women have also evolved to be extremely tough, as a large number of healthy, strong females is vital to the survival of the species. But lifestyle isn't the only factor that contributes to female longevity. There's something even crazier about the female body that gives them a higher life expectancy. Number 48. The female immune system is a force to be reckoned with. Studies show that the female immune system is more powerful than their male equivalent. One reason for this might be because they need to protect a developing fetus for 9 months before giving birth. Having a strong immune system that's able to destroy pathogens before they can harm the baby is essential, although females have a higher rate of autoimmune diseases, which might also be linked to their active immune systems. There is a surprising way that females can boost their immune system even more, and it has to do with sex. Number 47. Recent studies have found that female immune systems can increase in efficiency if they have more sex. It was uncovered that women who have sex 2 to 3 times a week have 30% more IgA antibodies in their blood than people who did not have sex. IgA antibodies are one of the first lines of defense against foreign invaders and can be found in the mucus lining of the nose and airways. So, sex can give additional protection to the body, meaning the carnal act has other benefits besides just feeling good. And speaking of sex, the female body has an organ that's sole function is to provide pleasure. Number 46. The clitoris has one purpose and one purpose only: to provide the female with sexual satisfaction. There is no other organ in males or females that can claim the honor of only functioning as a pleasure center. Number 45. The clitoris and penis are analogous structures. This is not super surprising when you think about it, since we all start off as a single cell and then develop more or less in the same way. However, if a fetus contains the instructions to become female, the genitalia cells will differentiate into a clitoris. Conversely, those same cells will become a penis if the fetus is programmed to become a male. Now, we're going to stick with the clitoris for a little while, as it's an incredible organ. Number 44. The clitoris continues to grow throughout a female's life. By the time a woman reaches menopause, her clitoris is around 3 to 4 times larger than when she started puberty. This is fascinating because since the clitoris is responsible for pleasure, some scientists have hypothesized that a larger clitoris might play a role in more orgasms or at least more sexual satisfaction in mature women. The thought is that the larger the clitoris, the easier it is to stimulate. Number 43. And speaking of stimulation, around 75% of women report that it is the stimulation of the clitoris that makes them orgasm, not the intercourse itself. Let's step away from the female reproductive system for the moment and focus on another pleasure center of the body. Number 42. Some women have reported that they're able to achieve orgasms just from the stimulation of their nipples. A study published in the Journal of Sexual Medicine found that when the nipples are played with, the genital sensory cortex part of the brain becomes excited. This is the same region of the brain that's known to become active when a female is sexually satisfied through the clitoris or vagina. The research suggests that the nipples should not be neglected during sexy time, as they can provide women with a significant amount of pleasure. Number 41. What's even crazier is that the part of the brain which is aroused during sex and sexual stimulation can also be aroused when a female thinks about food. This is especially true when they have cravings connected to their menstrual cycles or pregnancy. It's funny to think about how the stimulation a partner gives a female can be replaced with some chocolate or a juicy steak. It begs the question if women really need men at all. Number 40. One breast is always larger than the other. Normally, the size difference is barely noticeable, but every female has a slight difference in size between their two boobs. There doesn't seem to be a pattern into which breast is bigger, but on average, the left breast usually is larger than the right. The size discrepancy varies from female to female, but it's improbable that a female will have two breasts of identical size and shape. What makes someone biologically female? The answer to this question may be more complicated than you realize. Number 39. A main indicator of whether someone is biologically female is their sex chromosomes. There are two different sex chromosomes, X and Y. Females have two X chromosomes, while males have an X and a Y chromosome. However, it's possible for a female to also have an X and a Y chromosome. When a sperm fertilizes an egg, half of the resulting cell's chromosomes come from a mom and half from the dad. If dad passes on a Y chromosome, the baby will be biologically male unless there's a missing section of the transferred Y chromosome, known as the SRY gene. This is the portion of the DNA responsible for developing male traits such as the penis. If the SRY gene is missing or damaged on the Y chromosome, the cells will revert to their default setting, creating a female. When the SRY gene is turned off, testosterone is not released, and the amount needed to cause the cells to differentiate into a male body. This makes it possible for a female to have XY sex chromosomes. Circadian rhythms are what help our bodies regulate its day-to-day processes, but the female body has a surprisingly long cycle. Number 38. Women tend to go to bed and wake up earlier than men. There's a biological reason for this. The female circadian rhythm tends to be slightly faster than males. The biological day for a female is around 6 minutes shorter than for males, which is why they tend to go to sleep and wake up earlier. There doesn't seem to be much benefit to this, but it might explain why more women report having insomnia than men. Over time, this discrepancy between a female's inner clock and the 24-hour day can really start to affect them negatively. Some women who have circadian rhythms that run extra fast struggle to stay awake and focus throughout the day because their body is telling them to go to sleep even if the sun is up. This can also lead to restless nights and sleep deprivation. There's no doubt women are strong, yet they cry more often than males do. This is not because they are more emotional, but because of the size of their tear ducts. Number 37. Adult women cry about 5 times more a month than men do. Women's tear glands are actually anatomically different than men's. They tend to be larger and have a different biochemical makeup, which leads to females crying more often than males. Also, women produce around 50% more prolactin in their bodies than males do, which is a hormone that regulates lactation. This molecule also plays a role in the production of tears. It is the higher levels of prolactin and the biological differences in their tear ducts that are probably responsible for females crying more often than males. Not that they're more emotional. In fact, many studies suggest females are more level-headed than men and are able to cope with emotional stress better. The vagina is a surprisingly hostile place, yet there are creatures living in there even though it's acidic. Number 36. The pH level in the vagina is around 4.5, which makes the vaginal environment around the same acidity as wine and coffee. This is not the ideal environment for many creatures, which is one of the defense mechanisms the vagina has against foreign invaders. However, there are a plethora of microbes that call the vagina home. Number 35. A group of acid-producing bacteria called lactobacillus find the vagina a great place to live. In fact, they even help maintain high levels of acidity so they can thrive. This in turn keeps other bacteria that can cause yeast and other types of infections away. Without a vaginal microbiome, a female's reproductive system would be much more prone to diseases caused by harmful pathogens. Number 34. The female reproductive system isn't just damaging to pathogens, it can also make the sperm's job very difficult. Almost every single sperm out of the millions ejaculated into a female during intercourse die before reaching the egg. This is why getting pregnant for some women can be so difficult. Sperm are hardy and can last up to 5 days in the female reproductive system, but more often than not, the hostile environment inside the female's reproductive tract kills them within hours. There are other creepy creatures that the female body seems to have an adverse effect to, besides microbes and sperm. Number 33. Researchers at Carnegie Mellon University conducted a study where they gauged the reactions of human babies when they were shown pictures of a human face versus a spider. What they found was that female babies spent more time looking at human faces than spiders. Males, on the other hand, spent about the same time looking at both. This might suggest that the female brain has evolved a natural awareness that those creatures can be harmful and should be kept away from. This is evolutionarily beneficial as females are much more vital to the continuation of the species than males are. If a male gets bit by a poisonous spider, he can still provide sperm even as he's dying. If a female gets bit by a poisonous spider while pregnant, it could harm the offspring. Number 32. Unfortunately for females, they are much more likely to suffer than males. This is because the pain that females feel is more intense. Scientists aren't sure why this is, but it might have to do with hormones in the female body. It's been hypothesized that estrogen can dampen the body's painkiller signals, which then amplifies the pain itself. This could explain why females feel more severe pain even if the affliction is the same for both sexes. Pain can even be amplified further by the female body in this next situation. Number 31. Women need to plan ahead when looking into getting a root canal, otherwise their bodies could turn against them. Estrogen not only dampens painkiller signals, but it can cause dry sockets in the mouth when there are high amounts of the hormone in the body. If a dry socket becomes infected, it's reported to be one of the most painful experiences of someone's life. One way to avoid this catastrophe is to schedule dental work when the estrogen levels are lowest in the body. This is typically in the last week of the menstrual cycle. Number 30. What do human females and sharks have in common? They both produce a compound called squalene. In females, this molecule helps keep the vagina lubricated. In sharks, squalene is found in the liver. Although human females produce the same compound, we use shark squalene in moisturizers and skin creams. It acts as an emollient, which moistens the skin. This isn't surprising as it does the same thing for the vagina. Surprisingly, scientists at the American Cancer Society have found that the squalene from sharks can also help reduce the effects of chemotherapy on normal human cells. It does this without inhibiting the chemotherapy drug's effect on the cancerous cells. Scientists aren't quite sure why this is, but more research is being done. Number 29. Sometimes women find that hair is clogging the shower drain. This isn't surprising as their pubic hair only lasts around 3 weeks before falling out. When compared to the life cycle of hair on the head, this is an incredibly short amount of time. So when cleaning the drain, there's a good chance that some of that hair being pulled out is from the pubic region. Men can typically drink more alcohol than women. We're not sure that that's something to be proud of, but the reason why has surprisingly little to do with body type. Number 28. Most females can't drink as much as males of a similar size because they produce less of the necessary stomach enzymes used to break down ethanol. This leads to higher intoxication levels as more and more ethanol gets into the bloodstream and circulates around the body. The result is that females tend to get drunker quicker than most males do. Another downside to drinking alcohol as a female is that hangovers can be worse than for males. This is because the female body contains lower percentage of water than the opposite sex, which causes worse dehydration, nausea, and headaches after drinking too much alcohol. Number 27. It may sound crazy, but some females are born with not just one but 2 uteruses. As the fetus develops, the uterus starts as 2 separate tubes. Over time, they join together to create one large organ. However, sometimes a condition called uterus didelphys occurs and a female is born with 2 separate uterus. In unique circumstances, a second vagina might form as well. This creates a forked path within the body to the uteruses. Number 26. The uterus is an amazing organ. It's incredibly elastic as it needs to stretch out a lot during pregnancy. How much does it stretch, you might be wondering? Normally, the uterus is only around 4 to 5 inches long. However, during gestation, it can grow many times that size. In fact, the uterus can extend all the way up to the belly button around 20 weeks into pregnancy. The midsection of a female is full of tightly packed organs. This is exacerbated by the fact that there is a part of the digestive tract which is extra long in their bodies. Number 25. The female body probably didn't need to have anything else crammed into its midsection, but part of the colon, called the sigmoid, is longer in women than men. This is the end of the large intestine where fecal matter is stored until the waste is ready to leave the body. Theoretically, this means that if a female held in their bowel movement, which we definitely don't recommend, they could have larger poops than a man. Number 24. Everyone poops, even females. Number 23. Having all of the reproductive organs and the extra portion of the sigmoid in the midsection means that there's not much room for expansion. Everything is squeezed into such a small space that the female body digests food and gas builds up. It can cause abdominal distress. This is just a fancy way of saying that females get more frequent stomach aches and release more gas after eating due to the limited space for expansion. There is one fascinating fact about the female reproductive organ that seems almost unbelievable. Number 22. Females are born with all of the eggs they will ever have already in their ovaries. Around 6 to 7 million oocytes, or unformed eggs, are created during development. But when a female baby is born, she normally ends up with closer to 1.2 million eggs in her ovaries. As she ages, more and more eggs are destroyed and their remnants are absorbed back into the body. By the time a female reaches puberty, she has around 400,000 eggs. Then, when menopause occurs, there are about 1,000 eggs left in her ovaries. The menstrual cycle occurs when an egg leaves the ovary and is not fertilized. When this happens, there's bleeding, but not as much as you might think. Number 21. Everyone's body is different. Some females lose more blood than others during their menstrual cycle. However, on average, women lose around 4 tablespoons each month due to their period. It's important to note that some females bleed a lot more than that, as they might have a heavier flow. Number 20. A female's period does not just cause pain in the midsection, but can actually mess with the brain as well. The pain associated with the menstrual cycle causes the brain to lose focus. Research has shown that this can hinder a female's ability to do complex tasks while the body is trying to mitigate the pain from cramps and the shedding of the uterine lining. But worry not. Even when a female's brain is distracted, they still have a leg up on men. Number 19. In studies conducted around memory and the ability to retain information, women between the ages of 45 and 55 perform better in almost every category. Even more impressive is this study was conducted while the females were going through menopause, which is known to negatively affect memory recall. Yet, women still remember things better than men, who had no biological excuse for their low scores. This means that throughout a female's life, she will likely be able to recall and remember things much better than the males around her. Number 18. Females have a strong connection between the two hemispheres of their brain. When given a difficult task to solve, research has shown that women use many parts of their brain simultaneously rather than just sticking to one portion. Men, on the other hand, over-engage a single section of their brain. This means that women might combine both logic and intuition when problem-solving, allowing them to think up better solutions more quickly than the opposite sex. Number 17. There is no denying that women are better multitaskers than men. A possible reason for this was published in the Journal of Neuroscience. The section of the brain called the corpus callosum makes sure that both hemispheres are communicating with one another. The female corpus callosum is larger than the male's, which is theorized to be one of the main reasons why women can multitask with such high efficiency. Females have some unique abilities when it comes to their senses. It's often said that women are much more perceptive than men, and there's a biological reason for this. Number 16. The gene that allows people to see the color red is only found on the X chromosome. This means that unlike males, females have 2 of these genes. The researchers have found that a combination of a normal gene for seeing red and a mutated one allows females to see a broader spectrum of red-orange colors than males. The fact that males only have 1 copy of this gene also explains why more men are red colorblind than women. Females are also better at differentiating color hues in the yellow-green spectrum, which means they literally see the world differently than men do. Number 15. Both women and men have the same ability to sense smells. However, women can learn to detect a particular scent much better than men can. This ability develops during a woman's childbearing years, and research at Monell Chemical Senses Center in Philadelphia has shown that women can smell certain aromas at 1/1000th of their original concentration. This likely has to do with hormones that are present in the body, somehow making the olfactory neurons more sensitive. Might sound crazy, but females can even sense when their partner is stressed just by smelling the body odor of their shirt. And this isn't the only sense that females have the upper hand in. Number 14. Females have more taste buds on their tongues than males. This means that they have the ability to taste more flavors that might be hidden in food than men. It's also hypothesized that extra taste buds give females more sensitive, sophisticated palates. Number 13. Women can experience multiple orgasms during sex. Once a male's orgasm, he has to wait for his refractory period to end before he can climax again. Females don't have this problem, they can just keep going and going. And this brings us to a mysterious part of the female reproductive system, the G-spot. Number 12. There's a belief that a magical portion of the female sex organ can cause an incredibly intense and pleasurable orgasm when stimulated. This has become known as the G-spot. The original name for this region was the Grafenberg zone, named after Ernst Grafenberg, the German physician who proposed the area existed. As of yet, there has been no actual proof that a G-spot exists. The best guess of what the G-spot could be as of right now is that it's an internal extension of the clitoris. However, many doctors doubt it exists at all. Another myth of the female body that needs to be debunked also has to do with sex, or the lack thereof. Number 11. For centuries and even today, many people believe that the hymen needs to be intact for a female to be considered a virgin. This is absolutely not true. The hymen is a thin layer of tissue that's located just inside the vagina. It's flexible but not very strong, meaning that physical activities such as biking, horseback riding, or even inserting a tampon can stretch or tear the hymen. Just because a female's hymen is broken does not mean she's had sex. Although this next female fact might seem messy, it's actually part of the natural cleaning process. Number 10. The female reproductive system will sometimes release discharge without warning. This can stain underwear, but it's a natural process the body needs to make sure the vagina remains clean and infection-free. Number 9. The vagina is full of folds and rugae, which are a series of ridges created by the folding of tissue. The reason that the female body needs to create discharge and why it's so important for the vagina to remain clean is because microbes can find refuge in these folds. The ridges are caused by an increase in estrogen that thickens the vaginal tissue. After menopause or while a woman is nursing a newborn, she produces less estrogen, and this causes the folds to flatten out and the entire vagina to become thinner and drier. Number 8. The reduction of estrogen in the female body might result in women in the later stages of life experiencing discomfort during sex. Luckily, with a little bit of lube and patience, the side effects that low estrogen levels have on the vagina can be mitigated during sexual intercourse. Number 7. Women lose collagen at a faster rate than men do. This can lead to more wrinkles in the skin. However, numerous studies have shown that even though men retain more collagen, they look older than women of the same age. This is likely because men tend not to take care of their skin and their body as well as females do. The other reason for this has to do with skin thickness. Number 6. Women's skin is thinner than men's skin on average. This means that the female body shows fewer facial lines and aging spots. It might also account for why some women feel colder than men do, even while the temperature around them is the same. Are females actually more flexible than males? And if so, why? Number 5. The female body contains more elastin than the male body. Elastin is a protein that allows connective tissues to stretch. The fact that the female body contains more of this protein means that they're indeed more flexible than men. On top of that, females tend to have a wider pelvis that gives them a more extensive range of motion. What time of year do women crave sex more? Number 4. Surprisingly, the answer to this question isn't wintertime when it's cold and you're stuck inside. Instead, investigations have found that women actually crave sex more during the summer. Researchers think the reason for this is because of the scents that are present during this time of year. As discussed earlier, females have a strong sense of smell and are able to recall scents better than men. It's not exactly known which smells trigger the female drive of sex, but whatever they are, they appear to be more plentiful in the summer. Another factor that might explain this phenomena is that sunlight helps activate serotonin in the body, which is a key neurotransmitter that allows humans to experience pleasure. Therefore, if the summer sun causes the female body to want to be pleased, it might cause them to seek out one of the more gratifying experiences in life. Number 3. Regardless of the time of year, women are better at identifying sexual intentions than men are. Both sexes tend to miss cues of sexually interested individuals from time to time, but women are much better at identifying the difference between a friendly interaction and one that has other connotations. This means that in the game of finding a mate, females will likely have much more success than males, as they will miss fewer opportunities. And if that last fact got your heart racing, it's nothing compared to our next insane fact about the female body. Number 2. The female heart beats faster than a male heart. This is because a female heart tends to be smaller, even when compared to similar body size. To make up for the smaller dimensions, female hearts beat more frequently to ensure enough blood is circulated around the body. The average male heart beats around 70 to 72 beats per minute, while the female heart beats around 78 to 82 beats per minute. Number 1. Females don't need males or their sperm to reproduce anymore. Using in vitro fertilization and other assistive pregnancy methods, 2 females can combine their genetic information and have a baby. However, 2 sperm will never be able to be combined to create a viable offspring, since an egg is essential for an embryo to form. This means that females might not have any use for males in the future. There's only one thing we want to tell you in this introduction, and that's the fact that you really don't want to end up on death row. After hearing these 50 facts, we guarantee you that your mind will be blown. Number 50. Okay, some hard facts first. Some of you might be wondering, what exactly is death row? Well, it's simply the name for the part of the prison where inmates await their execution. For instance, if you get sentenced to death in California, you'll go to death row units at either Corcoran State Prison or San Quentin Prison. You're thinking, tell me something I don't know. Okay, how about the fact that California leads the US in terms of how many people are on death row? The current number is 725 as of January 1st, 2020. Florida is next with 347 death row inmates, and Texas gets the bronze with 218 death row inmates. Number 49. We'll give you some more hard facts soon, but let's now add some insanity to this story. As you might guess, some death row inmates are not of a sound mind. They might not have even been declared insane in the courts, but it's very likely they were very much certifiably mad. In 2004, a man named Andre Thomas killed his estranged wife and 2 children. He used a different knife for each killing, later saying he didn't want to contaminate them with demons. He removed some of their organs and subsequently stabbed himself in the chest. He then left a voicemail message for his dead wife's parents. It went like this: "I need y'all's help. Something bad is happening to me, and it keeps happening and I don't know what's going on. I need some help. I think I'm in hell. I need help." He turned himself in and confessed to what he'd done. While he was in jail, he had removed one of his eyes, and later 3 doctors confirmed that this guy had schizophrenia. The state didn't care, and the man stood trial and was sentenced to death. While serving time on death row, he removed another eye and proceeded to eat it. He's still waiting for his execution. Yeah, that's a crazy story, and they will get even crazier. Number 48. So which states have executed the most death row inmates since 1976? The top 3 states are Oklahoma with 112, Virginia with 1 more at 113, and Texas far away at number 1 with 566 executions. Number 47. A lot of you don't know this, but it can take a really long time to get yourself executed, often between 15 and 20 years. The average time spent on death row before execution or release, yep, a lot of guys have been innocent on death row, is 16 years. Number 46. People literally go mad waiting to be killed by the state, and this madness is actually a phenomenon with a name. It's called death row phenomenon, and we're going to talk more about it later. For now, all you need to know is that it means basically losing your mind. Number 45. Okay, so you can spend a lot of time on death row. As you'll see, more inmates on death row have been innocent than you would believe. In fact, it's mind-blowing and sad just how many folks have gotten off of death row. One man spent 39 years there, and his name was Gary Albert. He murdered 3 people and was sentenced in 1974, but like the guy we just talked about, he had a long history of severe mental illnesses, including schizophrenia. The state knew very well he was totally insane, and that's why he could never be executed. He waited 39 years and saw 75 other death row inmates in Florida leave and never come back. He died of a brain tumor in 2013. Number 44. Okay, so one more person that spent a long time on death row was a guy named Jack Alderman, and he spent 33 years fighting for his freedom. He was accused of killing his wife, although there was no forensic evidence and the story is just plain weird. He was sentenced only on the testimony of another man, a man who might have actually been the killer. The execution of Alderman has been called a gross miscarriage of justice because it is highly unlikely he killed his wife. He was offered all kinds of deals and he wouldn't have been executed if he only said he was guilty. He refused to do this every time he was offered a plea deal and said he just couldn't admit to doing something he hadn't done. He was executed in 2008. Number 43. You don't actually have to kill someone to be convicted of murder. You can end up on death row having been convicted of murder, but you might not have been sentenced for actually killing someone. Number 42. If that's confusing to you, here's a story. One night you're hanging out in a park, but this particular night there are a couple of guys you don't know that well. All you guys get a bit drunk and then decide to go into town. Those 2 new guys get into a fight. They beat up some dude so bad he dies. You were merely there and you didn't even throw a punch, plus you didn't know these guys very well. But if you're poor, have a crappy lawyer, and maybe a couple of minor crimes to your name, you might be charged with something called felony murder. If you're African American, you're even more screwed. Sadly, racial bias in the American justice system is still prevalent. Okay, the point is, you sometimes just have to be there. If you do your research, you'll find lists of people who were executed for just being there. It was the other guy that pulled the trigger or stuck in the blade, and you'll find names such as G.W. Green, Carlos Santana, Joseph Garcia, and many more. Number 41. One more thing you need to know is that you could get charged for murder if one of your friends dies. Yep, if you've heard of the Elkhart 4, you'll know that 4 kids decided to burglarize a house, and the house owner shot and killed one of those kids. The 3 other kids were charged with felony murder, and we're looking at 55, 50, and 55 years behind bars for something some guy did while protecting his house. They didn't end up spending any time on death row and eventually got much lower sentences, but it's a warning to you all. Number 40. A guy named Nick Yaris spent 22 years on death row for a crime he didn't commit. He educated himself there, and he was later released after DNA evidence proved that he did not commit the crime. Yaris sued the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, and the settlement was $3 million. You can see his story in the documentary film The Fear of 13. Number 39. What about lethal injection? What's that? It's a 3-shot cocktail. The first part is usually sodium thiopental, a super-strength barbiturate that basically knocks the person out. Then pancuronium bromide, a muscle relaxant, should make the lungs not work so well, and the third part is potassium chloride. Enough of this will affect the heart and should bring on cardiac arrest. We should also say that certain states have their own recipes. Number 38. Actually, lethal injection, while generally viewed as the most humane form of execution in modern times, has a really high botch rate at 7.1%. Yep, that's a lot of botching. And you could ask if the formidable guillotine at least caused less pain for some folks. Firing squads also had a 100% success rate. The botch rate of the electric chair is 1.9%, hanging 3.1%, and the gas chamber 5.4%. Number 37. You might now be thinking, wait a minute. In recent years, there have been bodies piling up all over the USA during what we call the opioid crisis. In 2018, there were 46,802 deaths related to opioids such as heroin and fentanyl, and the new tidal wave of prescription opioids. The numbers were similar in 2017 and 2019. So that's around 150,000 deaths, which if you've ever seen one, pretty much means going to sleep and not waking up. It seems pretty humane. Since 1999, there have been around 800,000 deaths in the USA because of drugs, and mainly the deaths were opiate-related. Although opiates might have been mixed with another drug such as benzodiazepine, there's a lethal threesome: the opioid, the benzo, and the booze. Anyway, some people have said, why not give people a strong drug like fentanyl when you want to execute them? It's obviously a formidable killer on the streets, so why not mainline murderers with it? Well, in 2018, Nebraska became the first state to use fentanyl as part of a lethal injection, and they even threw in a benzodiazepine. They knocked him out with the opioid, slowed him down with the relaxant, and for good measure, they threw in some of the heart-stopping potassium chloride. Number 36. Lethal injection often fails simply because the executioners can't find a vein. But in one occasion, they actually injected the substances into the flesh of a man and not his veins. 35 minutes later, he got another shot. That kind of time frame is what we now call cruel and unusual punishment. Others have just reacted badly to the cocktail, with their bodies going into spasms and moans coming from their mouth. Still, the real horror stories involve the gas chamber and the electric chair, and that you'll learn about later. Number 35. There might also be two separate cartridges during a lethal injection. The second one is a backup. Number 34. A guy named Ramel Broom actually survived his execution in 2009. Over the period of 2 hours, the executioners tried to find a vein. Ramel, reportedly sobbing at times, even helped them, but it failed. They took him off the gurney and the state was accused of cruel and unusual punishment. Ramel is still on death row today. Number 33. Okay, so this was before modern death row, but when the British first settled into the colonies, they had a list of 222 crimes that were punishable by death. If you destroyed a fish pond, you could die. Or if you messed with a rabbit warren, you could be strung up. Painting your face black at night? Also a capital crime. Yeah, that's crazy, but we have more crazy down the line. Number 32. Serial killer Philip Carl Jablonski was on San Quentin death row for many years. He was an avid letter writer and had pen pals all over the world. He would sometimes draw cartoons on the letters, but often they were quite disturbing. In fact, his letters could be pleasant in parts, and then suddenly he'd talk about really gruesome things he'd done. He actually killed his first wife, but married a female pen pal while doing time for that murder. When he got out, they could finally be together as a real married couple. He soon killed his new wife and also killed her mother. Jablonski would kill again, and he would get caught. Believe it or not, more women proposed to him when he was on death row. He recently died in his cell, so he's no longer an eligible death row bachelor. Number 31. In fact, a few people have gotten married while on death row. One of the worst serial killers of all time got married even though his hobby was brutally killing women. His name was Ted Bundy. Some women have a thing for killers. There's a term for it. It's called hybristophilia. Number 30. The death penalty was actually abolished for a while, but it came back in 1976. In the US, there are only 29 states in which you can be legally killed by the state. Number 29. Since 1976, there have been 1,512 executions in the US. Number 28. Only 15 of those executions were of women, and 22 of the executed people were juveniles. Number 27. Since the death penalty, there have been a total of 294 cases of clemency. This is when someone with power steps in and says this guy should not be killed. The president or the state governor could do this, but they will have to weigh up a lot of facts and also think about the public's reaction. This doesn't mean the person is released, or what we might call exonerated. It just means the person's death sentence has been commuted to another sentence. And yes, it sometimes happens like it does in the movies. That is, it can happen just hours before the execution is due to be carried out. In 2020, a guy named Jimmy Meters was given clemency just a few hours before he was about to get a lethal injection. His sentence was reduced to life without possibility of parole. Meters was accused of killing a store clerk, but he says another guy did it. He's even tried to get DNA evidence to support this, but that hasn't been possible yet. He claims he's innocent. He had no criminal history before the event and has had a spotless prison record, which was all taken into consideration when he was granted clemency. We'll soon tell you shocking facts about innocent people on death row, but we think you need to hear other facts first. Number 26. One Republican governor shocked the world in the early 2000s. His name was George Ryan, and he said in 2003, "Okay, enough's enough. Something stinks here," and he pardoned every death row prisoner. Yep, all 163 men and 4 women who'd already served collectively over 2,000 years were taken off a death row. Why would he do such a thing, you might be wondering? Okay, let's just give you his statement. It's best you hear it from him. The facts I've seen in reviewing each and every one of these cases raised questions not only about the innocence of people on death row, but about the fairness of the death penalty system as a whole. Our capital system is haunted by the demon of error in determining guilt and error in determining who among the guilty deserves to die. A lot of people were upset, and not only die-hard fans of legalized killing, some of the families of the victims were annoyed and upset. The thing is, were they gunning for the right man to die? Mr. Ryan made his decision after seeing that his state had executed 12 people but had exonerated 13 innocent men who had been wrongly convicted. Number 25. If you actually look at pardons given all over the US, you'll see that they're not given that often. In fact, Illinois leads the way with 187 pardons, and in second place is Ohio with 21. The majority of states just have 1, 2, or 3 pardons. Number 24. Has a pardon ever happened like in the movies when the minute hand is on the screen and the prisoner gets saved at the very last minute? The answer is yes. It happened in 2018 to a guy named Thomas Bart Whitaker. Bart was only in his early 20s when he decided to kill his whole family and claim the inheritance money. The family was quite wealthy, we should say. The son got his roommate to kill his mother and brother, but his father survived being shot. It was the father years later who would protest to the governor and get his son off a death row. The two had become good friends. The father said his son was the last of his family, so to kill him would be to leave him with no one. It seems the governor couldn't ignore that plea. Number 23. In the past, when a prisoner was being marched to the death chamber, the guards would shout, "Dead man walking." People on death row have said when someone goes, it's always a very depressing day. Number 22. Death row in some prisons has been criticized for its conditions. In some places, so much so that the prison has been forced to close the wing down and build a new one. Death row inmates are usually locked down in solitary for 23 hours a day. They'll sit in that windowless cell for many years, and unlike other prisoners or murderers, they don't generally get to mix in with people in the yard or have prison jobs. This drives them absolutely crazy. The American Civil Liberties Union actually sued the state of Oklahoma and won. It said solitary confinement could only be described as being buried alive. It said the men get 3 showers a week and 5 times a week can leave their cell for an hour, but they never get to see the sun or the sky, since their exercise time is just in another concrete box, a bigger concrete box. But every prison is not the same, and we saw some prisons where death row inmates could work and communicate with other prisoners. We should say that in some cases this had come after lawsuits. Number 21. These conditions can and have led to something called death row syndrome. This might mean men wanting to take their own lives, but even that's not easy in solitary confinement. Some men literally lose their minds. They become mentally ill on death row and might start having visual and auditory hallucinations. Some men just waiver their appeals and plead for the end to come sooner. 16 years on death row in these conditions can be hard. In fact, because of such brutal conditions, other countries such as the UK and Canada have refused to extradite people to the US. They say no human should be kept in those conditions since it breaches standards of human rights. It's not about the death penalty, but what comes before it. You've all lived in self-isolation at home for a while. Now imagine your house was one small cell and 4 cement walls. Imagine no one could talk to you except when someone handed you food or took you to another cement room for an hour a day. Now imagine this went on for years, and at the end, you get to die. Do you think you'd get death row syndrome? Number 20. It seems not all death rows are the same, though, because we found a recent story that told us at San Quentin one death row inmate killed another death row inmate while the two were out in the yard. This is actually very unusual, and San Quentin officials said it was the first time it had happened since 1996. Death row inmates are separated from the rest of the prison, but they do get to go out in the yard together. Death rows all over the US don't usually see much violence. They are, for the most part, eerily quiet places. Number 19. Scientists in the US and almost anywhere in the world say the death penalty does not deter killers. In fact, there are lower murder rates in the US states that don't have the death penalty. There are some experts that think the death penalty does deter serious crimes, but they're in the minority. The split is around 90% that don't think it works and 10% that think it works. Number 18. The USA lies around 7th place in regard to most executions per year. China leads, although it doesn't report its executions. North Korea could also be a very high number, but again, the country won't report the numbers. Other big fans of executions are Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Somalia, and so the US is in pretty bad company when it comes to human rights records. Number 17. The first prison escape from death row was in 1934, and the man who got away was the gangster Raymond Hamilton. The infamous Bonnie and Clyde helped him get out. The next death row escape wouldn't be until 1984, when the infamous Briley brothers did something even more over the top than a Hollywood movie. They basically took over the death row unit, stole the guards' uniforms, put on riot gear, put a TV on the stretcher, and walked it out of the prison while saying it was a bomb. They then drove off into the night laughing like hyenas while smoking their stash of weed. Number 16. A man named Martin Garul also escaped, and he basically scaled fences and ran for his life while the guards were shooting at him. He didn't get that far though, since his body was found in a river not long after. One of those shots had hit him in the back. The year was 1998. Number 15. Hangings used to be public events, and they were very popular with some people who treated them like a family day out. The father would read the newspaper and look up gleefully. "Wow, honey, grab your jacket, there's a hanging on today." 1936 was the year of the last public hanging in the US, and up to 20,000 people turned up to the event in Kentucky. Did that criminal spend 20 years on death row? Nope, he committed the crime in June and was hanged in August. Things were a bit different back then. Number 14. The records show that death row and the death penalty is way more expensive for the taxpayer. One study in Maryland revealed that the average cost for each case was $3 million. Another study showed Louisiana spent $15.6 million per year on its capital punishment system. Yet another study in 2018 showed that in all states with the death penalty, the additional cost per year was almost $3 billion, compared to if death row criminals had just been given a life sentence without parole. That's why some people argue for the abolition of the death penalty, not because of moral concerns, but because it costs too much. Number 13. A Gallup poll in 2019 revealed that 60% of Americans supported life imprisonment without the possibility of parole over the death penalty. In 1986, it was just 34% of Americans that held the view. Number 12. There was once a woman named Kelly Gissendaner, and in 2015, when she became the last woman in the United States to be executed, for now at least, she was the only woman on death row in Georgia. Her crime was killing her husband, and she didn't deny doing it. On death row, she converted to Christianity and created the group Struggle Sisters as a way to help women get through their time. Gissendaner might have had more freedom than some people on death row. She sang the song Amazing Grace before she was given her cocktail of drugs. Number 11. That cocktail of drugs costs only around $100. The killing part is not the most expensive part. That is the imprisonment part and the mind-boggling legal costs. Number 10. Sometimes prisoners order rather strange meals for the meal they have before they get executed, but in terms of statistics, a cheeseburger and fries is the most popular meal. Number 9. In 2012, when a man named Gary Simmons was asked for his last meal, he might have been trying to die by way of heart attack. That's because his last meal contained 29,000 calories. We're not going to mention all the items because they're just too many. Let's just say it included a lot of junk food, a ton of dips, chips, fries, and cheeses, and a bucket of Coke. Number 8. A man named David Matthews spent 17 years on death row in Oklahoma and tried a few times to prove his innocence. Before he was given the lethal injection, he joked, "I think that the governor's phone's broke. He hasn't called yet." Number 7. Around 90% of people on death row could not afford their own lawyer and so had to be given a free one by the state. Number 6. Legal experts and statisticians who did some investigating believe that from 1976 to 2004, 4.1% of those who were given the death penalty were actually innocent. That is 340 prisoners they believed were innocent or are innocent. The writers of the report said there is little doubt that innocent men have been executed. If you watch true crime shows, you'll know why so many people might have died innocent men. It's usually shoddy police work and lack of evidence. That and the fact some evidence that supports the innocent is sometimes purposely suppressed, or forensic evidence has been tampered with. Number 5. In 2019, two men named Clifford Williams Jr. and Nathan Myers were released from prison after they'd both been given death sentences. They'd served 43 years behind bars. One of the guys went in age 18 and came out aged 61. The other went in 33 and came out 76. These guys were not released because of DNA evidence. It was discovered that there was very little evidence to prove they did the crime, and they actually had witnesses saying they were with the guys when the murder was committed. This is why money matters. This wouldn't have happened if they'd had a good lawyer. Number 4. There have been 167 exonerations of prisoners on death row in the U.S. since 1973. DNA testing helped get some of the men off of death row when that started being used, while some people convicted from hair tests have been given new trials since hair comparisons used back before DNA testing were not reliable. Number 3. In 2019, there were another 2 death row exonerations. One was Paul Browning, and he had served 33 years on death row in Nevada's Ely State Prison. His case went back to court, and that court said there had been disturbing prosecutorial misconduct and woefully inadequate assistance of counsel during that guy's first trial for murder. After 33 years, he walked free, and he told the press, "I just want to find a little bit of peace after coming through all this madness." 33 years of madness is a lot to take in. Charles Ray Finch was also exonerated from death row that year and was pushed out of prison in a wheelchair at the age of 81. He'd spent 43 years on death row as an innocent man. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit said the evidence against him was woeful, and police had apparently pressured people to testify against him. They also created a very sketchy lineup not remotely related to anything you could call justice. Official misconduct and getting people to tell lies in court, or people lying on their own behalf, is a reason for a lot of exonerations. Number 2. Okay, so what about an innocent man who did get executed? This story is nothing short of insane. In 1976, 2 police officers were shot when checking on a parked car. Inside was a driver and a man named Jesse Tafaro. His wife and children were sleeping in the back seat. Tafaro was sentenced to death, as was his wife. The kids went on to live with the wife's parents, but both were placed into care when those grandparents died in a plane crash. Tafaro was executed in the electric chair in 1990. Old Sparky didn't work well though, and it took 7 minutes for the man to die. Prior to that, his head set on fire, and it wasn't a good scene. It later turned out that the driver did the shooting, and he even admitted to it. The evidence pointed to the driver doing it too. Tafaro's wife was at least later released, but only after she'd served 16 years as an innocent woman. She actually ended up marrying a guy who'd also been exonerated after being convicted of murder. Number 1. Most states have compensation measures when people are wrongfully convicted and later exonerated, but not all states. 33 states right now have compensation laws for exonerees, from normal prison or death row. How much a person gets can vastly differ. In Louisiana, a person can get $250,000, but that must be paid out over a period of 10 years. In California, the maximum is $140 per day for every day wrongfully served. So for 43 years, you'd get over $2 million. Wisconsin only gives $5,000 per year wrongly imprisoned, and this is about as good as a kick in the face. It also caps the amount at $25,000. Texas is pretty good. It gives $80,000 per wrongfully imprisoned year and also helps with other matters such as child support and legal fees and getting you back on your feet and fitting into society. A civil rights violation lawsuit can also be filed, especially if there was official misconduct by the state, and that might add up to millions if the exoneree wins the case. Then you have states such as Iowa and Oklahoma, where if you pled guilty, you'll get nothing. Yep, some innocent men on death row have pled guilty before. In normal prison, lots of innocent men take plea deals. In Florida, you won't get compensated one dime if you had any other crime on your record. It also can take years to get any compensation. One guy who did 20 years as an innocent man got a check for $25,000, but that was 4.5 years after his release. Some guys in some states end up with nothing but a "goodbye, sorry we messed up." It all depends on the case and the state. A man in California spent 39 years behind bars for a crime he didn't commit, and he sued the authorities. He got $21 million. He also got $1.95 million for the $140 a day the state awards those who have been wrongfully incarcerated. Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. You've probably heard the name before, but what do you really know about this man who's gone down in modern history as one of the biggest drug kingpins? Number 50. Let's start with some personal details. On April 4, 1957, he was born in a place called La Tuna in Sinaloa, Mexico. This is just a small rural community, the home of what you might call simple farmers. His father was a cattle rancher, although unofficially, he grew opium. Number 49. As for how life was, well, it was tough. Joaquin was the eldest child of the family. He had 4 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters, although he had other siblings that died young. When he was in 3rd grade, he dropped out of school, which left him functionally illiterate for the rest of his life. If you're wondering what functionally illiterate means, it basically is being able to read and write a bit, but not enough to work in most jobs. His writing skills weren't even good enough to pen simple letters, which is why he had people write love letters for him when he was in prison. We'll talk about those later. Number 48. El Chapo sold oranges and candies as a kid to earn extra money. His mother once said about her young son, even as a little child he had ambitions. His sister Bernarda said back in those days he'd always been able to make some cash. Then he'd buy a bunch of fake gold jewelry and show it off while visiting family members. Number 47. When El Chapo was still a young kid, he used to save little pieces of paper that he'd cut into the shapes of bills. He'd get a wad and tie it with a band, pretending it was real money. His mom later said he'd count and recount them, then tie up the little piles. Ever since he was little, he'd always had hopes. He told his mom to save the papers for him and hide them from his father, who, as you'll now see, was not exactly a good influence on the kids. Number 46. With the nearest school being about 60 miles away, El Chapo had little chance of getting any kind of education in his teens. Instead, he grew opium with his pop, but his pop would sell the stuff and usually spend all the earnings on booze and women. Number 45. He started working for his uncle, Pedro Aviles Perez. This guy was one of the first agricultural entrepreneurs to realize a lot of cash could be made by sending drugs over the border to the USA. He cultivated both opium and marijuana and is said to be one of the first people to use planes to get weed over the border. He was shot and killed by a Mexican federal cop in 1978, likely set up by an up-and-coming trafficker. Such was the life. As you'll see, drug kingpins tend to stab each other in the back. Number 44. El Chapo then started working for Hector Luis Palma Salazar. Just to give you an idea of the environment these guys worked in, Salazar's wife and children were murdered by a rival. More bloodshed followed, of course, but let's stick with El Chapo for now, who was no stranger to violence. Number 43. Maybe he had a little man complex because he was always trying to impress when he was coming up in those days. He had to win at any cost. During those early days of smuggling, he had one very simple rule if you worked for him. That was, lose the drugs and you will die. He meant it too, shooting men who had messed up a shipment. Even if someone decided to buy drugs at a lower price not from him, that could end with them getting shot in the head. He ruled by fear, and it worked for him, which impressed the higher-ups in the Mexican drug world. It's how he came onto the radar of the boss of bosses, Miguel Ángel Félix Gallardo. Number 42. Also known as the Godfather, Gallardo was one of the guys that started the powerful Guadalajara cartel. This man had a lot of political connections. He was almost untouchable. And with his contacts in Colombia, he sent an unprecedented amount of cocaine over the border to the US. He set up something called the Federation, which consisted of various branches or plazas of Mexican gangs. Each of these criminal gangs got all the drugs they wanted, but just as important, they received the protection of corrupt cops and politicians that Gallardo had in his pocket. Basically, because U.S. drug enforcement had been very good at clamping down on trafficking by Colombia's Medellin and Cali cartels, the Colombians decided to let the Mexicans do much of the trafficking. This is how weed-exporting farmers turned into giant criminal enterprises. We can't say these were peaceful times, but the Federation days were certainly better than what was to come. Back in those days, El Chapo and Ismael Zambada Garcia were given control of the Pacific Coast operations. This would later become known as the Sinaloa Cartel. Now you'll see how arrests create power vacuums and how they lead to violence. Number 41. Gallardo got arrested. In 1985, DEA agent Enrique Kiki Carmena Salazar was kidnapped. He was tortured and then killed. This was revenge for the destruction of millions of dollars worth of weed. The DEA launched a massive investigation after that, concluding that the Mexican officials and politicians had been working with the narcos. Gallardo was seen as the man behind it all and responsible for the DEA agent's death. Now the Federation didn't have a leader, and El Chapo saw an opportunity. Number 40. From October till May 1987, El Chapo moved 4,400 pounds of weed and about 10,400 pounds of cocaine to the U.S. He made about $1.5 million, most of which he sent back home to Sinaloa. He was just getting started, but the people from where he came felt the cash injection. They would soon begin to refer to him as Robin Hood. Number 39. In 2020, new reports surfaced that the relatives of El Chapo were handing out much-needed food parcels to the people in Sinaloa. El Chapo's face was printed on the packages. In fact, right after he started making the big money, some of it went to fund hospitals, clinics, and schools. He even helped build roads and other infrastructure. He wasn't the first to do this. Pablo Escobar had done it, as had the heroin trafficker from Burma, Kun Sa. Before you get all teary-eyed, just listen to what else El Chapo was capable of. Number 38. The story comes from a former bodyguard of El Chapo, Isaias Valdez-Rios. He said that when El Chapo was in hiding, one day he got a telephone call. His men had captured some guys that worked for a rival cartel. After he put down the phone, El Chapo said, "They're sending us a gift." When they got the gift, 3 men, El Chapo beat them with his own hands. He broke their bones with a large stick. Finally, he shot the men and had their bodies burned. The same bodyguard said his boss also had a man buried alive. For being a bodyguard, he was paid just $175 a week. He said that while there was sporadic violence, most of the time he just sat around sending and receiving messages on his phone. He told the court, "Sometimes I hardly ate, even when Mr. Joaquin would rest in his cabin. I would try to sort of rest, but I'd have a small radio with me and he'd say, 'Memin, what did so-and-so say? Memin, say this to so-and-so.' Still, he said another day on the job might mean being part of a hit squad and executing someone." Number 37. Before El Chapo got to be the biggest drug lord in Mexico, he was renowned for being able to get drugs across the border. Those not close to him were often not sure how he did it. One of the reasons for his success was the tunnels he and his men built. They were the best tunnels around, better than anything the other narcos had constructed. In later life, such tunnels would come to El Chapo's rescue. We'll talk more about that later. Number 36. He also sent cocaine across the U.S. in tins of chilies. The brand name was La Comadre. According to news reports, he smuggled $500 million of cocaine that way. 55% of the money went to the Colombian gangs that sent over the cocaine, and the rest went to El Chapo and his men. We're not sure how much the grunts got, but they got really high since the cocaine filled the air where they did the packaging. Number 35. One of his tunnels ran from a house in Mexico and stretched to a house in Douglas, Arizona. To get to the door of the tunnel, a pool table needed to be lifted by hydraulics. Number 34. The cops found that tunnel, but none of El Chapo's men ever went back to it. That's because he was tipped off by a police chief named Guillermo Gonzalez Calderoni. He received millions of dollars from El Chapo. Number 33. Once the Federation was no more, the boys from Sinaloa got into a war with the Tijuana cartel. This led to lots of blood spilled on both sides of the war. El Chapo narrowly escaped being assassinated more than once. Number 32. One time, El Chapo's men got into a gunfight with their enemy in a disco. Both sides fired over 1,000 rounds. Not surprisingly, people died, 6 in total. Number 31. On May 24, 1993, gunmen from the Tijuana cartel thought they had their man. They were told El Chapo was hiding in a car at Guadalajara International Airport. Around 20 men filled the car with bullets, but El Chapo was in another car. As for the occupants of the wrong car, one of them was the Cardinal and Archbishop of Guadalajara, Juan Jesus Posadas Ocampo. 6 other people were killed too. El Chapo heard the gunfire and was able to sneak off just in time. Number 30. It was this murder of innocent people that made El Chapo a household name in Mexico. Only then was his face on the front of newspapers. It is after the assassination of Cardinal Posada that authorities began to tell us there are big drug lords, and that one of them is named Joaquin Guzman Loera, alias El Chapo Guzman, one investigator later said. Number 29. The Catholic Church in Mexico disagreed, saying it was an execution gone wrong. It said the shooters knew exactly what they were doing. Cardinal Juan Sandoval Inez said forensic evidence pointed to it. He said the assassinated cardinal had been outspoken about how some high-ranking politicians were a bit too close to organized crime. He believed the hit was a conspiracy, which was perhaps one reason why El Chapo got away so easily. Number 28. Still, he was a wanted man after the airport shooting. He hid for a while, likely with the help of corrupt officials. He also handed $200 million to one of his men for the running of the Sinaloa cartel. If he should get arrested, he gave the same amount to another man, money to take care of his family. Number 27. On June 9, 1993, El Chapo was picked up close to Guatemala-Mexico border by the Guatemalan army. He was subsequently sentenced to over 20 years in prison for drug trafficking and other offenses. When asked if he was a drug trafficker, he said, "I'm a farmer." As you'll now see, prison didn't set him back so much. Number 26. He was treated like royalty in the prison, with the guards acting as his very own servants. He not only got what he wanted in there, but he was able to manage the cartel along with his brother Arturo. We won't mention Arturo again, but we will tell you he was eventually shot and killed. Number 25. El Chapo certainly had his hands full during his wars with his enemies. But according to one former narco who talked with Newsweek, the U.S. authorities helped him and his cartel out quite a lot. That's because El Chapo was allegedly acting as an informant for the DEA, telling the agency about his enemies' trafficking routes and where they were about to send something over to the U.S. He also filled agents in as to who had killed who. According to this narco, he'd personally go and visit U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and start talking to agents, who, he said, were always very polite. He told Newsweek one of the ICE agents said they were here to help the Sinaloa cartel. That might sound strange, but that's how the war on drugs has been fought all over the world for a long time. The book Drug War: The Secret History details how law enforcement in the US and the UK had many secret informants. The downside for the authorities is traffickers have manipulated the agencies. A professor at the University of Texas said the Sinaloa cartel was duping US agencies into fighting its enemies. Even worse, when hitman and gangster Juan Carlos Ramirez testified in the US, he told the court that El Chapo bribed corrupt DEA agents with prostitutes, gifts, and apartments. Number 24. El Chapo's lawyer, Humberto Loya Castro, also gave information about other cartels to U.S. law enforcement. It was heard in court that U.S. authorities agreed not to go after El Chapo or any other member of the cartel in return for information. They were also allowed to carry on with their trafficking business. Number 23. His empire only grew while he was in prison, perhaps helped somewhat because he was informing on his rivals. Still, after serving around 8 years, he wanted out. Laws had changed and he could be extradited to the U.S., the country that had paid for his lifestyle and wanted him behind bars. Word on the street is that El Chapo had his cell door opened by a guard, after which he was taken through a bunch of other doors while hidden in a laundry basket. He was subsequently bundled into a car trunk and driven away. 78 people in all were involved in the escape, which cost El Chapo $2.5 million. Many of the people on the payroll were prison officials and the police. That's one story at least. Number 22. Another version of events says it wasn't a guard that opened the door, but two very high-level officials of the government. Now, let's see El Chapo's softer side. Number 21. We promised to tell you what he wrote in those love letters. He actually had 18 kids with 7 different women, but these words were for his lover, Zulema Hernandez. These days, my only comfort is thinking, especially thinking of you. Another went, darling, these days my only comfort is thinking, especially thinking of you, and of a day that I can hopefully live my life by your side. In November, he wrote, love, Christmas is around the corner and nothing would make me happier than being close to you, your skin and your lips. But everything is uncertain. Even though I haven't lost sight of seeing you, I don't want to promise any specific day because then it doesn't work out. Number 20. She ended up helping his cartel traffic tons of cocaine and might have gone to prison again for a long time if it weren't for El Chapo's formidable lawyers. In 2008, her body was found in the trunk of a car on the outskirts of Mexico City. She'd been shot in the head and the letter Z was carved into various parts of her body. That stood for Los Zetas, El Chapo's biggest rival. Number 19. In 2011, El Chapo's new partner and current wife, Emma Coronel Espuro, gave birth to their twin girls. At the time, there was a $5 million bounty on his head, so his name wasn't on the birth certificates. In 2018, he famously started crying when he saw them both appear when he stood trial. Let's now see what happened to some of his other kids. Number 18. Some of his kids are now all grown up and helping run the Sinaloa cartel, which, while still strong, is arguably not top dog anymore. In 2020, 2 of those sons, Ivan Archivaldo Guzman Salazar and Jesus Alfredo Guzman Salazar, sometimes called Los Chapito, were threatening people in Mexico who weren't staying indoors during the pandemic lockdown. Offenders only got a spanking, not killed. The same news story said his daughter Alejandrina was providing care packages for families in need. One of his daughters, Rosa Isela Guzman Ortiz, currently lives in the U.S. and works as a businesswoman. She has never been one to stay quiet, telling the media she thinks her father is not the man the media and the authorities have made him out to be. She also said he's never had that kind of money the media says he has. Number 17. Where all that money went to is still a mystery. The Guardian newspaper wrote that the cartel's profits from drug trafficking was $12,666,181,704, citing an official document used at his trial. That cash is still MIA. We guess we better tell you now how he even got to that point. Number 16. In 2006, there were 2,119 murders related to the drug war just in Mexico. That went up each year until 2011, the number was 12,358. This led to various crackdowns on narcos, and just in 2010, 53,000 of them were arrested. The thing is, only 1,000 of the arrested men were associates of the Sinaloa cartel. Because of this, some people said the Mexican president Felipe Calderón was on the side of the cartel. As you already know, there is the strong allegation that he worked with the DEA and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Nonetheless, good things never last when you're a criminal, and it seems El Chapo's days of having protection came to an end. He became Mexico's most wanted man and spent much of his time hiding out in the mountains. On February 22, 2014, he was finally arrested. Number 15. U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder said El Chapo had caused the death and destruction of millions of lives across the globe, calling the arrest a victory for the citizens of both Mexico and the United States. The U.S. still wanted to extradite him. He was looking at a sentence of 300 to 400 years in prison. El Chapo had other ideas, as you'll now see. Number 14. He might not have enjoyed special treatment this time in prison, but he managed to escape again. On July 11, 2015, he entered a tunnel that went from his shower all the way to a house just less than a mile away. The tunnel was not just some dirty crawl space. It was 5 foot 7 inches in height and 30 inches wide. It was filled with lights and air ducts and high-quality building materials. Even a motorcycle was found down there, either used to carry stuff or for El Chapo to ride during his escape. Number 13. His wife, Emma Coronel, is currently in prison in the U.S. She's pled guilty to federal drug trafficking charges, although U.S. authorities have also said she was behind his 2015 escape. News reports say she had to pay $1.4 million for that escape, which involved buying a plot of land near the prison and also doing a lot of digging. It seems she also paid some officials off, since a number of arrests were made. Number 12. Now an embarrassment to the Mexican government, it put up a reward of $3.8 million for information leading to El Chapo's arrest. Again, he hid out in the mountains among people that worked for him. He also had the support from many local people who still adored their Robin Hood figure. Number 11. The United States was furious again, with one official saying El Chapo had trafficked more than a line of cocaine for every single person in the U.S. As you'll soon find out, this might have been true, but it was also kind of a pointless statement. Drug flow never really stops, or at least it's only gotten worse over the decades since the war on drugs started. Number 10. As for El Chapo's personality, this is what one writer said about him. He had more mistresses than you can probably fathom. This was his existence, having sex with strange women and micromanaging every detail of his operation. A prison psychologist said he was egocentric, narcissistic, shrewd, persistent, tenacious, meticulous, discriminating, and secretive. One celebrity in the U.S. should know that better than anyone because he got to meet him. Number 9. While El Chapo was still hiding out, the actor Sean Penn rubbed shoulders with him. Penn was under no illusions that he was meeting with a dangerous man, writing this in a Rolling Stone article. "I've seen plenty of video and graphic photography of those beheaded, exploded, dismembered, or bullet-riddled innocents, activists, courageous journalists, and cartel enemies alike. The security was about as strict as you can get, but after numerous flights and lengthy car drives, Penn ended up in what he called mountainous jungle. After several more hours, he finally walked into a house and was greeted by El Chapo." Penn wrote, "He's wearing a casual patterned silk shirt, pressed black jeans, and he appears remarkably well-groomed and healthy for a man on the run." El Chapo told him later, "Talking about politicians, I keep my opinion to myself. They go do their thing and I do mine." At another point he said, "I supply more heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana than anybody else in the world. I have a fleet of submarines, airplanes, trucks, and boats." Here are a few takeaways from a subsequent email interview Penn did. El Chapo said he got into the drug business at the age of 15 only because it was the only way to put food on the table. He said he didn't feel bad about what he did because he felt he was given few options in life. He also said if he didn't do it, someone else would. As for the violence, he said that was mostly down to envy and snitches, but he didn't feel like he was a violent person. Asked how he felt since he escaped, he replied, "Lots of happiness because of my freedom. That feeling wouldn't last long." Number 8. On January 8, 2016, he was arrested again, with the Mexican Army and Federal Police, Mexican Navy Special Forces bursting into the house where he was staying, killing 5 men. El Chapo almost got away again, but was picked up later by cops while fleeing in a stolen car. He offered them bribes, which they turned down. He then told them, "You're all going to die." The authorities found assault rifles, armored cars, grenade launchers, and more weapons back at the house. As you'll see, this was nothing compared to what the entire cartel owned. Number 7. It's said the Sinaloa cartel has employed around 20,000 soldiers and hitmen. Most were and still are armed with very modern weapons. On top of that, the cartel has at least 1 submarine. It also owns 15 helicopters, more than 100,000 armored vehicles, and about 500 narco tanks. The latter is not a real military tank, but trucks fitted with armor and guns. They come with turrets and weapon bays and usually have battering rams attached to the front. The closest thing you might have seen to one is in the movie Mad Max. Number 6. El Chapo didn't want to be extradited to the US, where he knew he'd have to spend the rest of his life in prison. A Mexican judge involved in his extradition was assassinated in 2016 while on his morning jog. But a few months later, El Chapo was in the US standing trial. On July 17, 2019, he was sentenced to life with a forfeiture of more than $12.6 billion. That means the state has the right to take money or property to that amount. The hunt for El Chapo was over now, but like the myth of Sisyphus, the job wasn't done. Number 5. The drug war costs the US taxpayer around $50 billion per year. Over the decades, it's cost trillions. Just hunting El Chapo cost billions. His trial, according to reports, cost $50 million. This has resulted in some folks asking if it's all worth it. A growing number of experts in the US call this system whack-a-mole because no sooner than El Chapo was in prison, he was replaced. Number 4. In fact, now he's staying at America's most secure prison, ADX Florence. The amount of cocaine coming into the US hasn't really changed. Overdoses, meanwhile, have been going up, mostly because of the powerful drug fentanyl being added to heroin and the rather shady business of Big Pharma's legal opioid drugs. In fact, in 2020, drug overdoses were up almost 30% in the US. This is what Jeffrey Miron, the director of the Department of Economics at Harvard University, said about the drug war and El Chapo's arrest. "We're choosing to throw money away to stop something we are never going to stop. So all the bragging and boasting about locking up El Chapo is meaningless." The counter-opinion is that drug use will worsen if there's no war. It would also be just as hard to dismantle a big industry. Number 3. The homicide rate in Mexico rose significantly after El Chapo was behind bars. 2018 and 2019 saw record-high drug war casualties amid all the turf wars. Some cities looked like war zones. Even in 2020 during the lockdowns, the murder rate barely changed. On top of that, authorities pointed out the worrying fact that cartels were murdering more journalists than officials. Some experts have explained this by saying when law enforcement gets better, organized crime gets more violent. On June 7, 2020, a record was broken in Mexico that was for the most murders committed in one day. The previous record was 114 in April 2020, and the new record was 117. The violence, of course, was mostly cartel and drug-related. Much of it was down to a new name in the media, El Mencho. This new supervillain is the head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, now called the most violent cartel and the biggest criminal drug threat to the USA. It could be the biggest drug trafficker to the US right now, although US authorities reported in 2018 that the Sinaloa cartel still filled that position after El Chapo's arrest. Here's how one crime expert compared El Mencho to El Chapo. He's very secretive. He does not show himself. He's not a man of the people like El Chapo, who cultivated that cult of personality, a little bit like Pablo Escobar. He's part of an evolution of drug kingpins who want to keep themselves in the shadows. For that reason, you probably won't hear much about him, but make no mistake, he's as bad as anyone that came before him. Number 2. As for life behind bars, El Chapo doesn't get to do much at all except look at 4 walls in his tiny cell. Even when he's allowed out of his cell, it's just to a covered yard. According to his lawyers, he gets no natural light at all. In his own words, El Chapo said, "It's been torture, the most inhumane situation I have lived in my entire life. It has been physical, emotional, and mental torture." It got worse during the pandemic because prisoners weren't allowed visits. Even the few hours a week given for exercise was canceled to prevent prisoners from getting near guards. Still, we're sure the families of his victims won't mind this kind of suffering. Could he escape once more, though? Number 1. The answer is no. No way. He's staying in the most secure prison on Earth. There's no place to tunnel, and even if he managed to somehow get out of his cell, the entire prison is fitted with pressure mats that set off alarms. Even if he could get outside the walls, there's no place to run. The former warden said the extreme circumstance he's kept in is a fate worse than death. He's housed in the most secure unit called Range 13. It literally drives men crazy. A former inmate named Jack Powers can attest to that. While he was in the secure unit, he bit off both pinky fingers and removed his earlobes and other bits of himself. No one knows how long El Chapo will stay in isolation, but it's likely going to be a long time due to his history. We imagine now that he can only dream about those good old days when he used to sell oranges for enough pesos to drink a cold soda under a blue sky. One question we always ask ourselves from time to time, are we alone in the universe? Many of us would like to believe that there's more out there than just us. And looking up at the stars and planets, it's hard not to think about the possibility of life beyond Earth. It seems like something out of science fiction, but there's some pretty convincing evidence out there. And that's what this video is all about. It's 50 crazy facts about aliens that will convince you they exist. So get ready for an out-of-this-world video that might just turn you from a skeptic to a believer. Number 50. There's a scientific organization dedicated to looking for them. Carl Sagan and Jill Tarter, two well-known astronomers, founded the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute, or SETI, to explore, understand, and explain the origin and nature of life in the universe and the evolution of intelligence. Number 49. There are thousands of other planets outside our solar system. NASA has confirmed that the number of exoplanets, or planets that revolve around a different star as opposed to our Sun, is over 4,000. That's a lot of planets that could be home to alien life. Number 48. A famous asteroid may be debris from an alien structure. Avi Lloyd, a former Harvard astronomy professor, theorized that the famous asteroid Oumuamua is actually a piece of debris from an alien structure or even an alien spacecraft. Number 47. People have been seeing UFOs in America since the 1600s. The first UFO sighting in American history was recorded by John Winthrop in 1639, who wrote in his diary about a sighting of strange green light that ran as swift as an arrow and transported a boat full of Puritans a mile upstream. Number 46. There was an Air Force UFO investigation operation called Project Blue Book, started after a pilot reported 9 strange flying objects in 1947. Project Blue Book compiled reports on more than 12,000 UFO sightings from 1952 to 1969, after which it was dissolved. Number 45. UFOs don't have to look like flying saucers. A UFO account by pilot Kenneth Arnold described a UFO as moving like a saucer if you skip it across the water, leading to the image of a UFO as having a saucer-like shape. Number 44. There are over 17,000 nearby stars likely to have planets that could support complex life. The list was compiled by astronomers Margaret Turnbull and Jill Tarter of the Carnegie Institution in Washington, D.C. Number 43. We may come across an alien radio signal by 2025. Seth Shostak, senior astronomer at SETI, believes the Allen Telescope Array, which is currently being built, will come across an alien signal by that year. Number 42. There could be alien life hiding in our own solar system. The most likely places for it to be found are underground refuges on Mars, hotspots on Enceladus, one of Saturn's moons, or beneath the mysterious ice crusts of Jupiter's moons, Europa and Callisto. Number 41. We made TV for aliens. On September 30, 2006, the French Center for National Space Studies sent Cosmic Connection, their alien-targeted TV program, toward a star 45 light-years away. If there are aliens there, the signal should reach them by 2051. Number 40. We used to think there weren't any planets outside our solar system. 30 years ago, we hadn't discovered one planet outside of the solar system we call home. Now, we've learned about more than 3,000. Number 39. Scientists estimate that 1 in every 5 or 6 planets resides in the Goldilocks zone, which means it's just the right temperature for water to form on the surface in liquid form. Where there is water, there can be life. Number 38. Earth is getting radio signals we can't explain. FRBs, or fast radio bursts, have been detected since 2007. We don't know much about them except that they're coming from outside the Milky Way galaxy. Some experts think they might be an advanced civilization trying to speak to us, or they're just sending us the latest alien pop hits. Number 37. Paul Hellyer, Canada's former defense minister, is a believer. According to Hellyer, at least 80 different species of aliens have visited Earth over the last several thousand years. Number 36. Some people believe that aliens have played a role in humanity's development during these several thousand years. A number of alien addicts buy into the controversial ancient aliens theory, which posits that aliens could have influenced a number of cultures, including the ancient Egyptians. Number 35. Even celebrities have UFO sightings. Oscar-winning director Guillermo del Toro spotted a UFO in Guadalajara, which he described as a flying saucer, so cliched with lights. Number 34. Britain's first astronaut says they exist. No one knows space better than an astronaut, and Helen Sharman, the first British citizen in space, told The Observer aliens exist, there's no two ways about it. Number 33. There is a UFO in a 15th century painting. The Madonna with St. Giovannino might depict the Virgin Mary in the foreground, but behind her, a strange shape can be seen that looks suspiciously like a flying saucer. Number 32. A 9th century Latin manuscript may directly reference aliens. In it, the Archbishop of Lyons described a story about a region from whence come ships in the clouds, occupied by sailors. There were even 3 men and a woman who claimed to have fallen from these sky ships, but they were stoned to death for their story. Number 31. The U.S. Navy has confirmed the existence of UFOs. When describing 3 clips of declassified military footage that became public between 2017 and 2018, the Navy referred to them as unidentified aerial phenomena. Number 30. The most famous American UFO sighting of all time occurred in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 when a strange object was seen falling from the sky. The Army first described the object as a flying disc, but later claimed it was from a weather balloon. Witnesses supposedly saw the military take away a flying disc and alien bodies. Number 29. A UFO interfered at a U.S. nuclear base. In 1967, the missiles at a Montana base became mysteriously unlaunchable, while a large red glowing object floated above the facility. Perhaps those aliens were pacifists. Number 28. Extremophiles prove that life can exist under harsh conditions. Some creatures on Earth, like tardigrades that can withstand temperatures from 0 degrees to over 100 degrees Celsius, can go without food for 10 years, can live through just about anything. And if these creatures can do it, what's to stop similar creatures from thriving on seemingly inhospitable planets? Number 27. On August 15, 1977, the Big Ear radio telescope at Ohio State University picked up a radio signal that lasted for 72 seconds, came from almost 220 light-years away, and has never been found again. It was so impressive that the observing scientists wrote "wow" on the computer printout of the signal. Number 26. On September 12, 1952, 7 residents of Braxton County in West Virginia claimed to see a 10-foot-tall alien in the hills above Flatwoods. These sightings followed the appearance of a red light in the sky that appeared to fall and crash on a local farm. The apparent alien became a local legend known as the Flatwoods Monster. Skeptics believe the creature may have been the glowing eyes of a barn owl, but a number of witnesses stick to their story. Number 25. There are subsurface oceans of water beneath several moons in our solar system and throughout the universe, and these might be the perfect place for alien life to thrive. These hidden oceans are excellent for developing life, but also make it difficult for us to detect. Number 24. A number of people who reported alien sightings also reported run-ins with the so-called Men in Black, who, far from their charming Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones movie counterparts, often apparently behave a lot like creepy aliens themselves. Number 23. Betty and Barney Hill were a couple that claimed to be abducted by aliens in 1961. They recovered memories of this encounter through regressive hypnosis. While many were skeptical, Betty was able to draw a map of the alien's supposed constellation from memory. Scientists noted that the drawing resembled the actual constellation of Zeta Reticuli. Number 22. In 1957, a Brazilian farmer claimed to have been abducted by aliens, probed, and bred. Doctors later confirmed that the farmer had suffered radiation poisoning, which could not be explained. Number 21. This year, the Pentagon released 3 videos of UFOs recorded by the Navy, one from 2004 and 2 from 2015. The 3 videos depict objects moving through the sky in strange ways that cannot be explained, as the pilots filming them react with confusion and excitement. Number 20. China has developed a new fixed 100-meter aperture spherical radio telescope, or FAST, that can be used to search for extraterrestrial signals. If all goes according to plan, this could potentially make China the first country to make contact with an alien civilization. Number 19. Tom DeLonge, a former member of American rock band Blink-182, now spends a lot of his time being a professional UFOologist with his organization, the To the Stars Academy. He's also apparently a big believer in Bigfoot. Number 18. Former President Jimmy Carter once saw a UFO. On September 18, 1973, he filed a report with the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, describing his sighting. The object was very bright with changing colors and about the size of the moon. Number 17. During World War II, Air Force pilots on overnight missions encountered colorful lights that would chase the aircraft. These lights could move up to 200 miles per hour and flew circles around the pilots. The pilots nicknamed these alien lights Foo Fighters. Number 16. In 1997, thousands of people in Arizona claimed to see strange lights fly across the sky in a V-shape. These were nicknamed the Phoenix Lights. Number 15. A logger named Travis Walton disappeared for 5 days in 1975 after a glowing disc zapped him with what was described as a bluish ray. He was found on the roadside with stories of aliens that looked like well-developed fetuses in tan robes. Number 14. In February of 1942, the Army attacked a glowing object near Culver City, assuming it was an air raid. However, even after the object disappeared, no pieces of it were ever found. Many suspected that an alien craft was responsible. Number 13. Some scientists attribute the effects of supposed alien abductions to sleep paralysis. a condition that causes an inability to move when one's mind is trapped in a temporary sort of walking nightmare. However, others argue that sleep paralysis does not explain away all the effects of abductions. Number 12. Famous physicist Stephen Hawking advised against contacting alien life, saying, "If aliens ever visit us, I think the outcome would be much as when Christopher Columbus landed in America." Number 11. There's supposedly a document known as Project Grudge Report 13 that details the investigation into a supposed alien abduction of an American Air Force sergeant. However, despite testimonies from a former Green Beret captain and various conspiracy theorists, there is no official information on Report 13 available. Number 10. In 2019, in Colorado, 5 bulls showed up dead, drained of blood, and with body parts cleanly removed. Many attributed this, as with other accounts of unexplained cattle mutilation, to the actions of aliens. Number 9. Fran Drescher, the former star of The Nanny, believes that both she and her ex-husband were abducted by aliens before they met. The two have matching scars, which Drescher attributes to experiments done on them during their abduction. Number 8. The first crop circles appeared in the English countryside in the 1970s. Over the years, many have associated crop circles with alien activity, though others insist that they're man-made hoaxes. Number 7. The term "little green men" as a depiction for aliens originated from an encounter in Hopkinsville, Kentucky in 1955. The Sutton family witnessed a UFO landing and claimed to be attacked by a group of strange humanoid creatures with metallic skin. They were described as little men, and that later turned into little green men. Number 6. SETI uses deep-sea exploration to practice for deep space exploration. They use robots to explore deep-sea vents in preparation for similar climates that might appear in alien oceans on other planets, allowing us to prepare to get closer to an environment that might house alien life. Number 5. In 1987, a man named Ed Walters claimed to be contacted by aliens who physically lifted him off the ground with a beam of light from one of their ships. He took many photos of the supposed ships, which are still a source of great debate to this day. Number 4. A horror writer named Whitley Strieber claimed to be abducted by aliens from his cabin on December 26, 1985. He wrote a book about his encounter, which was made into a film starring Christopher Walken. Number 3. In December of 1980, several witnesses claimed to see mysterious lights over Rendlesham Forest in Suffolk, England. One of the witnesses was a United States Air Force deputy base commander who wrote about the sighting in an affidavit issued in 2010, where he described these lights as extraterrestrial in origin. Number 2. Most UFO abductees describe the same kind of alien: humanoid, bald, with large eyes and gray skin. This description is so common that this type of alien has become colloquially known as the Greys. Number 1. There's a support group based in New England for people who have had encounters with aliens. As of 2009, the group has had over 1,500 members, each with their own story of an alien encounter or abduction. The specific details of the group are kept secret for the privacy and safety of its members. It's one of the most hotly debated ethical questions of all time. Does the state ever really have the authority to take a life? That's right, capital punishment, aka the death penalty. It's one of the least fun subjects to discuss, but that doesn't mean it can't be fascinating. And that's what this video is all about. You may think that you know all there is to know about death row, but we're gonna prove you wrong with 50 insane, shocking facts about execution and the death penalty. Buckle up, it's gonna get grim and gruesome. Number 50. The death penalty is basically as old as written law itself. The first recorded instance of the written death penalty occurred in the 18th century BC with the Code of King Hammurabi in ancient Babylon. It assigned the death penalty to 25 different crimes. Number 49. U.S. capital punishment was a British import and was essentially instated immediately after the British invasion of North America. The first man to be executed on U.S. soil was Captain George Kendall in 1608, who was sentenced to death for being a spy for Spain. Number 48. While Britain got the U.S. started on capital punishment, it was actually outlawed in England in 1965. The last 2 people executed in England were Gwen Evans and Peter Allen, who were both hanged the year before for murdering a friend for money. Number 47. The death penalty is still legal in 56 countries. The world's top executors are China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Pakistan, Egypt, Somalia, the U.S., Jordan, and Singapore. Number 46. 25 U.S. states still have the death penalty, though its usage isn't that frequent. 18 of these 25 states haven't executed any inmates in the past 5 years, and 12 of these states haven't executed anyone in 12 years. Number 45. The most popular method of execution in the modern United States is lethal injection. It's a procedure that's been frequently marred by controversy as it isn't performed by trained medical professionals due to its breach of the Hippocratic Oath. This has led to a number of infamous botched executions. Number 44. The youngest person to be executed in modern history is George Stinney, a 14-year-old African-American boy from the state of South Carolina who was sentenced to die by the electric chair in 1944. A full 70 years later, in 2014, a judge finally threw out the conviction and declared the previous trial to have been in violation of Stinney's constitutional rights. Sadly, this was much too little and far too late to save his life. Number 43. The oldest person to be executed in modern history is Walter Moody, an 83-year-old convict in Alabama sentenced to die by lethal injection in 1991. His actual execution finally took place in 2018. Number 42. While Walter Moody's time on death row was definitely excessive, but not by all that much. The average wait on death row for a U.S. convict is around 15 years. Number 41. The U.S. has executed over 1,500 death row inmates since 1976. While a great number of these prisoners were likely guilty of their crimes, there's also a possibility, according to some claims, that around 4.1% of those executed were actually innocent, some of which have been officially exonerated by DNA evidence. We sadly may never know the true number of innocent deaths. Number 40. The world's leading proponent of execution is China, believed to have been executing somewhere within the ballpark of 1,000 people annually, according to Amnesty International. The true numbers are a little difficult to discern due to China's extremely secretive nature. Number 39. China also has the dubious honor of being one of the world's leading execution innovators. According to anti-execution and torture charity Reprieve.org, China has taken to using mobile death vans, where prisoners are strapped to electrical stretchers in the back of the van before being injected with deadly chemicals. The victim's organs are harvested for transplant after death. Number 38. Execution doesn't just apply to humans. In 1916, an elephant named Mary was executed via hanging after killing her trainer. Number 37. But actual countries often aren't much better. As late as 2013, stoning women to death was still completely legal in 15 countries, including Iran, Qatar, Sudan, and Saudi Arabia. Number 36. In the US, the death penalty is extremely costly. In Washington, trials that seek the death penalty tend to cost around $1 million more than non-lethal alternatives. The death penalty has also cost California over $4 billion since the late 70s. Number 35. Death row inmates are typically granted a last meal request by the state, and these can be pretty strange. Murderer Victor Feger requested a single olive with the pit still in it, and bomber Timothy McVeigh requested 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. Number 34. The price cap for last meals in Oklahoma is $15. So if you plan on having anything extravagant before you meet your maker, don't commit a crime in Oklahoma. Texas stopped offering last meals entirely in 2011. Number 33. The turn of the millennium was a bad time to be a death row inmate. The number of annual executions in the U.S. peaked after a steady decline in 1999, with the execution of 98 criminals by the end of the year. Number 32. Uzbekistan has executed criminals by boiling them to death as late as 2002. So if you ever visit, make sure you're on your best behavior. Number 31. 2 people executed in the United States between the dates of 1608 and 2002 had the stated occupation of playboy. Number 30. The most common occupation of people executed in the U.S. in the last 400 years was slave, accounting for 11.5% of all people executed in that time frame. Number 29. The U.S. has historically executed 15 people for the crimes of sodomy, buggery, or bestiality. We won't go into any more detail on that one. Number 28. There's a racial element to execution. According to a 2003 study from Amnesty International, despite white and black murderers being relatively equal in conviction, 80% of killers sentenced to death are black. 20% of these convicts were also convicted by all-white juries. Number 27. Executions were public here in the U.S. all the way up until 1936 and were often considered a family affair. Now we have horror and action movies instead. Number 26. It was only in 2005 that the U.S. Supreme Court officially declared it unconstitutional to sentence juvenile criminals to death. Number 25. Perhaps the most terrifying last words spoken by a death row inmate were that of vicious serial killer and rapist Carl Panzram. While he was preparing to be hanged, the wait time was beginning to frustrate him. He yelled, "Hurry it up, you Hoosier bastard! I could hang a dozen men while you're screwing around." Number 24. Conversely, the funniest last word spoken by a death row inmate could probably be attributed to criminal James D. French. Before his execution on the electric chair, he supposedly said, "How's this for a headline? French fries." Number 23. Hanging, drawing, and quartering is a famously horrific method of execution used on criminals like British House of Parliament bomber Guy Fawkes. It was declared cruel and unusual punishment and thus unconstitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1878. Number 22. Iwao Hakamata from Japan was the world's longest-serving death row inmate, spending 45 years awaiting execution. However, Hakamata was freed after a judge threw out his initial conviction on the grounds of faulty evidence. He's either very lucky or very unlucky, depending on your perspective. Number 21. Actually being executed is a highly unlikely outcome of being sentenced to death, with only 13% ever making it there. The rest either have their convictions overturned or die by other means like suicide or natural causes. Number 20. While it was cancelled in 2012, China has such a large volume of executions that they were able to host a successful TV talk show that interviews death row inmates and gets their final thoughts before their execution. Number 19. One of the most prolific executioners of the modern era was English pub owner and professional hangman Albert Pierre Point, who pulled the lever on between 435 and 600 people during his 25-year career in the mid-20th century. Number 18. The most prolific ancient executioner is believed to be Zulfikar, royal gardener and executioner for Muhammad IV of the Ottoman Empire. He's believed to have killed upwards of 1,000 people with his bare hands on behalf of his country. Number 17. One of history's most brutal methods of execution was Ling Chi, aka death by 1,000 cuts. The victim is slowly mutilated with a knife before the final killing blow is struck against the head or the heart. It was only banned in China in 1905. Number 16. Another brutal form of historical execution is impalement, favored by rulers like Vlad of Wallachia. It involved forcing a large wooden stake up the anus of a convicted prisoner until the stake displaces their organs and kills them. Number 15. In Saudi Arabia, the ancient Roman execution method of crucifixion is still very much on the table. Convicts are crucified, beheaded, and left on display as an example to others. Number 14. The only country in Europe to continue performing executions in the 21st century is Belarus in Eastern Europe, whose last execution was performed in 2019. Number 13. The most infamous woman executed in the US was serial killer Eileen Wuornos, one of the few female serial killers who didn't use poison. Poison, however, was used to kill her via the lethal injection in 2002. Number 12. The lethal injection is typically a cocktail of 3 drugs: midazolam, which sedates the victim, vercuronium bromide, which paralyzes the victim's muscles, and finally potassium chloride, which stops the heart. Number 11. The infamous electric chair was invented over the course of 9 years by a dentist named Alfred Southwick as a more humane way to execute prisoners. Number 10. However, the first person executed by an electric chair was William Kemmler. There were plenty of kinks in the system, and the electric chair essentially brutally burned Kemmler to death over a torturous 8 minutes. Number 9. Hanging, one of the most popular methods of execution over history that still sees use today, actually involves pretty exact mathematics. The length of the rope must be judged in proportion to the weight of the victim. Too short, and the victim will be strangled rather than having their neck snapped. Too long, and the victim's velocity will build during the fall and cause a messy decapitation. Number 8. While the American South has the highest rate of execution in the US, the region actually has some of the largest crime figures too, suggesting that the death penalty may not actually work as a deterrent as often is touted. Number 7. Executions became less frequent in the early US as states became wealthier and were able to build larger prisons. This indicates that the death penalty was a largely practical measure to save space in overcrowded prisons. Number 6. In Iran, homosexuality is still punishable by death. One of the most frequently applied methods of execution for this is forcing the convict to jump to their death from a high platform, such as a crane. Number 5. One of the reasons behind China's incredibly high rates of execution is the huge number of crimes that carry the death penalty. These include arson, prostitution, and even tax fraud. Number 4. Singapore takes a similar zero-tolerance attitude to drug offenses, such as selling and trafficking. Since 2010, Singapore has executed over 30 people for drug-related offenses. Number 3. The pre-Victorian era in Britain also executed people for some pretty weird and stupid reasons, including evidence of malice within a child and writing a threatening letter. Jeff the Pig was executed for this reason in 1729. In 1810, there were 222 crimes punishable by death in England. Number 2. The modern U.S. has sentenced a total of 8,440 inmates to death between 1977 and 2017. That works out to around 2,110 death sentences per decade, though the yearly number has thankfully been on a steady decline since 1994. Number 1. A Gallup poll from 2019 was one of the first ever to show that Americans slightly favor life sentences over the death penalty, indicating that an abolishment of capital punishment might be possible sometime in the foreseeable future. There's plenty of death row inmates out there who think this day can't come soon enough. Cruise ships can be a source of relaxation for many. They can also be a place of overindulgence and gluttony. The number of annual cruisers increased steadily before the pandemic, with around 30 million people taking cruises in 2019. Things have changed recently, but the cruise industry is now back up and running. But with these floating cities come some dark secrets, insane facts, and horror stories. What secrets await you on your next cruise? Cruise ships are enormous, and with their size comes some wild statistics. Cruise fact number 50. When the Titanic was completed in 1912, it was the largest passenger ship ever created. But the crafts of today put the Titanic to shame. Almost every cruise ship currently sailing is larger than the 882-foot-long, 46,000-ton infamous ocean liner. The Titanic could hold just over 2,400 guests, which is nothing compared to some of today's ships, which can hold over twice that many passengers. Needless to say, cruise ships now make the Titanic look like a toy next to them. So how big are we talking about? Cruise fact number 49. The largest cruise ship in existence is the Royal Caribbean's Wonder of the Seas. It's approximately 1,188 feet long and weighs 235,857 tons. It can hold almost 3 times as many guests as the Titanic at around 6,988 passengers, and this doesn't even include the over 1,000 crew members. It has zip lines, a surf simulator, a miniature golf course, numerous water slides, multiple theaters, and over 10 restaurants. The Wonder of the Seas has more people on board and stuff to do than many small towns around the world. Cruise ships are not built all at once as a single vessel. They're actually built in several sections and then welded together. This requires huge cranes and machines to line everything up and secure it in place. Building a cruise ship can take years and up to 3 million man-hours to complete. There are several tactics that cruise ships employ to trick you into seeing their vessels as visually pleasing. Cruise fact number 47. In the past, large ships needed several funnels on them to release the smoke and fumes from the engines of the ship. However, this is not the case anymore. With advances in technology, cruise ships use engines that can run more efficiently. Don't get us wrong, they still produce enormous amounts of pollution and heat that need to be dealt with. But cruise ships nowadays rarely require more than one funnel to release exhaust. To make ships look more aesthetically pleasing, however, most have multiple fake funnels to give the vessel a symmetrical look. Today, many cruise ships around have 4 funnels, but 3 are just for show. Cruise fact number 46. Cruise ships are so massive that their anchors weigh around 20,500 pounds. This is about the same weight as 4 African elephants. A cruise ship will rarely use its anchor as they normally are secured to large docks, but every ship has these gigantic anchors on board. You probably are aware that many people dread having to stay in an interior cabin with no windows, but it tends to be the cheapest option. The crazy thing is that some cruises have found a way to give you an ocean view using the wall in your room. Cruise fact number 45. So how do you get around the claustrophobic feeling of a cabin with no windows? You put in an LED screen that live streams a video of what the ocean looks like from the top deck of the ship. It's pretty insane how you can now pay bottom prices and still have a view that rivals even the most luxurious suites aboard the ship. Of course, you won't feel the ocean breeze in your hair, but maybe in the future, cruise ships will install high-powered fans into the interior cabins to complete the simulation. Wild things can happen on cruise ships, so they need to be prepared for anything. Cruise fact number 44. Some cruise ships that make longer journeys have morgues, just in case one of the passengers or crew dies on board. Many of the passengers on cruises tend to be in their more advanced years of life. This means that a passenger might pass away in their sleep at some point. There are also sudden illnesses like heart attacks that could lead to death aboard the ship as well. Either way, the cruise staff needs to have a place to store the body until they can unload it at their next port. Cruise fact number 43. Every cruise ship has a brig or a series of holding cells. People drink a lot on cruises, and it's not uncommon for things to get unruly. Just like in any city or place with a lot of people, there will inevitably be crime aboard cruise ships. Things like stealing or sexual misconduct are taken very seriously and can land someone in the brig. Passengers who break the rules may find themselves stuck in cruise jail, which does not come with a buffet. They will then be handed over to proper authorities when the ship is docked at its next port. Cruise fact number 42. Something to keep in mind aboard cruise ships is that you are always being watched. Cameras are installed everywhere to make sure that security staff can quickly locate someone and to make sure people are staying safe and in their designated areas. If a person is thought to be missing, these cameras are vital to ensure they are still on the ship or to identify when they went overboard. They're also used to monitor all guests and to ensure the ship's rules are being followed. Cruise fact number 41. Even though cruises are a place where many people indulge, there are almost always Alcoholics Anonymous meetings aboard a cruise ship. They're often identified in itineraries as get-togethers for friends of Bill W. Being on a cruise would definitely put anyone trying to remain sober to the test. The staff aboard the cruise ship are the unsung heroes of vacationing at sea. They work harder than almost anyone in the hospitality industry, with schedules you will not believe. In fact, they even have their own language. Cruise fact number 40. Every cruise ship has its own secret code words for different events on the boat. For example, a 30-30 on Royal Caribbean means the crew needs to clean up a mess. More specifically, a PVI indicates there's been a public vomiting incident that needs to be dealt with. Terms like Alpha and Bravo are also used, which normally indicate medical or fire emergency. If you hear jargon you don't understand and notice all the crew running around like crazy, there's probably something very wrong happening and you should grab your life vest. Cruise fact number 39. Cruise staff typically sleep in the bottommost levels of the ship. This means their rooms are below the waterline and there are no windows of any kind. On average, about a quarter of the boat is underwater. This means there's a lot of space to use down there. Since cruise ships employ hundreds or even thousands of crew members to keep their customers happy, this space is typically used as their living quarters and mess hall. The staff has to share their rooms with their coworkers and have very little space or privacy. Cruise fact number 38. Cruise staff work months without having a day off. Their contracts can vary, but as long as there are passengers on board, they are working. Even if there aren't passengers on board, there's always something that needs to be done. They have breaks and time to get off the boat in ports, but cruise staff will work almost every day for their contract. And the contracts are not short. Most range from 3 to 8 months, but can also be longer. Cruise fact number 37. Cruise companies often fly their crew members to the port where their ship is docked and then back home to their home country after the contract is over. This is a good thing for the staff, as many come from countries that are nowhere near port where the cruise ship is located. But cruise ships aren't just for vacations. They can be used for rescue and humanitarian operations as well. Cruise fact number 36. It's not uncommon for cruise ships to pick up SOS signals for help from smaller vessels. This can be anything from stranded yachts to fishermen who've run out of gas. Cruise ships have been known to adjust their course to help out other vessels and even come across stranded boats by accident. When this happens, the crew springs into action and begins rescue operations. The staff aboard cruise ships are actually trained for these types of situations, as they will likely encounter such a scenario while working aboard the ship. Cruise fact number 35. During times of disaster, such as Hurricane Katrina in the southern US, cruise lines will offer their ships for humanitarian efforts. For example, thousands of people from New Orleans were brought aboard Carnival cruise ships in 2005 that were docked off the coast as rescue efforts continued in the city. The cruise staff did everything they could for the refugees on board to make their stay as comfortable as possible. Some people love cruises so much, they actually live on the boats themselves. Cruise fact number 34. A ship called the World is a luxury ocean liner that allows you to buy a permanent residence aboard the vessel. They have everything from studios to 3-bedroom apartments for purchase. So if you can't get enough of the cruise life, this might be for you. The price of these rooms is not listed on the website, which means they are likely not cheap. But if you want to wake up in a different part of the world every day, this might be the way to go. Regardless of whether you're on a short cruise or live on a cruise ship for months, each vessel has to deal with an enormous amount of waste. Cruise fact number 33. Between all the buffets and the number of linens that need to be washed from daily use, a cruise ship generates around 21,000 gallons of sewage a day, and this was for an average-sized ship. Depending on the vessel, sewage is dealt with in different ways. We like to believe none of it gets dumped into the ocean, but that's not the case. Most cruise ships store the sewage and offload it after the cruise is over, but there are some that do not follow these regulations and end up harming aquatic ecosystems by dumping some of their waste directly into the ocean. Cruise fact number 32. It was long overdue, but in 2007, Karin Starre Janssen became the first female captain of a cruise ship. She was employed by Royal Caribbean and given command of the Monarch of the Seas. Some think that the reason it took so long for the first female captain to be commissioned was because of the superstition that women on board ships are bad luck. But the real reason is because sexism. Women aboard ships are not the only superstition sailors believe in, however. Bananas are also considered bad luck on a boat. Cruise fact number 31. This superstition likely dates back to the 1700s, but no one's exactly sure where it came from. Some ships refuse to bring bananas on board because they believe the yellow fruits could cause their vessel to sink. Bananas were associated with the sinking of ships because they would often be seen floating on the surface of the water after there was a wreck. However, this is just because bananas float. Most parts of a ship sink after a wreck. If cannons were seen floating above shipwrecks, then maybe sailors would have started to believe that cannons were bad luck. But this is not the case. However, even though some sailors might not bring bananas on their boats, cruise ships almost always have bananas at their buffets or in their dessert. If you think cruises aren't for you, think again. You might be able to see your favorite bands or artists on board. Cruise fact number 30. Almost all cruises have a large theater that can seat hundreds of people. There are even entire cruises that are centered around a band or concert series. For example, there was a Kiss Cruise 7 aboard the Norwegian Pearl, where guests could watch their favorite band rock the ship every night. And if they were lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time, even get a glimpse of Gene Simmons without his makeup. Cruise fact number 29. If you want to bring your furry friend on board a cruise ship, your options are extremely limited. And by limited, we mean you have only one choice. The only cruise ship that allows pets is the Queen Mary II, and they only allow 24 cats or dogs on board at a time. So if you can't be separated from your fur baby and want to bring them on a cruise, this is your only option. Unfortunately, it'll cost you between $1,000 and $1,600 for each pet, and you still have to buy a ticket for yourself as well. The amount of food passengers eat on a cruise is staggering, especially at breakfast. Cruise fact number 28. Passengers eat around 5,000 eggs per day on a cruise ship. Think about how many eggs are cracked just for breakfast each day on a cruise. They're scrambled, put into omelets, and used to bake. There are entire industrial refrigerators aboard cruise ships just to store eggs. Cruise fact number 27. Even more surprising than the number of eggs eaten is the amount of champagne drunk. Around 400 bottles of champagne are consumed aboard a cruise ship each week. And we're not talking about sparkling wine or knockoff champagne, this is the real stuff. Bottles range in price, but all are well over $100, and some even cost thousands of dollars. Cruise fact number 26. Cruises took a hit during the pandemic, but they are bouncing back. It actually seems that cruise companies use this time to build more ships. By the end of 2022, it's estimated that 25 new ships will set sail. That is a large number considering that each can hold thousands of people, and there is little discussion of retiring old ships. It might surprise you to find that even cruise ships that only follow relatively short routes around the Caribbean still sail vast distances. Cruise fact number 25. The average cruise ship travels a distance equivalent to going around the world 3.5 times every year. The circumference of the Earth is about 24,901 miles. Cruise ships sail 84,007 miles a year on average. This is a long way to go, which means that the engines aboard these vessels are put under a lot of strain and need to be monitored and repaired constantly. Cruise fact number 24. How fast does a cruise ship actually go? The answer is around 20 knots or about 23 miles per hour. It all depends on weather conditions and how full the ship is, but on average, a cruise ship is moving around that speed. This is kinda crazy when you think about it. Imagine moving a small city at 23 miles per hour across the planet almost every day. Cruising can also be dangerous. Cruise fact number 23. There are a lot of moving parts on cruise ships. This means things can go wrong, and sometimes these malfunctions can lead to fires or even explosions aboard the vessels. Around 60 people per year are injured on cruise ships due to maintenance issues. However, since tens of millions of people sail on cruise ships every year, that number is pretty small. Cruise fact number 22. A more significant danger than malfunctioning equipment for passengers and staff is tainted food. Cruise ships need to store a lot of food to keep everyone fed and happy. This means at the beginning of a cruise, tons of perishable goods are loaded onto the ship. Unfortunately, not all of it will remain good for the entire voyage. Food poisoning and gastrointestinal illnesses are real problems on cruise ships. The CDC estimates around 21,500 passengers get sick each year as a result of food going bad on cruises. Cruise fact number 21. It is extremely unlikely that you'll fall overboard on a cruise ship, but it does happen. Around 300 people have been lost overboard in the last 20 years. Sadly, many of those people did not go overboard by accident, but by choice. Cruise fact number 20. Although it is unlikely you'll get injured on a cruise or that there will be any big emergencies, every ship must do a muster drill at the beginning of the voyage to ensure everyone knows what to do if they need to abandon ship. Maritime law requires every cruise ship to run this drill. The crazy thing is that cruise ships take the muster incredibly seriously. If you skip the safety drill, they will track you down and make you complete the safety training. The cruise staff keeps track of who completed the muster and who did not. And until you sit through the safety demonstration, they might suspend your access to food, drinks, and even keep you from going ashore at your first destination. So it's just better to sit through the drill and get it over with at the beginning of the cruise. Can you actually elope on a cruise ship and have the captain marry you? Cruise fact number 19. The answer is no. It's a misconception that captains can legally marry people aboard the vessels. To be fair, they can do the whole ceremony and pronounce you a married couple, but it likely won't be official in the government's eyes unless you go through the proper channels on land. However, for the right price, the cruise company is happy to arrange your wedding aboard their vessel and have someone who is ordained or certified to marry you and your loved one. You've probably seen a bottle of champagne smashed against a ship to christen the vessel in a movie or a show, but is this actually done for cruise ships? Cruise fact number 18. New cruise ships are still christened with bottles of champagne. This tradition dates back to around 1,000 years ago. The tradition started with pouring wine on the deck of a ship and then evolved in the 19th century to smashing a bottle of champagne against the ship's hull. This is believed to provide good fortune and prosperity to the vessel. It's not clear what would happen if the ship wasn't christened before it began its maiden voyage, but it seems like no one in the cruise industry wants to find out. Cruise fact number 17. Shipbuilders and sailors are full of superstitions. Just like with buildings, many ships skip deck 13, as it's seen as an unlucky number. On the Italian cruise line MSC, their ships skip deck 17 because of Italian superstition surrounding that number. Cruise fact number 16. It probably comes as no surprise that every cruise ship has an infirmary or hospital. But what is kind of surprising is that by law, any ship with more than 50 passengers must have a hospital on board. Therefore, smaller ships that cruise rivers and offer private cruises sometimes limit their number of passengers to 49 people. Cruise fact number 15. Safety is definitely important, which is why the average cruise ship has around 16 miles of sprinkler piping and 6 miles of fire hose. It's unlikely they'll ever need to be used, but it's better to have miles and miles of firefighting equipment and not need it than to need it and not have it. Building a cruise ship is not cheap. How much each one costs will blow your mind. Cruise fact number 14. The most expensive ships built so far are the Royal Caribbean Oasis luxury class ships called the Allure of the Seas and the Oasis of the Seas. Each one cost around $1.4 billion to construct. Cruise fact number 13. Most cruise ships cost hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars to build, which is why there are some pretty expensive cruise packages out there. For example, Silver Sea Cruises offers rooms and full packages worth over $1 million, and that is for an average length cruise. This is not the norm, but it does go to show you that some people will pay good money to be pampered around their cruise ship. Cruise fact number 12. To keep the masses happy aboard the first cruise ships, the vessels were loaded up with cows. This provided the guests with fresh milk each morning. They also could be used as a backup food supply if the ship ever became stranded. Not everyone can afford to go on a cruise, but this next organization has enough money to buy its own ship. Cruise fact number 11. The Church of Scientology claims to be a religion, yet they spend their money on things like cruise ships. That's right, the Church of Scientology owns their own 440-foot ship called the Free Winds. It's normally sailing around the Caribbean and is said to be used for religious retreats. This retreat is said to be the most significant spiritual accomplishment of his life and brings with it the full realization of his immortality. However, based on the crazy stuff that happens within the organization, you can only imagine that anyone who doesn't do exactly what the leaders of Scientology say while on the cruise could be thrown overboard into the shark-infested waters of the Caribbean. But you didn't hear that from us. Since the crew works long, hard hours without any days off, you'd think they would get paid pretty well. However, this is not always the case. Cruise fact number 10. The captain of a cruise ship makes decent money, with the average salary being around $96,000 a year. Some get paid more, some get less, but the salary also comes with prestige and the respect of everyone on the ship. The crew, on the other hand, gets paid a lot less. Depending on their position, they might get paid $26,000 to $55,000 annually. This doesn't include tips, and they do not need to pay for their meals or housing, which is a plus. Most cruise workers send the money they make back home to support their families as they don't see them for months at a time. Cruise fact number 9. Although lifeboats and safety equipment are meant to help in an emergency, they were the downfall of one cruise ship called the SS Eastland as it prepared to sail through the Great Lakes in 1915. This was not long after the Titanic sank, and the ship was loaded with extra lifeboats and rafts just to make sure everyone remained safe. Unfortunately, the extra weight caused the ship to roll over and capsize, which led to the deaths of 844 people. It may sound unbelievable, but cruise ships have been around for a long time. Cruise fact number 8. The Prinzessin Victoria Luise is considered the first cruise ship built. It left Hamburg bound for America in the year 1900. It was about the size of a private yacht today, but back then that was huge, making it the first ship to allow passengers to travel from port to port and feel like they were in a luxury hotel while doing so. Cruise fact number 7. Miami is the cruise capital of the world. In fact, there are around 4 major ports for cruise ships to leave from Florida. More cruises leave from this state than any other part of the world. Cruise fact number 6. Cruising can greatly raise your impact on the environment. Reports have found that taking a cruise increases your carbon footprint by around 3 times what it would be on land. That being said, there are other negative environmental impacts that cruise ships have as well, such as ocean pollution through leakage and sewage disposal. Cruise fact number 5. Many cruise companies have goals to reduce their pollution and emissions to net zero by around 2050. They're doing this in various ways. Some are offsetting their carbon emissions by building wind turbines and solar farms around the world, while others are transitioning to cleaner burning fuels such as liquid natural gas and hydrogen fuel cells. There is something that can stick to your walls on a cruise ship that you probably never thought of. Cruise fact number 4. If you buy a magnet on a cruise or bring some with you, they will likely stick to any wall you put them on. This is because there's a lot of metal behind every piece of fabric or drywall. These walls of your cabin can be used like a refrigerator to hang notes and reminders. Cruise fact number 3. For people who like to be wild and free, cruises tend to be one of their go-to vacations. However, some take it to the next level. Some cruise lines set aside certain cruises for nudists. This means all day, every day, people can wander around the ship completely naked if they choose to do so. Many ships have a topless pool area or deck, but these nudist cruises are a point of pride in the community. Cruise fact number 2. Although it sometimes feels like cruises are filled with retirees, the average age on a cruise ship is around 46.7 years old. Don't get us wrong, there are definitely a lot of older people aboard cruises, but these vacations aren't just for the more mature. Our last fact will answer the question that you've been dying to know the answer to this entire time. When does a boat become a ship? Cruise fact number 1. Surprisingly, a boat and a ship can technically be interchangeable. Most sailors agree that when a vessel reaches 60 feet, it goes from being a boat to a ship. This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Use my links to download Raid yourself to your mobile phone or PC. I don't need to tell you that Raid has a whole world of amazing looking champions, and today I wanted to give you a quick look at the very first faction you meet, the Banner Lords. Their design is similar to medieval knights, and they believe that they're always on the side of good. But of course, the orcs and lizardmen would disagree. Their kingdom was taken from non-humans by force, but now the time may be at hand for them to take their lands back by whatever means necessary. The Banner Lords also have 2 of my all-time favorite attack champions, Septimus and Richtof the Bold, who I love using on PvP arena battle teams. A ton of amazing new clan features and improvements were released this month, like quests for clan members to work on together and a new clan shop with some incredibly powerful items. There's also new champions to collect from fragments in the Doom Tower and tons of other events. So what are you waiting for? Get a head start by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen now. The free Epic Champion Shinoru, 200,000 silver, 1 XP boost, 1 energy refill, and 1 ancient shard are waiting for new players in their inbox, but only for 30 days. Download Raid now, and I'll see you in the game. Brain surgeon Dr. Ben Carson thinks they used to store grain. Many people believe aliens built them. Egyptologists really want you to understand that neither of those things are true. But get ready for 50 insane facts about the pyramids you never knew before. Number 50. The pyramids were for a long time the tallest structures ever built by man. For almost 3,000 years they would remain in the top spot until the Lincoln Cathedral came around in 1311 AD. Number 49. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the only surviving member of the 7 Wonders of the Ancient World Club. The other wonders included the Lighthouse of Alexandria, the Colossus of Rhodes, the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, the Statue of Zeus at Olympia, the Temple of Artemis, and the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, which archaeologists are still unsure really ever existed. Number 48. Despite what numerous YouTube channels which usually have the word Gaia or Enlightened in the name will tell you, archaeologists have a very good idea of how the pyramids were built. And no, they required 0 alien technology. Number 47. The only thing required to build the pyramids was a few primitive tools such as chisels, hammers, and lathes, along with a bonkers amount of laborers and an equally nuts amount of time. We're talking tens of thousands of people and decades to construct each pyramid. Number 46. The Great Pyramid of Giza took 20,000 workers an estimated 20 years to build. Number 45. The incredible accuracy and leveling shown in the pyramid's construction was achieved with nothing more than a plumb bob, a tool still used today and almost completely unchanged since its ancient form. This tool is a simple pointed weight suspended by a cord. and when it hung straight up and down, an architect knew the ground they were standing on was level. Number 44. Some believe that the humble plumb bob also aided Egyptians in achieving incredible accuracy in the fields of astronomy and navigation as well. Like we said, no alien tech required, just simple human ingenuity. Number 43. Many of the construction materials used in the pyramids are still used today. Gypsum mortar made from plaster and sand was used to lubricate the stones as they were moved and set in place, and is still used in the driest parts of the world today. Number 42. Each stone used in the construction of the pyramid weighs on average 2.5 tons, which was quarried miles from the construction site. Archaeologists believe that a clever system of canals allowed the workers to simply float the stones to the construction site. Number 41. For years it was believed that the Egyptians built ramps to haul the stones up the outside of the pyramid and move them into place. A new theory, however, posits that much like an igloo, the Egyptians actually built the pyramid from the inside out. Number 40. In their heyday, the pyramids would have looked even more glamorous than today. Each pyramid was wrapped in an outer facade of white limestone and capped with a pinnacle made of precious metals or more limestone, which would reflect sunlight for miles. The white limestone and the pyramid caps have long ago been stripped for building materials or eroded away. Number 39. Each pyramid's low center of gravity, relative environmental stability, and the dry environment of Egypt helped to ensure that they remain standing to this day. Number 38. Oh, so you like the pyramids? Name all of them. Good luck, because there's actually over 100 of them. Much like being a Hemsworth brother, though, everyone only knows or cares about the famous ones. Number 37. It's believed that construction of a new pyramid took place during the flooding seasons, when the Nile would overflow and make farming impossible. The farmers would leave their fields and become construction workers for a few months. Number 36. The Great Sphinx was erected near the pyramids of Giza in order to watch over them. The human face of the Sphinx is believed to be that of the pharaoh Khafre, whose pyramid is directly behind the Sphinx, and the lion's body symbolized his immortality. Number 35. For centuries, legend held that some of Napoleon's soldiers blew the nose off the Sphinx with a cannon. However, sketches of the Sphinx from well before Napoleon's time showed that the Sphinx was missing its nose as far back as 1737. Number 34. In the 15th century, an Arab historian wrote that the nose was destroyed by a Sufi Muslim named Muhammad Saim al-Dar. He was outraged at Egyptian peasants praying and making offerings to the Sphinx in exchange for limiting the effects of the yearly floods. Seeing this as heresy, Salim al-Dar destroyed his nose and was rewarded with execution for vandalism. Number 33. Despite speculation from fringe sources, the pyramids are widely accepted as having been built to serve as tombs for Egypt's greatest pharaohs. Or you can choose to believe they're navigation aids for ancient aliens, if you think aliens were smart enough to fly across the galaxy but too stupid to invent GPS. Number 32. In ancient Egypt, the 1% were better than you, even in the afterlife. Serving as tombs for the pharaohs, each pyramid once housed untold riches that the dead pharaoh would enjoy in the afterlife. Hate to break it to you, but even after you die, you'll still just be another peasant. Number 31. For centuries, it was believed that slaves were used in constructing the pyramids. However, new findings are pointing at a highly skilled and well-paid workforce, which would help explain the incredible craftsmanship and durability of these ancient buildings. Number 30. Despite having been packed with untold riches, no treasure was ever discovered inside the largest of the pyramids, the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's believed grave robbers plundered the site well over 1,000 years ago. Number 29. During the early days of pyramid construction, when a wealthy noble died, they were entombed with their still living slaves and all of their flocks of animals. Eventually, someone decided that putting dozens of people and hundreds of animals to death every time some rich boomer died was a massive waste of money, and the practice was discontinued. Just imagine going to work tomorrow and finding out that you were going to be buried alive because your boss died. Number 28. Despite being 100% dead, some pyramids come equipped with private bathrooms for the deceased pharaoh. Number 27. Some of the larger building blocks toward the base of the pyramid weighed over 70 tons, or more than an elephant. Number 26. The ancient Egyptians built pyramids over a span of a whopping 1,000 years, prompting many Egyptologists to believe that many dozens or even hundreds of pyramids lay undiscovered under several feet of sand. Number 25. Because of its shape, over 80% of all the stone used to construct a pyramid is actually located in the bottom half. Number 24. Researchers were able to verify the age and quarried location of stones used to build the Sphinx and some pyramids by studying fossils held within the stones themselves. Number 23. The 3 pyramids at Giza are the largest pyramids ever built by the Egyptians, either before or after their construction. Number 22. Working on a pyramid was considered highly prestigious, and often the laborers themselves would be rewarded with burial tombs that surrounded the pyramid. Quite the upgrade from being buried in a tiny family tomb carved into a cliff somewhere. Number 21. Worker cities had to be constructed to house and feed the massive army of laborers required to build a pyramid. These cities lay undiscovered for centuries, the telltale architecture overlooked by Egyptologists due to the splendor of the pyramids themselves and the treasures sometimes discovered alongside mummies. Number 20. A photographer setting up for a photo accidentally discovered a burial chamber filled with riches belonging to Queen Hetepheres. As he set up his tripod for a photo of an ongoing dig, his tripod leg punched through the desert sand and into the hidden shaft that led directly to the underground chamber. Number 19. The discovery of massive amounts of cow bones near an ancient worker city helped solidify the theory that skilled laborers, not slaves, were responsible for constructing the pyramids. At a time when meat was an extremely rare meal for most people, these pyramid workers were regularly feasting on young, tender beef. Number 18. Graffiti discovered inside the pyramids revealed that workers gave their groups names, such as Friends of Khufu, or our favorite, Drunkards of Menkaure. Seems the ancient Egyptians had pretty much the same sense of humor as modern humans. Number 17. The early Egyptians kinda sucked at building pyramids. Despite knowing that hundreds of pyramids were built over 1,000 years, few remain clearly identifiable today. It's believed that early Egyptians gradually got better over time at building their massive pyramids, and that a lack of skill early on led to catastrophic collapses and severe weather erosion of the early pyramids. Number 16. The Egyptians aligned their tombs on a north-south line with astonishing accuracy to within 0.05 degrees. Despite once more claims that it took alien technology, astronomers believe this would have been simple to accomplish by simply carefully observing the path of the sun, or perhaps watching a single star as it circled over the North Pole and then aligning with the center of that circle. Number 15. Their accuracy wasn't consistent, however. Archaeologists have discovered that the accuracy of the pyramids improved steadily up to the building of the Great Pyramid, and then deteriorated again. Many astronomers tracking the path stars took over the last few thousand years revealed that this was explainable if the builders were using stars in the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper to align their pyramids. Over time, as the stars moved through space, their alignment would slowly shift towards and away from true north. Number 14. A testament to the endurance of the pyramids, an old Arab proverb roughly translates as, "Man fears time, time fears the pyramids." Number 13. A whopping 500,000 tons of mortar helps keep the Great Pyramid together. Number 12. Cosmic particles helped scientists detect a secret chamber inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. Muons, an elementary particle and cousin to the electron, zip through space all the time and can travel through solid rock. Using a muon detector, scientists were able to map the inside of the Great Pyramid, detecting areas where less muons were being absorbed by the stone and thus revealing a 30-meter cavity inside the pyramid. Number 11. Fearing doing damage to the pyramid itself, or perhaps trying to protect the world from a vengeful undead pharaoh seeking to devour all human flesh, the Egyptian government has not approved any plan to explore the mysterious cavity. Number 10. Other much smaller hidden chambers have also been discovered using remotely operated vehicles crawling along shafts too small for humans to enter. The discovery of metal pins in one of the hidden spaces led many to speculate that the Egyptians, or the aliens who guided them, had used electric wiring. However, on closer inspection, the pins were discovered to be purely ornamental. Number 9. Blocking stones bar the way of further exploration by ROV of many of these secret chambers. The only way to discover what lies beyond would be to engage in very destructive digging through the pyramid itself, something the Egyptian government would never allow. Number 8. One robot drilled a small hole through a blocking stone and inserted a small camera, only to discover a small chamber with yet a second larger blocking stone behind. Whatever secret the Egyptians had hidden there was something they really did not want rediscovered. Number 7. Not every pyramid is pointed. Many Egyptian pyramids, especially their earliest ones, were stepped pyramids with a large flat top. Number 6. The Great Pyramid of Khufu weighs an estimated 5,750,000 tons. Compare that with the weight of the Burj Khalifa at 500,000 tons. The Egyptians clearly knew what they were doing when it came to building very large things. Number 5. In 1877, a Dr. Joseph Seiss believed that he had discovered that the Great Pyramid of Giza is located at exactly the intersection of the longest line of longitude and the longest line of latitude. This, however, is not true, as the equator is the longest line of latitude and all longitudinal lines are the same length. That hasn't stopped nearly 150 years of conspiracy theorists from regurgitating the long-debunked claim as proof of alien conspiracy. Number 4. The aliens did not build the pyramids. Seriously, we can't stress this enough. Number 3. Sometime in the 12th century, Sultan Al-Aziz Uthman declared war on the pyramids of Egypt, seeing them as an affront to his own greatness. He lost against the massive immovable objects badly, as the attempts to destroy the pyramids proved to be impossible. He did, however, manage to leave a large gash on the side of Menkare's pyramid. Number 2. The carving of a pharaoh's sarcophagus might have been done using tools with cutting teeth made out of precious jewels. This wasn't for ceremonial reasons, but because the granite was so tough that bronze or copper simply wouldn't get the job done. Number 1. Woolly mammoths still walked the earth when the pyramids were being constructed. The male body. What a wonder of engineering it is. It contains half the genetic information needed to reproduce and continue civilization. It can produce milk but has useless nipples, and it has the uncanny ability to get an erection at the absolute worst of times. Prepare to be fascinated. Number 50. Male fetuses actually get erections while they're in the womb. And while no one can be absolutely sure why it happens, some reports state it's just to keep the thing healthy. Number 49. Men also have a G-spot. You can find it by pressing on your prostate. For reference, that's about 2 inches from the entrance of your anus. Number 48. Men over 50 might start growing breasts. This is due to the anomalous hormone production that happens as we age. Number 47. It differs from man to man, but in general, a healthy guy will ejaculate 40 million sperm in one go. Still, a man could produce anything up to 200 million sperm each time. You heard that right. That's more people than live in most countries. Number 46. According to one study that was published in the U.S. National Institutes of Health, the member of an American male had an average size of 5.1 to 5.5 inches when fully erect. The study didn't mention how it got its volunteers stimulated in order to measure them at their fullest, but it did confirm the sizes were professionally measured, not self-reported, so there was no room for the men to lie. Number 45. Nationality doesn't impact the size of your member. The conclusion in one study consisted of over 15,000 men from across the world was that the average penis size was 5.17 inches. Genetic factors have a much bigger influence according to a paper by the Nature journal. But does size even matter? Number 44. Studies have shown that if it's a one-night thing, women on average like a larger phallus, with research showing that they prefer a penis around 6.3 inches in length and 4.8 inches around, which, as you know, is larger than the average. But did size correlate with pleasure? We also looked at anecdotal accounts from women, and as you'd expect, every woman had her unique take on the penis. The consensus was that there had to be a balance, not too long and not too short, with one woman saying, "He had these moves that compensated for his size. Small penises aren't bad at all, if the man knows how to use it." Okay, one last thing about your precious product down there. Number 43. We've all heard about growers versus showers, but is there any truth to it? A study by Healthline showed that 26% of men are growers, with the rest being showers. This is because of a person-to-person difference in how much collagen there is in the penis, which is genetic. The amount of collagen might mean you're a grower or a shower. The amount of blood flow may also make a difference. What's hilarious is that at the bottom of the article, Healthline explained how men can measure their penis, from the base of the shaft, of course, but they also gave this important bit of advice: just don't do it in public. Now, a special mention not to the penis, but to the bulge. Number 42. Throughout history, there's been a preference for a smaller penis, but in cultures, a big one was a sign of greater manhood. For example, in Norse mythology, there is a proud reference to a man whose bratwurst is almost as big as a horse's. Alright, now for some fast-fire facts. Number 41. Men typically have darker hair than women, with one reason being their higher levels of melanin. Number 40. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine said around 40% of men are chronic snorers, but only 24% of women habitually make that noise from hell. Number 39. You might have heard that if he has large feet, then his member will be large too, but this is just another myth in a long list of myths when it comes to the penis. Number 38. Semen is not just a load of sperm. According to one scientist's website, it also contains citric acid, free amino acids, fructose, enzymes, phosphorylcholine, prostaglandin, potassium, and zinc. Number 37. Men tend to have a faster metabolism. Due to the fact that they usually have more muscle than women, that means that even if they're just sitting around, they'll be burning more calories. But are men's and women's brains different? Number 36. If you say that men and women have different brains, you run the risk of being accused of neurosexism. We don't want that to happen to us, but we did read some scientific articles that told us that some parts of the brain might be different in the sexes. Some research says because of the different brain structures, men might be better on average at completing spatial and motor tasks. At the same time, though, women might be better at learning languages and expressing emotions. Remember, though, not all scientists agree on this. Number 35. On average, a man might have 3 to 5 erections every night while he's sleeping, and some of the erections might last as long as 30 minutes. This might have nothing to do with a wet dream or the fact that he's just cozied up closer to his lover. It's a natural phenomenon that scientists call nocturnal penile tumescence. We imagine some of you guys out there have on occasions woken up in the morning and felt something very stiff down there. Or perhaps your girlfriend has stood back in shock and said, "Oh dear, whatever could that be in your pajama pocket?" Morning wood is absolutely normal. The reason it happens down there is something called the parasympathetic nervous system. It can be stimulated at night since it doesn't switch off during sleep. But why it happens during the night is something science isn't so sure about. Number 34. If you don't get any stiffies throughout the night, there might be a problem. In fact, one study said 52% of grown men experience some kind of erectile dysfunction, with it happening more when men pass the age of 40. Still, a study published in the Journal of Sexual Medicine said 26% of men under 40 also experience erectile dysfunction. The main culprits are booze and drugs in the short term, but in the longer term, diabetes, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, obesity, depression, and anxiety can all affect the ability to make the man stand to attention and stay that way for a useful amount of time. Number 33. In a study titled Prevalence of Pubic Hair Grooming-Related Injuries, it was said that 25% of groomers reported an injury, but this study also included female groomers. How bad can the injury be? Number 32. The absolute worst thing we could find related to cutting and shaving injuries down there was something called Fournier gangrene. Simply put, if there really was hell in this world, then this disease would be Satan's proudest achievement. It's described as a necrotic infection of the scrotum or catastrophic gangrene of the penis, and in some cases, it's happened when someone has nicked their scrotum while grooming. Thankfully, it is very rare. Amen to that. Number 31. A gastroenterologist working at Princeton named Anish Sheth wrote an entire book on poo, from what colors mean to how solid they are. He also wrote about something he called poophoria, which is when a person has an orgasm while dropping the kids off at a pool. He said for some people it can be like having a religious experience due to it feeling so good. He said that this kind of stool high is related to the vagus nerve being stimulated, adding the stool high is relatively safe, but can become an addiction for some. Number 30. Did you know that men have thicker skin than women? They do, and it's because of testosterone. In fact, one study showed that on average, men had 10 to 20% thicker skin. This can also be good news to some vain men, because this is one reason why many healthy men don't age as fast as women. How you age, though, is obviously partly determined by your genes and, more importantly, all the environmental factors the skin experiences over the years. Alright, now we'll settle that argument between you and your partner, if you're in a male-female relationship, that is. Number 29. Have you ever been in a room with someone of the opposite sex and one of you was arguing that it's too warm or too cold, but you were wearing similar types of clothes? One reason for that is that men generally are warmer than women. One doctor explained it like this: since women have a lower metabolic rate, they tend to produce less heat than men do, which makes them feel colder. Sometimes the difference is quite startling, with one health website writing, "Some studies have shown that while men feel comfortable in rooms with a thermostat set to 72 degrees, women tend to feel comfortable in rooms with a thermostat set to 77. Now we'll ask the question, what on earth is that thing that some people call man flu? Number 28. According to an article in the British Medical Journey, some scientists believe that man flu is nothing but man whining. The paper said despite the universally high incidence and prevalence of viral respiratory illness, no scientific review has examined whether the term man flu is appropriately defined or just an ingrained pejorative term with no scientific basis. It's a long paper, but the upshot was that a man's antibody response to the flu could be inferior to a woman's. The paper also highlighted the fact that more men end up in the hospital with the flu, and their bout of the sickness on average lasts longer. This is ongoing research, but there is a possibility that the man is not a wimp and might actually be experiencing a higher level of suffering. Now let's talk about man nips. Number 27. Men in theory can produce milk. That's because their bodies make the hormone oxytocin and prolactin, which are responsible for milk production. Men also have milk ducts, so milk can in theory come out. That means that given the right circumstances, a man could breastfeed. In fact, this is something recorded throughout history. Even the Greek philosopher named Aristotle said men could produce milk if they squeezed their breasts enough. Later in the 19th century, a book called Anomalies and Curiosities of Medicine talked about some real-life cases of men giving their own milk to babies. Although these cases are not verified. It could, as we say, happen in theory, but a man's hormone levels would have to be through the roof. Number 26. You might also not know that for a time, young males might have female-looking breasts. A researcher interviewed by the Scientific American said, actually, a significant number of boys around the age of puberty do develop breasts, so the tissue is there, but it regresses. It's a condition called gynecomastia and is related to a hormone imbalance. The good news is that things usually balance and the boy breasts go. That's not always the case though. A man named Merle Yost wrote a book about growing up with breasts where he recounted his years of bullying at school and his final jump to get breast reduction surgery at the age of 33. Number 25. In general, men have less body fat than women. It's thought the reason for women having more body fat is an evolutionary adaptation related to them being able to have children. Number 24. A paper published in the U.S. National Institutes of Health had this to say about male and female natural differences. The results showed that the male teeth were consistently larger than the female teeth. But why? Number 23. It's not always the case, but it's thought that it has something to do with men having more dentine in the crowns of their teeth. Dentine is one of the tissues that make up a tooth. The other parts are the enamel, cementum, and pulp. Now, let's try and settle that old age debate on pain thresholds. Do men feel more pain than women? Number 22. You might have heard this before, with people telling you that women have a higher threshold of pain due to the fact that she's evolved to go through childbirth. The thing is, though, pain is subjective, so it's still hard to measure. In studies where men and women have been subjected to the same pain stimuli, it seems men had a higher pain threshold. The study is actually more complicated as it does take into account that culturally men are expected to not express pain. Number 21. You might also have heard that men have fewer ribs than women. That is utter balderdash, although some people might not have the standard 12 pairs of ribs. Number 20. In some studies, it's written that women generally find men with high testosterone levels more attractive. The good news for all you single guys out there is that single men tend to have higher levels than men who are already with a partner. Number 19. A man's testosterone levels might go up and down within a day, but some men do have higher levels in general. There's also something called irritable male syndrome, which could account for men becoming grumpier in old age because their testosterone levels drop. But as you'll now see, men can get very old and still do the business in the bed. Number 18. There's no age limit for men being able to produce sperm and make a baby. In 2010, it was reported that a guy in India named Ramajit Raghav just had a kid. He was 94. He didn't give up either, having another child just 2 years later. When asked about his secret, he told the British media, "I've been a vegetarian all my life, and I credit my stamina and virility to the diet of vegetables and grains. Being a vegetarian is the secret to my strength and good health." He died in 2020, aged 104. Number 17. Still, the American Society for Reproductive Medicine says male sperm is of a higher quality while men are under the age of 40. In fact, sperm donors are usually asked to be under that age. Number 16. This is one reason why when there's an age gap in a male-to-female relationship, the older person is more often the man. Sure, there are lots of other things to take into account, such as the woman liking a settled-down man who's more likely to be faithful, have money, etc. But one simple fact is some men like younger women because a younger woman from an evolutionary perspective can still procreate. Number 15. Going bald might be some men's worst nightmare, but is it really that bad? Many studies have shown that women like bald men. Trust us, when it comes to being attractive, there are many things that come before your hair. Plus, if you're so insecure and lacking in confidence, well, she might think you're too vain or too weak. In one study, it showed 44% of women were attracted to bald men, but those women were aged 35 to 44. Just 19% of women aged 18 to 24 liked bald guys. Some studies have shown that some women perceive bald men as being more dominant, more masculine, and more successful. Number 14. Studies have shown half of all men will show some amount of male pattern baldness by the time they're 50. Usually it's down to genetics and is related to sex hormones called androgens. Number 13. As we said, this usually starts happening as a man matures, but there are some cases of teenagers going bald naturally. The Guardian talked to a guy named Sam Wolfson. He said he was 16 when his hair started thinning, and then by the time he was in his early 20s, he had only some wispy fuzz on top and 2 bushes at the sides. That's a bit sad, so let's talk about orgasms again. Number 12. The male orgasm is different from a woman's. Guys shoot their load and it seems after that someone has taken all the air out of them. They're like a sex doll that's just been burst. Women, though, have longer orgasms and they're often ready to go again right away. Teen males tend to have more forceful ejaculations, so it's in these years when a guy might fire someplace where he never thought he could reach. What usually comes out is 2 to 5 cubic centimeters of sperm. That's enough to fill a teaspoon at 5 cc's. As for how much in one sitting, it depends on many things such as genetics, mood, prior absence from ejaculating, lifestyle, and general health. In terms of how many rounds men can go, young folks could possibly squeeze out 5 sessions, but older people would likely not go that far. Number 11. With the male orgasm, there's something often called the point of no return. This is called ejaculatory inevitability, and it means the semen's already started making its way to the urethra and is about to experience liftoff. At this point, there will be a series of contractions of the penile muscles and the location of the base of the anus. The pelvis might also start the thrust. Those nerves that have caused the contraction send messages to the brain and everything feels good. Number 10. Before all that happens, a man will need to be aroused. Messages are sent from his spinal cord, and this makes his member stiffen. During this period, he might also let out some liquid from his urethra. This is called pre-ejaculatory fluid, and it's there to affect the pH balance in the urethra. This helps the survival of the sperm to come, but it doesn't contain sperm itself. Once the job is done, the male goes through what scientists call a refractory period. It's basically downtime before he's ready to go again. In a young man, it could be just 10 minutes, but in an older guy, it'll usually be hours. Number 9. Your sperm needs your semen. Remember, the whole bundle to get to the egg. Without the rest of the ingredients, it wouldn't get very far at all. But if sperm does take off, it can live inside the woman for up to around 5 days. If it lands somewhere it isn't intended, well, it can only live for a few minutes. Number 8. If you're wondering if you could take a look at sperm, you can't. It's about 1/500th of an inch long, which is around 10,000 times smaller than the egg it wants to meet. Under a microscope, the sperm meeting the egg looks like a tiny spacecraft landing on a vast planet. Number 7. When a woman is ovulating, men can actually pick up on that just by smelling her. Ovulation is when a woman's egg is matured and so has been sent off by the ovary and down the fallopian tubes, where it can wait for one of those lucky sperms to make contact. Number 6. Okay, so what would you think if you read this start to the research paper? Individuals in some species prefer mates carrying dissimilar genes at the major histocompatibility complex, MHC, which may function to increase the MHC or overall heterozygosity of progeny. Yep, that's a bit of a mouthful. What the paper is saying is that women can detect dissimilar genes in men, so by choosing them, their offspring might be healthier. We bet you never thought about that as you moved your stool in the pub closer to a woman. But it gets even more complex. Number 5. Talking to CNN, a scientist said that the egg itself might be able to attract the right kind of sperm. He said human eggs release chemicals called chemoattractants, which leave a sort of chemical breadcrumb trail that sperm use to find unfertilized eggs. Now let's move away from sperm. Number 4. Did you know that guys in general see fewer shades of color? We'll let a scientist explain why. She said this is because retinal cones are on the X chromosome, which men only have one of. Men, however, have more testosterone in their visual cortexes, meaning they sense brightness better than women. Number 3. Something you probably thought we would have talked about already is the male nipple. What's the point of it? The reason men have nipples is that when the embryo is forming, males and females are pretty much the same. They share the same blueprint, which is the reason all humans look alike in terms of basic structure. But after around 7 weeks of gestation, the gene of the Y chromosome makes some changes and the testes start to form. It's then that little bundle of blood starts producing testosterone. But that doesn't mean the nipples have to go. What would be the point in losing them? They aren't doing anyone any harm. Number 2. Another thing men might not need is that thing we call foreskin. After all, in some cultures they get rid of it. Is that the right thing to do? In a paper called Vital or Vestigial, the foreskin has its fans and foes. The writer cites some scientists who have called the foreskin the floppy disk of the male anatomy, meaning it is no longer needed. If you think about it, men have very long time ago might have wanted to walk around with the penis hanging out, and that can mean some damage being caused to this Jonah Hill. This is really bad news in evolutionary terms because the only real reason we're here is to make other people, so the foreskin acted as a protective shield. It could also act as a lubricant back then and now. Number 1. This is personal. When the writer was a kid, he kept hearing boys talk about their balls dropping, as if one day those things just went plop and fell down. It never happened, but his balls looked fine as they were. Still, he was concerned. For many kids waiting for their balls to drop, it can be quite worrying if nothing seems to be happening. Actually, there is no sudden drop at all when the child is already grown. Balls don't really drop. They're tight to the body for sure when men are younger, and then when a boy matures and he produces more testosterone, his balls get larger, and it might seem like they're lower at that point. Now, you need to watch Weird Facts About the Female Body, or have a look at this.